Pikmin, because ultimately we're still going to be doing what we're going to be doing. Obviously, this is not going to be a thing that's going to rattle us to our bones and make us kind of stop what we're doing.
We're going to want to go down fighting. I think it's wacky because specifically Pikmin on Switch is probably what I would be playing even if we were not streaming.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
I mean, like, you were still getting work done despite everything anyway.
Whenever we have...
It's what we've gotten used to.
Whenever we have intense conversations, I'll be doing something like this in the background to like keep my hands busy. Anyway. Here's my phone. Hold on, I need to
quick start. I thought we took too long.
I don't have the chat.
We had to move the mixer into the room because it's the Switch. The Switch is in a different room than usual because it's not hooked up to a CRT. So sorry if it took a bit to set it up. We wanted to go as quick as we could, but it did take some setup. Specifically, the dock was being weird. It wasn't showing like the video feed. But yeah, welcome. We have a lot of new faces here today.
Hi, guys.
We got a lot of new faces. And for people...
did you disable... excuse me. Did you disable,
what?
Donations or anything like that?
Yeah, there's no donation counter.
Okay.
No, I didn't run any of that stuff because that would be wrong.
I don't think this is a good...
It would be fucking wrong to do that.
I don't think this is a good...
That's not what this is supposed to be for. This isn't supposed to be some kind of thing that you, like, milk something off of it.
Right, exactly.
Although, you know, desperately, that's what's trying to be done right now is milking something off of it. Except that's why we get something like the Macaroni Incident.
Can you corroborate about the audio? Is it okay? Somebody said that it was bad. Just popping.
Oh, it was popping when it was moving because you were bouncing and getting set up, and it was bumping the mic. If you're not moving the mic, it should be fine.
I am not moving the mic, and they're saying that there's popping.
Well, chat lag.
Oh, okay.
You got back on. You sat down, and that was when I noticed it was happening.
Okay.
We'll give it a bit though.
I'll go ahead and get started.
Yeah, they're saying maybe it's still even actually happening. Hang on.
It is. I would assume because we moved the mixer to a room we don't usually use.
Yeah, it's also probably because the cable is touching that right now. If we could get that looped around.
You're
something.
saying this?
Yeah.
Touching what?
This. This.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay.
Try because there's not a lot of slack. Yeah, you're right. I don't know if you can do that. I'm sorry.
You've got it in a good spot right now. If you put it behind your computer or something like that.
Oh, that kind of did it. A little bit.
I hope that fixes it.
Sorry if there's going to be a little bit of wiggle noise. I guess that's just how it's going to be. But yeah, okay. Serious business now. Let's talk about the Macaroni Incident.
I shouldn't have eaten macaroni. I'm really sorry, everybody.
When you were telling people that it upset your stomach... No, to be, you know, a little more serious about this, because I think that's what people are desperately wanting off of this, even though it's kind of hard to take it serious when you have to...
When it's about video games?
When it's about video games, when it's about things that have been discussed for a decade, and when you're going out of your way desperately to try to make this into a thing, and then awkwardly enough, people are in the middle of streaming and talking, and you can see the other end of it. We had a thing happen because of that last stream that we did. Even though we have talked about these things for years, the last stream we did, somebody recorded it, posted it, obviously with the intention of, let's get a thing going off of this, let's make this into a problem. And Kiwi Farms latched onto it. Big surprise there. And there's been an active effort now to make a lot of problems coming off of all of it because the big bad right now is that we openly talked about things that we got impacted by and that we've done that for like a while now. We didn't really do anything different than anything that's already happened in the past. But because people could pick up on it better what we were talking about and who, like, potentially had certain things happen, turned into a big mess of then everybody saying that it's a huge betrayal because even though we said it back at the time that, no, Aaron Hansen was not responsible for every last thing that happened. Yes, he was a contributing factor, But no, he was not responsible for literally everything. It's why there were a lot of drama videos at the time trying to cut down what we talked about. It was a 10-hour stream after all. But it's why a lot of people were trying to recontextualize it desperately to make it a whole Game Grumps thing, when even back at the time on that stream I did say over and over again, everybody was to blame. Us too. Everybody made mistakes. Everybody did bad stuff here. Everybody had their mistakes. Some people were extremely young during all of it. I even brought that up last night, that one of the people back at the time was seriously like the beginning of their 20s. They would have been in college at the time if they had been, in college. They would have been young. But the reason that a lot of this kicked off is because we already had some raid attempts happening, this year, last year. You guys know about the
every year.
Every year, but you guys know about the incident that happened Christmas Eve, about a year and a half back, that someone even drove out a few states over. They were streaming it in a Discord call. They had a handgun in their front seat, and they were driving their way up to what they thought was our place because they were hoping to get us to come outside for that. They prank called stuff to the place, and when there was no response at all, they started pasting images to the doorway of soy jacks. They were taping them to the doors with like electrical tape. And I can only imagine how like much of a buffoon you would look like doing that, bent over, taping things to a doorway like that. It never clicked in with them because it looked like they spent long enough doing that it probably took a good half hour. Looked like they kept falling down too. That, hey, when nothing is happening here and everyone is kind of ignoring this, might be in the wrong place. And they were. They didn't actually show up at our place. But that was the only reason we were safe. They did have the intention to do harm. They just kind of messed up. And after it all ended up kind of going south for them, ended up posting about how we were like cowardly and wouldn't come outside when, no, you were just at the wrong place. They were hoping to interrupt a stream with it. And we got a bunch of warnings during the stream about it. And it wasn't a lie. It was true. We actually thought it was initially. Werema brought it up to us because they're the moderator in the chat. They were bringing up warnings about it. They screen capped all the messages and everything too. I still have all of them. We also have all the posts that were made about it. We have the videos that were being taken. We have the photos of the whole thing. One of the comments being made by, people rooting it all on, shouting out Sleepy Cabin 1. And I mentioned it on Julian's stream even just a bit ago. I talked to Zach about that one, and that was even a thing that he said, like, you probably need to report this to, like, the FBI or something, because what the fuck does that even mean? Well, what it means is these audiences are pretty out of control, and I know why people stay very quiet about anything real happening, because they're really terrified of these audiences. A big part of the stuff that happened to us in the past is also coming off of the pressure of these things. And what we always felt since the start was, this shouldn't have to be this way. Everyone shouldn't be getting paranoid about each other and lashing out at each other because they're also paranoid about what the audience will do and trying to maintain a narrative that would look good in front of a big audience. But, yeah, we didn't really talk about anything new last night is the thing. We've actually talked about these things already. The reason that it blew up last night is because specifically there was a Twitter post somebody had made. And by the way, it was not a negative Twitter post. We found about this a bit late. I think Julian
found a few days later.
Yeah, Julian found out about it like a few days later. I was starting to notice, both of us noticed we were getting weird followers and everything, on occasions, weird messages.
Whenever we get like an influx of followers, we usually know there's a problem.
Yes, because people don't really pay attention to us, which is fine. It's something that we've always easily been able to accept. If anything, it's even what I said last night too. If this is
Having
something,
a small audience is better.
And, well, not really that. What I was going to say was more so, I mean, I know that's how you feel. More so what I was going to get into off of that one is, I even told people this is the kind of thing that makes you hate our guts now and you want nothing to do with us. That's completely acceptable. I think there's a lot of things that people probably should have, like, removed us for in the past anyways that were, I would say way more of a thing I would understand than kind of where this is at right now. But even then, I told people this is the kind of thing that will let you down. You don't want to be anywhere near it now because you were actually only there for other people. Well, there's kind of the problem. We're not other people. Why are you going to people thinking they're an extension of other people? It's why we were moving away from all this. The people that we used to be working with also wanted to have their own distance too. Everybody did. That's why they're also making distances between each other's in cases too. But The reason that so much happened even back in the day, because this is all fucking a decade ago, was happening the way that it did because there was this fear about the audience and how they were going to respond. It was always really good at, like, inciting incidents, because even when I did have Aaron talking to me at that point and, you know, trying to intimidate me a bit, he was angry about the fact that somebody was going and saying things about their game. I also knew it was coming off of the pressure of this. You're worried about your image. Constantly, that was the fear, was image. Because they also know how people online operate. If there's a little bit out there, you're going to have people game theorying it and turning it into whatever they want to. Hence, the Macaroni Incident. When Julian was streaming earlier, he mentioned that his macaroni and cheese he had earlier upset his stomach because he has lactose intolerance. Then on the re-upload of the stream last night, somebody immediately was trying to conjure up a conspiracy theory that what that means is he's alluding to suicide, and he's using like a blanket term through macaroni and cheese. That's how stupid this is and how bonkers this is, because it's being manufactured very heavily, the outrage. It's not new things. A lot of this shit is from almost a decade ago. And the reason that it popped up again, like I said, was because that Twitter post. And even then, that Twitter post wasn't supposed to be negative. It was someone acknowledging what Julian said about what his work experience was. They were also being,
overly apologetic, I remember.
Yes, because people were lashing out so goddamn hard. The fan base was so fucking overly defensive about anything that could be slightly perceived as criticism that they were exploding really fucking hard. It's why you guys might be noticing people who are regulars. I don't get it. The things you talked about were the things you already talked about previously. Yeah, they were. But people really wanted it to be exclusively about one person, even when at the same time I said it wasn't. Because it's not about listening to what's being said. It's about pretending you know better about other people and kind of just rolling into whatever conspiracy theory you want, because it can get responses and you can bait people with it. But this is kind of what it's been like for us for years. We usually don't say things. It's just when it gets far enough that you can't really navigate through that anymore, and that's where we're at right now. Past few weeks have been pretty hellish behind the scenes. We were starting to see some like threats flaring up again and everything. Raid attempts were becoming a thing again. And that's why I'm not surprised somebody tried to save the stream last night. Actually, I called it out as it was happening.
We did wonder if it was going to happen.
And I even said a lot of what it would look like, and wouldn't you know it, all the stuff happening today is exactly what I was talking about. Which, by the way, the video is edited down severely. People already noticed that there's cuts all over it. And not just that, but also just apparently people getting their comments even removed on the upload if you said anything to give more context or things that might have leaned more positively. Somebody said they had even left a comment to just tell people a bit more about what happened during the stream, and now they have a bunch of accounts that have like really nasty usernames and everything going fucking hard on them and trying to find anything that they've uploaded to like leave comments on. So if any of you guys are thinking that you can just leave a comment over there and it'll be fine, no, they're gonna lash out at you for it. Because this is what I need to really, stress. This isn't about anything we said. You want to know the reality of this? This isn't about anything we said. This has been a long, long, long ongoing thing of people really wanting to root on, seeing a lot of these people doing video game content getting hurt in some kind of way. It's why there were a lot of drama videos trying to edit down what we talked about to frame it all around Aaron Hansen, when I directly said, Aaron did the least of it. And that doesn't mean that there wasn't a contributing factor. There was. But it was small compared to some of the other factors. Hell, even with this thing recently, a lot of people are trying to aim this all at Chris. Actually, if anything, I was talking more about the merchandise end and the business end of things, way more than things that he was doing in some cases. Not to say we didn't have problems there too. And it's interesting that we can be thrown under on some of these things, and that's okay. It's just we're not supposed to be allowed to have our own narrative. And it is really weird when all the same things are talked about, but people can pick up on it a little bit better who it's about, and it's not all Aaron Hansen. Now it's evil. Now it's a betrayal. Now it's bad, because it's not. This isn't genuine right now. This is very unserious behavior. This is not a serious, real deal thing happening. This is the desperation to make something happen. People finally found out that we're around again, and they're not happy about it. Likewise, when we posted some games last year, same thing happened. I posted a trailer for a free game I put out. Same kinds of comments, same kind of responses when the Summer Resort game came out. There were people going to every last video upload of it for a brief period of time, lashing out really fucking hard and acting like it was a part of some bigger conspiracy of how we're evil. The fact that we had any kind of issue anyways and distanced has had people angry with us since, like, about a decade ago. And unfortunately, this shit is from a decade ago. It's ancient shit. But that's why they're clinging so desperately onto it, because that's also why some people are mad, saying, you're not anything without this. I think that's the problem here. A lot of people wanted us to exclusively be basically melted into somebody else. You don't get to exist. You don't get to have your own opinions. You don't get to make a move where you distance. You don't get to try to keep things to yourself, but simultaneously, you don't get to say anything either. We were very much designated to be in a losing position with this one, and anything we're going to do is going to be perceived as some kind of problem. Which is why after, I don't know how many times now we had people showing up at our place, how many times we had people trying to, like, make threats and everything, we're just going to keep going anyways. But that's why things are kind of weird over here the past few weeks, and why we, as of a few months ago, even got you guys kind of preemptive with that one that we said, expect shit to get weird in the future this year. When the website fully goes live, all the stuff that's happening right now would have been happening then. That's why I didn't even have to talk about these things again. Everybody else was already doing it. And funnily enough, every time that this does happen, it has to be a thing of, well, that's why you don't say anything. And then they keep doing it. And then you do say something, and then they keep doing it. Because like I said, there's not supposed to be any kind of move that gets made here. It's just a continuous problem that we're around. And by the way, being calm and collected and talking about it in this kind of way, well, just as easily if you want to make a problem, just call it whiny. Say mentally ill. Whatever phrases can kind of capture whatever your desperation is to make it into something worse. Julian eating macaroni and cheese. As an example. It's absolutely absurd as a situation, and there's a lot of just trying to convince themselves of a thing that's not happening right now. For example, someone registered on the website just a bit ago with the name Streisand Effect. Do you even know what that means? We didn't try to get the video taken down. If anything, we talked about it and acknowledged it just fine, because we've already talked about these things in the past anyways. I'm not against anything I said during that stream. That's why I'm fine to talk about these things again. It's also why Julian, I've given even the go-ahead here. He's open to talk about this stuff as much as he wants to, because to be fair...
I'm sorry that it had to turn out this way. So I want to clarify with my own words what the situation has been all this time. I've been wanting to be really blunt and, like, explain things to people, because I have a general problem with... if I explained everything, people would understand and they would agree with me, which is just not the case. As unfortunate as that is, it would be convenient if you could really convince people of things just by explaining it, but Dee Dee's had to tell me for years and years and years that that's not how it works. And I got to observe that. I got to actually, like, witness it. That just stomping your feet doesn't actually tend to help. But I have been wanting to be able to be like, yeah, this fucking sucks. I hate this. And Dee Dee has usually been there to try to hold me back. And so I feel at least a little bit better that now I can be open about how I feel, but, like, at the same time, it fucking stinks that it had to come through this, that this had to be the thing that made it that way. Is just, okay, you're being threatened to such a degree that you have to talk about it.
Yeah. But likewise, I mean, here, I can read one right now. Mm-hmm. If you thought you were struggling before, you're fucked now because I'm done. Yeah, I don't even know who you are.
I know. Like, we talk about it every day.
When you read phrasing like that, does that sound like someone who just casually is, like, disappointed, or somebody who clearly was taking all of this way more seriously than they should have? And
they're vengeful because that's the kind of material that they've been taking in exclusively.
Yes.
They like hateful content.
And that's why Aaron Hansen was also the scapegoat for a lot of people too, even though in our own videos, if you guys want to go back and watch those long streams, which is hard to do, a lot of people really did want to trim it down. It was a lot talked about. But if you ever even want to go back to them...
situation can have nuance.
It's all consistent. It's all the same things that already got brought up. The only thing that changed here is that people realized it wasn't just all about Aaron. So now it's bad.
They knew to begin with.
They
were being dishonest.
That's why some people were editing the videos. Hell, it's why a couple of people who were related to all this, even Aaron, at the time knew that it was going on. I talked to a few people earlier, actually, because I mentioned this. I already talked to them after that stream. I had a feeling during the stream something was going on, which is why I did bring it up during the stream. It's probably potentially cut out. The person who uploaded the video is trying to kind of backpedal a little bit, acting like, oh, you know, the reason that I did this, the reason you did this is because you did this. You knew you were doing this. That's why you did it. You don't try to get a whole thing together to download a video from a website you've never used before. A
similar thumbnail and title to the other video that was like a drama video.
Yes. No, that was the intent. You were hoping to blow this up as a big thing, but once again, it's all stuff that's been discussed already. And if you were also hoping that you were going to break this as like some big news that we talked about any of these things, it's not big news. No, I mean, you know when it was big news?
When it happened?
When it happened? Do you know when it was a big deal to people that like it was more known about? When we spoke about it years ago. You're not going to shock anybody with any of this like it's new things when it comes to the behind-the-scenes part of it. It's just a continuation of the same things. But I can speak to everyone on this one, too. It's even why during that stream I was saying it's not like I wanted any kind of conflict to happen between everybody anyways. The reason I was so disappointed...
You were trying to avoid conflict. I still think you're being too nice right now.
But, no, that was always why I was in these kinds of positions. I wanted everyone to be able to talk everything out. At least, actually, after that stream and talking to a few people, I think I was able to actually make some breakthroughs with that. I think I was able to get some people to kind of calm down about a bit of this. I knew the truth was, if everyone could get past these things, everyone would be getting along so much better. You have all of these creatives together in one space. It shouldn't have to be everyone feeling threatened by one another, or who's the biggest, or who's the bestest, or whatever. Everyone should be able to just get along and be able to work together. But that was foolish on my part, because I had to consider there's another piece to this equation, which is stuff like what we're seeing right now. When you have a bunch of people behaving in a manner like this and speaking in such a vengeful tone and trying to be threatening and overwhelming, why do you think a lot of these creators start succumbing to the pressures of it? They don't want to get hurt. Well, that's also why people do this. It's a feedback loop. You don't want to get hurt, so you don't do anything. So then people keep going harder and harder and harder because you won't do anything. And then if you do something, they go about as hard anyways because now they're upset you're doing something. The secret to this is there was going to be a problem no matter what. That's why a lot of people are still dwelling on all this from a decade ago. And if we're willing to say anything about it, it's just so easy then to take that out of context and immediately go, see, they're the ones who haven't gone over it. While simultaneously you're typing like 18 paragraphs insisting why this is the most important thing. And if we're going to give the context of what was spoken about, it's how the business end and over merchandising and a lot that was happening around that made it really uncomfortable to do things, and that was why we made a lot of distance back at the time, because we didn't want to get ourselves wrapped up in a lot of that. Alongside things already being thrown out there about us, which is part of the stuff that got us hurt anyways at the time.
You're saying the initial docs.
Oh, the doxing and everything, yeah. Comments being made later on. The specifically, the big one was just the thing around the merchandising, that they were doing a lot of it without really asking. And to be fair, when I say that too, I will exclude Chris from that one, because I'm going to be completely direct on all of this, like I already was previously. Chris didn't do that. Chris was also kind of on autopilot himself about the merchandise. There were even pieces of merchandise that he didn't want to release that management end was trying to push for. They were running really out of control with the over-merchandising, and it was getting in the way of some of the stuff we were doing. I remember specifically one of the ones that came up was that we were being pushed to do something called Multiplayer Monday. They wanted to really streamline and format everything we're doing a lot harder. We were being told to drop series that we wanted to continue. We were being told not to play certain things. When it was a lot more fun when it was so much more casual at the start, before all of this. The thing is, Chris did want to be able to get business going through this, and he said it since the start that this was something to help him raise money so he could go do things outside of this. But it was impacting a lot, and I wish we had recorded it. I still remember the Multiplayer Monday theme song. You remember when he played it on the keyboard?
I don't.
He made the manager really
It's not going to
angry.
cheer me up, but yes,
No, I know,
remember.
but it was funny. I think it's a funny story to still share because I want to at least let people know. It's not like there weren't good times here and there. There were, but there was conflict from literally, day one, and it was always tied to business and paranoia because everybody else was already in argument. But yeah, when the Multiplayer Monday thing came up, he didn't really want to do it. Neither of us did. We wanted to just keep doing whatever we were going to be playing. And he was on his keyboard, and he just started playing 2 chords over and over again to make it sound
make
goofy.
me happy to remember, but yes, that did happen.
And then he went, ha, 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 hee, hee, hee. That's what found its way into the Mario video later on. And he said, that's the theme song to Multiplayer Monday. And all of us laughed and said, yeah, you're right. That's the theme song to Multiplayer Monday. And it made it made the manager really angry. There was a lot of pushing for intense business. But unfortunately, that was the messiest end of it. It got way too out of hand how far that was being pushed. The concept of verbal contracts, all this other stuff. It really, really got out of hand. And we hit a point of just not wanting to do the merchandise. And we made it clear we don't want to be doing this merchandise. They were still trying to get stuff made. And they presented us with a contract that was supposed to...
What are we doing?
What?
Like, why are we explaining this?
Because we're talking about what the stream was last night.
Oh, I don't remember this coming up last night, but I guess I wasn't there for all of it.
I guess not. Well, yeah. With it, they wanted to... I mean, you're probably confused, too, because we did already talk about these things, like, a while ago, too. This was not
Well, just
new.
more so I don't know how it's relevant to...
Oh.
what's
Well,
going on
that's
right
what
now.
they're really angry about. And they're also saying it's
Oh, the
all slights...
merchandising
Yes,
things?
and they're
Well,
acting like it's all slights against
The problem
Chris.
is the unfortunate thing is Chris did disagree with me.
He did.
I said specifically, I think it's wrong to advertise to children, and he was like, no, I'm going to do it. So I don't know how you get around that, like, it just is a disagreement.
Well, that's not what I was getting into, though. The thing I was just going to get into here was more so the thing that really caused the rift. The thing that really changed everything was merchandise being made even when we weren't recording anymore. And they had made a bunch of
And
stuff
they were doing it without our permission.
without, like, telling us about any of
They
it.
had signed us up for like some kind of big. They were gonna do like a remix album.
Yeah,
and they had
and like a
already,
book.
They had already recorded songs, and we were like, "You need to tell us about this kind of thing. You don't just get to use it without telling us." And they were like, "Okay, but we sunk a bunch of money into it," and it's like, "Well, you should have thought about that before doing this."
Yeah. So we were willing to at least have a conversation about all of it. In fact, that was what we both said was, can we, like, legalize this then and just figure this all out? Can
Oh, that
we
was a separate thing. Sorry,
No, that's the same thing.
that is.
Yes, that was the same thing. The book and the CD were the things that were in the contract.
I remember that being a couple years later, but
No, that's the same thing. The merchandising thing was a constant thing, if you mean that, but they kept doing stuff without, like, asking about it. But no, you know what you're thinking of? You're thinking of
The
years
call
later.
later.
Yes, that was
call.
years later.
Yeah.
That was
Well,
years
I'm
later
sorry.
when he was trying to establish a
that's
thing with
why
us,
I'm, like,
and that was when his mouth was
confused.
running really
I'm
fast.
like, why are we talking about
Yeah.
these other things? I'm sorry that I didn't understand.
No,
Maybe
it's
this was
okay.
a bad
It's okay.
idea.
No, because it did keep happening over and over again. But that was what caused the rift. That was the thing that was like the moment that caused all the problems. There were already tons of problems before that, don't get me wrong. Things at Game Grumps were not going cleanly either. And we weren't being treated very well by basically anybody for quite a while. It only slowly eventually got to a point that people were more open-minded after a while. And we did get along with some people within it. Chris was a really mixed bag. He very much saw us as workers, but there were moments where we really could have a good time together and everything. But this management end with the merchandising was really the thing that was just driving it all home. They presented a contract where they're going to give us fixed amounts of pay for the merchandise that they had produced. I actually had read a bit of it. It was $750 for each of us as fixed pay for the thumbnail book. with the stipulation being they're able to use our likenesses in perpetuity, and they can release the product as many times as they want in perpetuity. And also they're going to be seeing all the profits from it. We are not going to be seeing royalties. We're paid a little bit, tiny bit of money for them to continue doing this. It wasn't to stop the thing. That's why we were having to talk with them about this anyways. We wanted to stop. We didn't want to be a part of all this merchandising. We didn't want to be doing it. But that's not what the intention seemed to be. It seemed to be about stalling it and making it go longer. And that's the thing. Chris gave permission. Management end didn't want to show me actual sales figures or establish real numbers.
I'll give him that one. He did say you should do it, and they just didn't.
That's why I was saying, Chris, I know, was going with it because it was making him money, and he wanted to be able to function through all this, and he felt like we were just getting in the way of the thing that he was already in the midst of doing. Except he also didn't know what a lot of this stuff was anyways. He wasn't paying that much attention to it. And that was what happened with that one. I directly asked him, hey, can I see the figures for this? Because I think it makes enough sense that we should be able to see the figures on the stuff that's being sold of us. And immediately he gave permission. Yeah. Didn't even hesitate. I still was not shown anything.
I'm sorry, I can tell I'm out of it because I keep fucking up in this game.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. We both are sleep deprived the past few days anyways.
Oh, motherfucker. Yeah, I gotta start over.
But the contract...
This might be a bad idea.
What, Pikmin?
The stream.
Why?
Because I don't.
You seem to be getting stressed.
I don't think I'm
Are you
working
okay?
right. Yes, I am stressed. That's what I'm saying right now.
Okay. Do you want to play a game that would be calmer for you?
No, that's not what it is. Because this is Pikmin. This is my favorite game. This should be the easiest. I can tell. I think I'm so fucked up right now that I'm making really obvious amateur mistakes.
It's okay. I mean, it's just a game. Don't worry about it so much. It's fine. I'm sorry. I guess just to get to the end
this
of it.
Shit's been bugging me for like 10 years.
I know. Well, then can you let me talk about it?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I thought you wanted me here because you wanted me to talk.
Yeah, but what you're saying right now is it seems like you also don't want to. I don't know.
I want to, but from what I understand, there are still things that I should not say.
I mean, man, I'm trying to explain it right now. I don't know what to say to you here.
Go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
Okay. You're going to be all right?
No, but go ahead.
Okay. Well, the contract had a thing at the end that was supposed to be an NDA that's in perpetuity, and it was supposed to be with the stipulation that if we say anything that could be taken as detrimental or a criticism even of the brand, then there could be a lawsuit and everything. And it was an NDA that's supposed to be in perpetuity, and in legal terms, I can already tell you, that's going to be a little bit of a tough one to hold up in court if it actually had to go as far as that. But I knew that already. I had already worked with contracts before. It's why I didn't sign it immediately. When you're presented with a contract, it's leaned towards the advantage of the person who wrote it. You're going to need to do revisions. It's the natural
process that you go back and forth.
You go back and forth. I took out a pen. I circled it immediately. I said, what's this? This was supposed to be a thing about merchandise. Why is there an NDA snuck in here at the very end? And it's really tiny here, too. And we
blocked you for like, what, 2 weeks?
Well, a month. And also, it was a little after. It was that they acted like we came to a deal when we didn't. I thought we were going to talk about it further. We left after that. And it was only us talking to the management end about this. But that was what happened afterwards, was that they messaged me about it a few days later, and it seemed like they were trying to tell Chris like we were on board for it, when that was not how the meeting went. Julian, I think you remember. Not at all. Not even close.
No.
But
we said we were going to go to a legal advisor.
Yes, and that was what came up. Messaged me about a week later and said, like, oh, are you ready for it? And I said, like, I mean, I want to look this over first with, like, a legal advisor. And that's when I got blocked for a month. Chris was obviously out of patience and everything, too, because he just wanted us to work out, and he felt like we were being really stubborn by not just going with it. But he also wasn't picking up on where a lot of this was going and how hard it was all going. And even when he knew, he seemed a little more concerned about just getting it to go through than anything else. So he was upset with us that we also weren't just going with it either. And if you guys are going to be like, wow, so this all happened yesterday? No, try again. It happened like almost a decade ago. That's why people trying to reignite all of this recently is pretty absurd, because it's trying to make something from a decade ago keep reliving itself over and over again on loop. Things we have already discussed. We have talked about this probably like 40 times. This is not a new breakthrough. But
I'm very sorry to everybody who has already heard
it. Yeah, already heard it, so it gets to be boring for them. It gets to be a thing that's just unpleasant. That's like, this shit again? Yeah, sorry. People want to make it into a thing right now. But we didn't sign it, ultimately. We never went with it. I told them they could keep the money from the merchandise. We just don't want to be doing it anymore. There was still a desperation years later from the management end to try to get us to do it again, but we didn't do it. And with all that, very heavily, that's what I was around. Chris was still a bit of an issue within it, but that's why everyone now trying to treat this too like this. What a betrayal towards Chris. I don't even know where that's coming from anyways, because this is old discussions. We've talked about these things already. And I guess that's what I would now want to point back towards is it's really weird that we have talked about these things already. And when it was
Because
a little less clear to people, they wanted to only make it about Aaron. And when they realized it was more people, the thing I said from the start, now it's evil. Almost like there's exception cases being made. And this was always just about Ego Raptor and trying to take shots at him. We didn't have people genuinely really caring about what happened, which is why saying something happened gets people immediately against you. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Really doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's because logic coming into play. This isn't supposed to make sense. What it's supposed to be is something that looks ridiculous and overwhelming and over the top, and you're hoping to get people who might not be in the know on some of this to take your cut down version of it and now think that there's a conspiracy about Julian eating macaroni and cheese. It is absurd. All that's happening right now is not genuine. And no, there wasn't some heinous major betrayal. It was not good, things that were happening back at the time. It was pretty bad. A lot of people knew we were getting hurt during all of it too. But because also everybody was so afraid of how external end could be handling these things, it's why it was easier to just not deal with it in some cases.
Are you keeping an eye on chat? Because I'm playing the game and I haven't.
I'll look over.
I'm not saying something specific.
No, I know.
I don't know. If
It's
people
okay.
are
It's okay. It's okay.
saying
I'm looking.
important things.
I'm looking. It's okay. And yes, bunny anxiety. Absolutely. They are. They're acting like we aimed all of it at one person this time around again.
Because Oni Plays fans tend to be hyper defensive. They already know that they're into something that's a little fucked up and they feel nervous when people notice.
Yeah. No, you put it pretty well. That is part of it too. So where do things go from here? The same way they always go? If anything, that is the goofiest part of all this. Anyone who's a regular here on the website, you already knew this was going to happen. Because we already told you
We've
guys
been talking about
like 4 months ago.
Every goddamn week for years.
People knew that this was eventually going to happen again. People were going to kick this up again.
It's going to keep happening in the future.
It'll continue. It's never going to stop happening. But the thing we at least learned through it is that means don't stop going. And if people are going to try to get you hurt because you got hurt, well, what does that say then? Just keep going. Now, easier said than done, though, because then we can get back to the other thing I mentioned. We seriously had a rabid audience member come by armed,
You
hoping to
mentioned it
lure us
earlier,
outside.
but I think it bears repeating as many times as you need to say it. Somebody did try to kill us over this.
Yes.
And they specifically stated that Sleepy Cabin was the motivation. I don't think it needs to be spelled out any harder than that.
So going again? Yeah, it's the Gangstalicious episode. Gangstalicious has been shot. Everyone
Why
goes,
have we been-
again? And he goes, again.
Why have we been talking about the Boondocks so much recently?
Because we've been watching a lot of it. And also, we were watching a video that was an old Adult Swim broadcast where they were advertising that episode where he's singing, I got shot. He goes, I just got shot! And then everyone in the crowd is singing along thinking it's a part of the act.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, yeah. That did happen.
But, yeah, it's going to keep happening in the future. And I assume that's part of the reason why some people are clinging on to this so desperately, doing whatever it takes to try to get us into a position like this again. I think they're hoping for another incident where a random ass unhinged person goes out of their way like
What's
that.
What's the name for the Trump thing that he's like hoping somebody will do something? There's a specific.
There's like a term for it.
They came up with a word for the phrase for the concept of keep hinting at people until they eventually do something. And you can say, I never told them to do it.
It's been happening with some YouTubers in recent years, even. Yeah, I don't know what that would be.
I'm not responsible.
I wouldn't know what that would be, but that is what
is
kind of happening with it, yeah.
What it is now.
Three-Eyed Guy, I'll still have an announcement for the website. If anything, it's just the process got sped up here. That's why if I didn't do that stream yesterday, all of what you're seeing right now would have happened as soon as the website went live. Alongside, all the same old narratives and stories and everything, too. Any reminder that we're still around gets a lot of people furious with us and acts like we need to be hurt for still being around because we betrayed everybody by getting hurt. Simultaneously, though, hey, we're not trying to do a Mission Hill here either, where you go, Kevin's a hero because he got attacked.
Right.
That's not what this is either.
No, that's stupid.
It was a lot harder to handle at the beginning, but once again, when you got a decade going of this kind of thing, you kind of start going numb to it. Not necessarily like it's not impacting you. Oh, no, it is. But there's a numbness that starts being felt, where you go, oh, it's this again. Let me guess, you're going to do this next. Yep, there it is. It's not surprising this is happening, and that's why there is an intense desperation right now to try to make this into something way bigger. But all these things have been already talked about before, and you should probably bring that up again. Chris already told you years ago anyways that you were free to just openly talk about everything anyways.
Right.
Someone brought up even earlier in the stream saying, how many times did Chris also tell people leave them alone?
He has specifically used that phrase, leave them alone, multiple times.
Yes.
It has been multiple
Chris
times.
knows he made mistakes. We made mistakes at points too. I said it even years ago, that stream that did get archived, that I said everybody fucked up to some degree. I even said it last night too, although might have been edited out of the video. No, it's an ongoing thing. It's that people really desperately wanted to go swing at Aaron Hansen and thought that we would be great tools for that, even when during those streams we said not to do that, and we said that partially because we knew that was a big part of the problem. There's a whole weird-ass thing going on with these audiences, and it's been ongoing, and that's why
I'm glad that earlier,
no one knows how to really handle it.
I'm glad that earlier when we were on the dev stream, you were talking about the idea that, like, literally all YouTube creators are, like, terrified of their audiences.
Yeah. When Mega64 had me on, that's what they wanted to talk to me about. They were scared of their own audience.
You can see it in small ways, like how people get overly apologetic, that they go like, I'm not saying that all of these people are bad. Like, they have to phrase things like that. But way more so, you brought up the example of how everybody, literally everybody at the Game Grumps office was constantly using Rant Grumps because they're like, afraid of what's going to happen.
Of what's going to happen.
Any fucking crazy thing could happen.
Because it's not specifically, they don't like it when someone says something mean about them. They don't like it when someone says something mean that isn't like based in reality, and that it might set somebody else off going, we need to report this to the FBI, or going, I'm going to show up at their house the next day. I didn't watch a lot of Game Grumps, but I remember a video Chris had shared with me early on, was that, and I remember talking to Ross about it very briefly, but there's a video where they were at a convention, and I don't know which video this was. Like I said, I wasn't a Game Grumps watcher. I wouldn't know the video title. Maybe somebody here would know. But they were at a convention, and that people recognized them and followed them all the way back to their hotel room, and somebody was pretending to be hotel staff when they weren't.
I do remember
They kept looking
story,
outside the door, and they see them just standing outside the door, trying desperately to like be there because they want to get in. And then they even started sliding notes under the door, trying to get them to open the door. And I was at least glad they included that, because that's one of those things you probably do need to talk about and showcase. Yeah. Audiences can get really, really wild with this kind of thing. But if you're going to talk about that kind of thing, it's a lot harder for people to swallow. It shouldn't be. You know, I'll say this, recently with the Digital Circus thing, people got to see that too. It can happen. The audiences may get a little too overly obsessive and then get to this point. We had people who made a Discord group years ago, back in like 2018,
I wouldn't say
where they
that
were
was-
documenting like what we were eating.
Oh, well, hey, that's not what I was going to say.
I know it wasn't what you were going to say. What were you going to say?
I thought you were talking about the people who were trying to be predators.
No.
And that's not really obsession. They were just being opportunistic and taking advantage of the situation.
It's going to affect this 3-Eye Guide. Don't worry. That is the thing I'll say. This was the moment we were kind of waiting for, and it was going to happen no matter what we did.
For years and years, we were trying really hard to try to keep things peaceable, but unfortunately, this was always going to happen because it's a fandom that like seeks out conflict.
Yeah. That's why even in the talk about
They
it,
go
I'm
out of
not
their
being
way to
overly
make it.
hostile.
It fucking sucks.
It was just going to happen no matter what. If there is any indication that something might have gone astray, people will do that. It's why a lot of trying to convince yourself of something too. Somebody going, I mean, haven't you and Julian noticed that if everything's going wrong for you, then maybe it's you? You know who brought that up to me? The first person who brought that up to me as a concept?
Yes.
Chris.
Yeah, he did.
Because Chris was having that happen to him. And likewise, you're seeing comments from people also going, why does this keep happening to Chris? How do you say it to one person when you don't pick it up on the other one either? Because you're making exception cases, because you have biases for the content that you watch. Everybody here was a human being, and everybody made mistakes, and really bad decisions were being made because nobody even really fully knew what they were doing. What is YouTube even? How does the algorithm even work? It changes every fucking week. What is professionalism when it comes to YouTube? What is it even supposed to look like? It's not a standard profession. In fact, at this point, professionalism on YouTube seems to be something like going out and like attacking another YouTuber on the street for your own videos. It was a whole mess to begin with. And that's why a lot of things went as sour as they did, and why we didn't want to get ourselves tangled up in it again. But walking away from it made people furious with us. Indicating anything happened made people furious with us.
I wish we hadn't done it to begin with.
No, I kind of wish we didn't either. I did mention that before. Somebody even asked during the other stream, if there was something you could go back and tell yourself, what would it be? And I would have just told myself, don't do any of this. Just don't. I know some people are even getting, you'd be nowhere without Chris. Actually, that's the thing. I was busting my ass trying
Tough
to do...
Bippy was already blowing up before you were even on the channel.
Yeah, and now it gets to be linked into all of this, and it's seen as a YouTuber thing. It's why I was intentionally trying to never name drop our projects in any videos we were in.
I'm very sorry that I'm going to come off extremely intense tonight in general. This subject triggers me beyond anything else. Dee Dee has had to put up with that for all this time that I will go ballistic.
I've been trying to keep
Just at the
calm,
mere
but
at the mere
can't.
mention of Oni Plays, I get so fucking angry that I can't think straight. And
it was why I even spoke about Dream Daddy. It was a thing that you felt like we really just needed to at that point. And the same goes with a lot of this too. I know it's stuff that really gets to you. And it really does. It used to be a lot more intense in the past. Busy Orc, it's what we were already doing, taking all the abuse and just being in a miserable state. That was what was kind of just, paved out for us. That's just where we're supposed to be at. We're going to keep doing what we can anyways, and it's not like we're going to budge on what reality was. That's why if people really do want to go back between these things, you can see consistent through lines and everything. People just liked it when they wanted to pretend it was all just Ego Raptor alone. Rather than, no, he made mistakes and everybody else did. The thing that I said already, years and years and years ago. It's just, once again, if people have just decided you're not allowed to be heard and your voice is worthless, then it's just going to be worthless. The stream on Twitch was pretty goofy, because it was people, we would call out things they were going to do, and then they were just in the middle of doing it as we were calling it out. I know what this already looks like, especially when we already had a lot of people around us obsessed with kiwi farms and obsessed with cringe culture and all this other stuff. I already know what this whole flow chart looks like. I already know how people address and handle these things. I already know how people sometimes exaggerate stories or try to make something seem so much worse because somebody was willing to be honest about something. I already get all that. The winning move, like I said even earlier today, was to not play the game to begin with. And we didn't know until it was already too late. We got out of there within about 2 years. But really, we should have gotten down there within like a month. And it is pretty fucked up that a job that you took temporarily for a couple of years has to be the thing that basically ruins your entire life because it was attached to internet. And specifically, a lot of the nastiest side of the internet really taking focus on it. But that's where it's at. That's why everybody already was moving on to a degree, but still getting bothered on occasion. People would still bring this kind of thing up. No, I didn't like that Chris was trying to act as if we dropped the ball and everything was our fault with that Eek finale. Simultaneously, I know why he's doing it, because there's an audience like this around him, and he doesn't want to have any kind of moment of weakness. I also wasn't supposed to tell people that he asked us that we wanted to record, because he was nervous about how that was going to look. It shouldn't have to be a thing that you worry about, and I remember it's a thing I was even trying to insist to him over and over again in the past. You shouldn't have to get so caught up on this kind of thing with crowds like this. When I did that Mega 64 podcast, they were really getting into so much of this about how much they kind of fear their own audience and they don't know how to address it. Well, that's kind of the issue. You can't. If you want to be fully honest here, you can't when it comes to internet material specifically. You just can't. It's going to go the way that it does, and it will rarely match up with reality. It may very slightly resemble it. There's bits and pieces mixed in, you know, half-truths, but you're not going to get the full real deal coming off of that.
Poor guy. He's dead.
But it's why on our own ends, we were also willing to just be open about things the entire time anyhow, even if it was to our detriment. And yeah, that doesn't go over well. That's why, once again, it's treated like we betrayed somebody by just being upfront about what happened and even saying, too, we understand that there's people who are not going to like us, and you don't have to be here if you like somebody else and you never liked us. If anything,
it should be that easy. It really should.
It should be.
That just if they're not into us, they don't have to follow. And we begged people for fucking years. We begged people for so many years, hey, if you're not into this, you don't have to force it. I'm trying really hard to stay calm. I'm sorry. It puts you through a lot to have been holding on to it for so long, and then to finally be able to say it.
I mean, I was warning you about that for years as well.
You were.
That just because you feel like you haven't gotten to say enough, when you do it, it's not like it's going to make you feel better.
It makes me feel better in a sense, but I understand what you're saying. Where did the other guys go?
But it's why I even said it yesterday, too. All these people would be a lot happier if you guys didn't, like, make this into so much of a thing that you keep acting like we are specifically Oni Plays. We're not. It's in the name of the channel, actually. It's very easy to spot that. It's called Oni Plays. That's not us, is that? I know we were on there for a while, but we're getting into the territory now of that channel's been running for what, like 12 years or something? So about 1.5 years to almost 2 years out of that is not actually that long of a run, is it? And yet it's still treated like that's the only thing we're allowed to be. And that doesn't mean people have to make room for the things we do. No, I very openly talked about that yesterday. Once again, might have been cut out from the video. I'm not sure. But no, I very openly said, if people think that I'm whiny and I deserve all this, you know, go ahead. That's fine. I know what happened, though, and we're going to know our own situation better than other people do. Especially when a lot of these things, it's not like there was a camera rolling. It's not like they're going to be, like, heavily documented in, like, all these different forums. Some of it is. That's why I was saying a lot of that I've still held on to if it really had to get to a point like that.
Oh, no. Ah, motherfucker.
But no, I wouldn't resent anybody for not wanting to watch us because, you know, this is a thing.
That's not how it should be, that one person has literally the entire world as their audience.
No.
There needs to be diversity. There needs to be lots and lots of different people doing lots of different things. I know where everybody is.
Did you just say diversity? I can't do it. I wanted to do the Tim Robinson noise where he goes, ah.
He sticks out his chin.
You sure about that? Ah.
Why would anybody be against diversity? Why would that be a problem? I can't imagine.
It's unfortunate. Three-eyed guy, that is part of it too. Part of the reason that a lot of people don't want to be too fully open about what they feel, on like politics, for example, is because, yes, they're afraid of an audience lashing out about that or leaving. Julian talked about that in his post from like a decade ago. I always quote it, the thing about you can't sell a t-shirt. If you start putting too much of yourself out there, how are you going to sell a t-shirt? You're going to now push away maybe half of your audience because they don't agree with you on something. Why do you think some people remain in the closet?
Yeah. It's a good example because that's not a... That's a thing that should be, like, sympathetic.
But at this point, we know every detail of this. It's an effort being made by Kiwi Farms at the moment, and it's because they want to defend who they also think is, you know, the big, cool, like...
Power guy, one might say.
Yeah. Simultaneously, that guy has been telling people for years here, hey, leave them alone already and just let everybody move on from this. He wanted to move on from it. We wanted to move on from it. He was able to talk about things, even if he had to sometimes, like, vague post it through his videos. He still was talking about these things through it, too. We already talked about things, and we were fine to move on, and it's just people have never wanted us to move on. At least with a lot of other people, they were given some room after things, or at least had something kind of prior to things, but with us, yeah, it's true. Most people only knew us through this, and that's why some people will go, you got your audience through this. No, we had somebody else's audience looking at us through it, an audience who already did not like who we were. It's not the same thing, no.
I feel like it should be obvious. And that's what kind of thing makes me feel like, okay, people are being disingenuous.
Wampulator, yes, Werema is probably doing a good job with this too, because Werema is part of the reason things started getting calmer on streams. We didn't have moderation.
Yeah, we didn't have a moderator for many years.
And by the way, oh sure, it was our best turnout in terms of numbers, and it was a hellscape. If you were trans and you were in the chat, someone was going to go after you. That Discord group I mentioned, they were going after people in the chat. When there's been raid attempts, they go after random people who also come by these streams too. And some people are even just mentioning that by getting any additional context on that video, now they have a bunch of weirdos leaving comments all over their page threatening them and lashing out at them. This is not a serious actual issue to people right now. This is not them actually concerned about what just happened or really seriously seeing it as a big betrayal. It's the demand to try to make this into a problem because we threw a wrench into their narrative. That was also why when I did my second stream to close everything out back at the time when our friends were encouraging us to just get offline because we were going to get hurt. When I did that, I also did mention, you know, a lot of this in there. And it was brushed aside and re-uploaded with heinous comments all over the fucking place because that was the idea. No one cares that we got hurt. They never did. And the only reason anyone wanted to go with any of this is when they were hoping so desperately it had to be about Game Grumps, because of course this has to come back to some stupid thing about Game Grumps. I don't know what's up people's ass on that one, to be fair. I wasn't watching Game Grumps actively. I don't know what some of these audiences looked like fully prior either. But when we were starting to see stuff like Shadman coming around, that was a really strong...
Should be a bigger problem than Aaron is kind of annoying sometimes.
Yes. A lot happened.
Aaron is bad at video games. That's worse than being a Nazi.
It's a whole thing within itself, so... So, I'm sorry to everybody on this, too. I'm sorry that game dev stream had to be impacted tonight. I'm sorry a lot of these things had to go the way that they did.
It's better that I did stream today.
No, it is. And you got work done. I'm a little bummed out on my own end because I had only just woken up with all this happening. But like I said, before I even went to bed, I already was talking to people, so...
I mean, you don't get any rest days.
No, I don't.
You already know that. You've been talking about it for years.
And with people saying Werema must be doing a good job right now, Werema was downright, like, horrified the first few days they were a moderator, not even realizing just how bad the stuff that doesn't go through really is. On Twitch, on YouTube, because there's the auto mod and everything. Some of that they don't even have to do, they just get to see what the messages were. The worst things you could imagine being said got said, and very frequently. Threats have never died down. They've never stopped. I know people would even want to be dismissive in their, typical internet fashion where you pretend to not be causing problems while you know you are, and you're just hoping to dupe somebody through it by refusing to just be honest. But no, not threats, just being words. Once again, mapping out where our apartment was and trying to get people to go there and say if something happened. Yeah, I know what you're hinting at. The same sort of idea, too, with a lot of these other elements. Chris was getting frustrated with us through a lot of it, too, because this was keeping up and was feeling like this is our fault and we should be getting hurt sometimes. But I also, like I said, know that it's also coming off the pressures of this kind of thing, and you don't want to be on the receiving end yourself. None of these guys
I do
did.
remember him saying multiple times that he didn't understand why we got it worse than he did.
Yeah, he did. He indicated that often. And while
unfortunately, we're minorities.
It's
you're gay, and I'm gay and brown.
It's just the way that it is. It's unfortunate. Some people get to be treated more as exception cases than others. And sometimes you can just be designated for a spot of you're just not going to be heard. That's why it's goofy, too, some people trying to do the get therapy thing, where it's like, hey, therapy doesn't prevent someone from coming by with a gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can call us crazy as much as you guys want to, but simultaneously, this obsessiveness, especially when it went as far as that, is significantly more crazy. The same idea of being around a lot of... Anyways, the same idea...
no.
Oh, shit.
No.
Okay.
Not allowed.
Can we clip that? Can we clip that right now? Let's get that out of there.
Disagrees. People should get
cut that. Cut that. Streisand effect. No. With all of it as a thing too. Yeah, it's always been really rotten with all that. It's always been an unfortunate thing. I don't know how it could ever change. I don't know how we could ever really fully move forward. And because we're around a lot of people who are paranoid about these crowds too, they became paranoid about each other. I'll go back and saying it again. Stamper directly said how he had a blackmail folder on his friends and everything. So why do you think these guys are terrified of each other too? A lot of these guys weren't fully trusting each other, and there was tension since the start, far before we came into any of this too. We didn't really get anyone to fight each other. We kind of got tangled up in a lot of the messes that were already there, and a lot of it, if you want to really get to the root of it, it's the fear of these crowds. It's the fear of these audiences. Everyone is so fucking terrified about their reputations and losing the people who would be there. And that's why once again, right now, getting messages like that where people are now, like, acting really goddamn, like, threatening and overwhelming about something like this, where it's so minor, especially when it has been discussed for years already. It's not even new. But we knew this was going to happen, like I said. We talked about this actually 4 months ago, that as soon as I post a video about, hey, the website is up, because I don't have the video section up yet. Yeah, we're going to get dogpiled like fucking crazy. The person making that tweet, there were so many people like fucking livid, lashing out at anybody there to, stand up for the honor of these plushes being released or whatever, when, man, you don't even know this. Julian's post there is from a decade ago. Oh, wait, no, some of you do know that. Oh, okay. Jesus Christ, so just, it's going to keep going, huh? It's been a decade. Yeah, it will. Some of the stuff that people, some of the people who are mad at Aaron are mad at things that happened, like, seriously 15 to 20 years ago. If it isn't clear at this point, really unstable people obsess about these things. And they're a lot scarier sometimes than the people that they're obsessing about. That's why you can get someone driving out with a gun. And by the way, what they would say is, they're just contributing to, like, the drama. Haha. It's kind of like Christine Chandler or whatever, right? Haha. This is my character I'm
They
playing.
wouldn't say
I'll
Christine.
This is my character. I'll be known as the Gunman. Haha, because I came by with a gun. People really start losing grasp with reality through that, and that's how you get something like going back to now. You can bring it full circle to the title of the screen. Screen, I said. Stream. Sorry.
Macaroni.
The Macaroni Incident.
You re-explain, because I saw earlier somebody did
The Macaroni Incident. No, it's why I made it
Yeah.
vague intentionally.
Yeah.
Julian mentioned his macaroni and cheese that he ate earlier today upset his stomach because he's lactose intolerant. And immediately on the comment section of the re-upload of like the edited down re-upload of the stream last night, the one that Kiwi Farms is trying to hover right now, they were trying to insist that Julian mentioning his macaroni and cheese is him side baiting or whatever the fuck, as if that was supposed to be like some hidden message that he sent, which is really fun. It reminds me of like the spelling bee, the clip I mentioned before where the kid goes, "Do the chickens have large talons?" And nobody there knows that he's referencing Napoleon Dynamite, so you hear everyone go, "What? Well, huh?" And one of the judges goes, "We'll check on that." And then he just kind of shakes his head and answers. And afterwards, you even hear like one of the commentators for the event go, "Huh, some kind of like secret message there." He was referencing Napoleon Dynamite. It's why the stream earlier was really goofy. They were in real time, like throwing tantrums in the comment section of that video in response to Julian's game dev stream, just on the spot, getting mad about like every last thing being said and insisting everything is some kind of conspiracy. These people are completely far gone, if that wasn't clear. Keep in mind, too, people didn't know that about Kiwi Farms. That was originally a whole website dedicated to the Sonichu stuff. They ended up getting to take the quickie and everything, and they were going from there. Then it got to be married to Gamergate stuff, which is why Zoe Quinn was somebody they were obsessing about so much. Do you want me to get into it further? Okay, Mr. Medicare, the reason you see a lot of people in a modern setting being so thrilled about him is because he was a major voice for Gamergate back in the day, that he originally went as Internet Aristocrat, and then he changed himself and rebranded later on. And the reason he got so angry about Gamergate by the
I
end
didn't know those
is
were
because
the same person.
You're thinking of Internet Historian. That's a different person.
No, I heard of.
You knew Internet Aristocrat?
No, I didn't know him.
Oh.
But, like, I had heard that name.
Yeah, that's Medicare. That was his old name that he went by.
Okay.
During Gamergate, he was doing that. And he was really angry because by the end of it, wouldn't you know it, people were talking about video games. And that he got angry doing a last video saying, like, you know, we have to fight extremism with extremism. And quoting, you know, stuff from World War II Germany and everything. But making it very, very clear, this was never about video games. These were a bunch of fucking, like, nut jobs that just wanted to get, like, pure hatred to come through. And they figured, you know, if nerd culture is becoming mainstream and it's a really malleable area to take advantage of, because look at this, people are being open-minded about Gone Home. Well, maybe we can make them go the other way. How about Gone Homo? Suck on that. But don't suck on it. It'll make me... I'm going to cover my eyes. Don't you dare suck on things. It's a whole ridiculous thing that came up with that, too. Like I said, I'm well-versed in all this. I was around enough people during all of it, and it was why, even in the past, I was making my distance from some of these crowds. And that's why we can get to the final component, why some people are getting angry about this. They do know that. They know I'm not in approval of a lot of these things, and they're very upset about that, too. But don't worry, I'm going to continue feeling that way. If anything, you made a stronger case for why this stuff is ridiculous. It doesn't seem like anyone has grown in the span of time of, like, 16 years here, really. But that's where it's at right now. Expect them to latch on to shit for probably the next half year, I'm gonna say. We're gonna continue streaming anyways. No, this is not going to put us into a position to be fearful that we're not going to talk about things on stream, or that we're gonna be in a spot to now say, you know what, let's go back on that trans rights thing. I had enough people being mean to me online that I don't want them to be mean to me, so I'll say that trans people should be hurt. No, fuck that. There's nothing wrong with trans rights. I get it. A bunch of people are really worried about, you know, winning this, like, power, like, tug-of-war at the moment over culture. But, no, we have absolutely no issue with people, you know, having their identity and being themselves. Obviously. But that's what's going to be happening. I'm sorry about that, everybody. They were also, by the way, keep this in mind, everyone in the chat right now, they are screenshotting all of you. They're trying to insist that they stumbled on like a secret, a big, deep conspiratorial secret, of course, because I never heard of this website and I'm really obsessive. So if I didn't hear about it, but as they were cradling themselves, rocking back and forth, looking like that one image where the person's hair is like a mess and thinning out and everything, and that they have huge bags under their eyes, as they were doing that, yeah, they were acting like we actually had a secret horrible thing going on here, and they caught evidence of it. Which I would assume to mean somebody said trans rights or somebody said something negative about a billionaire in the chat. And tisk tisk, guys. Why would you be saying bad things about billionaires? For shame. Yeah, they're going to be doing whatever it fucking takes, like I said, for the next few weeks here. It's not going to be a day. It's not going to end after today either. They're going to keep it going. And we're going to keep going anyways, because this is stupid. But that's why we're seeing a lot of this right now. But hey, guys over on Kiwi Farms, I hope you at least enjoyed watching all the GamePro stuff, because it's pretty fun to look back on. There's a lot of really interesting history that comes through video games and everything. I know the GamePro agenda is a bit of a scary one, but... Hi, Mom and Dad, I'm on TV. Smile for the camera. Cheese. It's going to be a whole thing. Just keep this in mind, too, because I know you're all now posting trans rights. That is going to get them angry, but that's going to make them double down on anyone who's saying it right now even harder, because they also feel like sometimes when somebody is now designated to be a bad person, they're just hiding behind that now. No, we were getting a hard time for this since the start that we were open-minded about any of this. Man, I fucking remember having people mad at me that I donated to Games Done Quick back at the time.
Because of the, what the fuck was it?
No, it's not the thing you're thinking of.
Oh.
It's more so because it's just Games Done Quick.
What's the one I'm thinking of, then? Where it was like a race thing.
Oh, a race thing?
That it was like Antifa or some shit like that. That somebody was like mad. I'm surprised you don't remember this. It was like a huge deal.
There's been so much of it.
We lost people on Patreon and stuff.
Oh, that was more so. That was during Pride Month.
Yeah, that's even a separate thing.
Yes.
You donated to a charity that was about like protesters getting locked up.
Oh, yeah, and they were saying you donate...
He's enabling black criminals.
And that it then turned into, that's a fake organization. It wasn't even real. Why would you want to go with someone who donates to, like, organizations that are, like, scamming people? I don't know. Why did you all donate to Sam Hyde? It's not a serious thing within that one either. It's just as simple as, how dare you say things that are positive about this? That's why everyone was lashing out at Mina. They donated to the NAACP, and people were trying to bring that up and get really fucking mad at them for it.
Right. It's a good example.
Which, by the way, when people try to showcase their evidence or their gotchas in some cases, it is something stupid like that. Somebody is open-minded about something, and that's supposed to be the gotcha. Being direct about things is a gotcha. You're supposed to lie to everybody. Why were these two talking about things openly and honestly? You're supposed to lie about everything. Because I don't want to. Neither of us ever wanted to. It was why we were distancing from a lot of this, because this was clearly not the right environment for us. But, welcome back, everybody. I know a lot of you are still in, like, a time capsule from, like, a decade ago, but hopefully you'll be able to catch up with the present. For example, Tumblr, the porn got banned on there actually a very long time ago. Did you know that NeoGAF is actually not a website anyone really uses anymore and hasn't been for a long time now?
Oh, it didn't work.
Hopefully you'll eventually live a little more in the present. But this whole thing trying to now force this into the ultimate betrayal or whatever, no, we've talked about these things, and Julian even just mentioned it. Chris told him that he was allowed to talk about these things openly anyways, like years ago. Like, seriously, what? Was it like in 2019 or something? 2020 that he told you that? Very long time ago here.
Yeah.
He wanted us to talk about other
people. I would
people.
assume 19. That seems like it would be like a pre-COVID thing.
Yeah, he was constantly telling me to talk about other people too.
Sorry. I have to move.
He wanted me to openly talk about the people that he disliked because he felt like he would like get more blowback if it were more on his own end. Like we're talking about this stuff and had talked about this stuff because we're already given that openness anyways. And once again, everyone does want to move ahead from it. But no, crowds are not going to let that happen. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be straightforward. It's going to be a whole thing. And just brace for it, because like I said, we knew this was coming. We just didn't know what day it would be, but here it is.
And I don't know how bad it's going to get.
I don't know either. We're probably going to have someone try to come out again. That part, I can't deny. We probably are going to have somebody try to come out again with like a gun. I wouldn't be doubtful on that one. They're trying to do it back in LA. And if we hadn't moved so many times, they would have probably gotten to us last time. But we've moved a lot. It's
We're just going to have to keep moving.
It's part of the reason why, I mean, we are at a spot that we barely can even live anymore because we still are catching up.
Yeah, but we wanted to buy a house at one point. It just probably means we're never going to be able to.
No, I don't think we're ever going to be able to live comfortably. I don't think we can ever just be seated in a position and just do what we were trying to do this whole time. You were in the middle of working during that stream. I think that's something kind of awkward about it, too.
I agree. I do
The
agree.
narrative's supposed to be there was no such thing as trick or treat, and now here you are working on it.
That's partially why I said, like, I'm glad I was working at the time.
That stream is really awkward because it shatters a narrative really hard.
And now it has to be part of the narrative.
Yeah. No, it'll be repurposed. It'll be treated as something bad anyways. Yeah, that's true too. People from Kiwi Farms, I was mentioning this even with like, if you fucking hate our guts and you want nothing to do with us, it's easy enough to just do that. If you want to go back and relive the better times, go ahead and do so. Like, those old videos are still there and everything. It's what I was even telling people during it. Once again, I don't know if that uploader cut that part out, but I did even say during that stream, hey, but don't just, like, be in this position now that you're not going to watch any of these guys or you feel like it's all been soiled and ruined for you. None of this is new information anyways, and also, it shouldn't have to soil it for you if you're already kind of taking in as entertainment. If you're being amused by their antics and where they're at right now, just keep watching it. There shouldn't be a thing that pushes you away. I'm not in a position where I would go, okay, Chris is never allowed to do anything again or something. No. I don't feel that way about, like, any of them.
In general, when people do bad things, they should be given a chance to actually rehabilitate. I do believe in the idea that, like, if somebody can be a good person still and somebody can change their ways, and they don't get that chance if they're dead.
But then it means the narrative could be ongoing.
Yeah. I mean, that's the unfortunate part of this idea. Is also just, what do you do when you find a person who is not interested in being better? And I don't have an answer for that. Yeah, this is the last thing on the map. Shouldn't have waited until last.
After the stream, I'm still going to be talking to some of the people I was already talking to yesterday. It's this weird thing again. Disappointment's not the word for it. I don't know what I would call it. I fully expected something to happen. I even planned for it, and I was completely right. But simultaneously, still just not being really happy about it. Not angry. No, it's not pissing me off or anything. Because once again, when you know it's coming, it makes it a little bit harder to feel that. But more so, just the fact that it was so directly matching almost everything that I already was even saying during that stream.
Your predictions are usually on point.
Enough so that it probably was good that I talked to people ahead of time here. After the stream, like I said, I'm going to get back to it with them. They're in a different time zone from me, so I would imagine... Actually, I think one of them isn't. But... We'll see how that'll all go, too. But...
I don't have to redo this again.
Yeah, this is a... rotten thing. If the ultimate evil here it really is, you're not allowed to just be open about things because that means you're blaming everybody and that you think you're so much better. I said that yesterday too, that's what people want to take it as. People want to make it into whatever is convenient to just not have to hear it. And I think there's a reason why you need to give leans to something like that and also chop out almost everything from a really long stream down to 40 minutes like that too. You needed to give it a lean. Why do you think all those commentary channels were doing videos in recent years too, trying to recontextualize when we talked about stuff? Trying to really make it into only a thing about Aaron. And then I get to have people getting mad at me now because they didn't pay enough attention to the fact that I said Aaron didn't do all of it, and I said it repeatedly at the time. And these guys truthfully know that too. They know that this involved all three of these channels, Super Mega, Oni Plays, and Game Grumps. It wasn't just one, and I said that since the start. I even said Aaron did the least of it. That doesn't mean he didn't do anything. It just means he did the least. It's a rough spot to be in where the expectation is that you have to shut your mouth and let everyone else just kind of like recontextualize your life and say how you trying to step away from these things makes you into a villain. But if you acknowledge why you step away from them, you're a villain again. I'm a villain no matter what. I got it. I want to make my games now. I want to keep making stuff. I don't want to be in a position where it's just, no, you're not allowed to. You're stitched onto these people. You're not allowed to. And that is how it feels.
Yeah.
People have very forcibly tried to sew us onto these people. It's why that comment I just read earlier, somebody acting like, seriously, I'm not allowed to be my own individual. And because I got hurt by somebody, I'm really evil for that, because that person is why anyone ever saw us. Well, that visibility is also why we got hurt in a lot of cases, too. This was not our environment. People knew that, and they picked up on it in a lot of cases at the time, too. It's why we were only there for about a month, and we were already seeing people lashing out pretty hard. And that doesn't mean you stop watching it if you like it. Feel free to keep watching their channel. It's probably better suited for you than it would be over here. I said it during that stream yesterday, too. Once again, I don't know if that got chopped out, but I did say that, too. I even kept saying over and over again, I know I made mistakes, too. But I think that's a frustrating thing to people when they're already trying to insist that you're full of yourself or whatever, where you go, and look at that. You think you're being humble now by saying you made mistakes? Okay, I didn't make any mistakes. Oh, look at you now! Being full of yourself because you said you didn't make mistakes? Okay, abortions for some and not for others.
Tiny American flags. Get the quote right.
Sorry, it was American flags.
Why?
It wasn't abortions.
You're messing up.
I messed it up. I messed up the Simpsons quote.
Simpsons
Shit,
quote.
it wasn't abortions. It was tiny American flags.
No, it was. It was abortions for some, tiny American flags
That's what it
for
was.
Others.
God damn it. Sorry. I haven't seen that episode in like 5 years.
It's a funny episode.
It is a funny episode, but I haven't seen it in like 5 years. Sorry, I did goof it up. I goofed up the Simpsons quote. Everything's over. Sign of mental illness right there. Don't even remember the Simpsons correctly.
Yeah. Sign of mental illness.
I mean, that's why I could joke about this stuff. We recognize it's absurd. Yeah. None of this is genuine right now. Yeah. And sometimes that's all you really can have, considering it is a circumstance that's supposed to be forcibly life-ruining. Adam, where is your email address? Because I've noticed that depending on what website you're using for emails, sometimes this domain ends up in spam folders or doesn't even seem to reach people. Because there are people who consistently say they get the email every time, like, immediately.
Yeah, it's true. People will show up and say, hey, I got here, I'm here from the email.
Yeah. Because that might be part of it.
So it definitely works for some people.
But we'll see where this continues to go, and if this is supposed to be a thing of, okay, you're the ultimate enemy now because you didn't have a good time with my favorite creators or something. One, reassess yourself, my guy, seriously. By the way, I threw in the my guy there because I know I know that's a phrase that annoys people.
This shit happened.
I don't like it as a phrase either.
This shit happened before you noticed. It's always been this case.
Yes.
This didn't magically just retroactively make stuff happen 10 years ago.
No.
That's not how it works.
No. But sorry about this, everybody, because yeah, the website had been pretty cool, calm, and collected. When we first started.
And who knows? Maybe that's why this ended up happening. I guess I shouldn't say that because it started. With
I would assume that's why they're trying to act like it was
tweet,
like it was a hug box, also paired up with. Which, by the way, funny enough, that YouTube comment section is.
I still wish I could have a hug box.
A box you could hug,
or
a box that hugs you.
That's literally what it is. No, wait, it's not 10. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I use pillows instead.
But we knew this was coming. We saw it all coming. You guys have seen in the past how often they were trying to make raids happen, even last year. And with that, the angle of why we were sinister villains there was because we said things critical of Elon Musk, and we said positive things about trans people. It's weird how there's always a new angle of how we're the big villains. That's lolcow territory, I'm pretty sure, though. Because look at this. You're, responding and, laughing at people for lying and recognizing that they're exaggerating a situation. No. That's not what it is. You're making things up again. Actually, he's, really scared right now. It was really insane getting to watch that happen in real time during the game dev stream tonight. The fact that... I can't stress it enough, guys. That's why it's the title of this stream. Julian said eating some macaroni upset his stomach, and immediately somebody tried to say it was him trying to,
I'm gonna have a lot more than a tummy ache soon.
And that that's secret phrasing. He's referring to suicide, and he's trying to scare people about it. They're fucking desperate. They're desperate as hell to make this into the end of the world. But if you guys were wondering why dog piles happen to happen around this channel a lot, it's because they did since the start.
You don't have to say channel anymore. You're not on YouTube.
I guess that's true. I don't know. I say it because I shouldn't have said channel. I probably should have broadened it a bit more even. It's why sometimes I've been pointing out the Newgrounds connection, because Game Grumps is connected to Newgrounds too.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned that earlier.
That's why I said sometimes Chris and Aaron acted very similarly, and if anything, it's why I always knew they could have been friends again even.
They're a product of the same community.
Aaron was trying to do a lot for Chris. Even if we were having a rotten time here and there, he was doing a lot for Chris.
He got him his visa and everything.
Yeah, he was letting him live there and everything. He was trying to help promote his channel and everything. He did do things for him. On our own end, we were literally, who the fuck are those two? I understand even for a brief period of time why they were getting upset about us being there. But he also got us put back on pay. We abruptly had a switch-up happen with a new editor coming in, and nobody was really talked to about it when it happened. And because of that, we also got told very directly now we're not going to be paid to do anything for recordings, and it's going to be back to being paid for, thumbnails and just Uber rides. And Aaron had a meeting with all of us and said that that's not allowed, and that's not cool, and that we need to actually get this established and got us put back on pay. Yes, he also had moments of doing things that contributed to some of the harm, too. He wasn't paying a lot of attention. Yeah, everybody there was completely intimidated by him and wouldn't have conversations with him because he would also act in an intimidating manner. He would go out of his way to sit people down. He did it about us at one point that he sat down a few different artists. But that's why I said he did the least of it, because he was not paying attention to a lot of this. It is why a lot of the harm could come through as well. That's why a lot of these messes were happening. He wasn't being very responsible when it came to some of this. But he is also trapped in a weird spot himself, because so was Chris. So were the Super Mega guys. So was everybody here, like I said. You have a crowd hovering around all this, really wanting to see the worst happen to all of these people.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, people said that Aaron Hansen was their guy. Remember everyone trying to back him up and get him on the tester or whatever? That was some great victory for the internet? Oh, now it's moved. And that's why now Aaron is uncool. And it's like Toy Story saying, I don't want to play with you anymore. And they're dropping him in slow motion on the floor and moving on. And now he's an enemy to everybody because he's not cool anymore. So you can do whatever you want to. Except no, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. But that's how these things go. Internet audiences are ready to pounce when they feel like the moment is kind of right and they're not being given what they want out of something anymore. Everyone is desperate. Everyone is scared. Everybody is paranoid working within all of this. And that's why I can't be surprised that people get themselves put into weird, like, spots, positions, decision-making. But that was why a lot ended up happening, you know, the way that it did. And yes, it hurt us immensely back at the time. To ridiculous lengths and amounts. And some people having to operate purely on survival instinct to go, listen, it's either I do something here and now both of us get hurt, or you just get hurt, but at least I can survive. A lot of that happening too. Chris found himself in the middle of a lot of that, and to be fair, off of like Sleepy Cabin and a lot of the past and everything, I can't be surprised why he ended up there. You had a crowd of people who were pretty unhinged. You had a lot of people wanting to see a lot of genuine harm come about. You also were bringing somebody like Shadman around and normalizing the idea of like survival and the fittest of everything. Yeah, it was going to be a hard one to be able to kind of move ahead from. The longer you double down on that kind of thing, the messier it's going to get.
I forgot there's no map.
I'm not surprised that he has a lot of that fear around his own end and that he's been trying to prioritize just keeping himself safe through it all, which also means sometimes, yeah, letting other people get hurt. But even if he could still throw shade at us on occasion, even if he was still putting us down and getting people to lash out at us, even by the end of all of it, he did tell people, just leave us alone already, repeatedly. On our own end, we've been repeatedly also asking people, hey, let us move on. So considering that both ends were pretty mutual on that one, yeah, how about that then? I think that's the desperation right now, is to try to make it into something bigger though. People know now that they're worried about their reputations, and now it's a moment of, can we make this hurt then towards reputations? Can we do something to make this into a problem? Because going back to what happened with the original Dream Daddy incident, it was a Rant Grumps post that specifically got a lot of it blowing up. Yeah. And it was the thing that Aaron saw that set him off and got him really insecure. That it found its way over to the Game Grumps subreddit off of the Rant Grumps subreddit, the same person posting it. Audiences creating all this fear is a great way to get creators sometimes to throw each other under out of desperation. And if to you guys throwing everyone under right now was just saying directly what happened, a conversation we've already had for years now and people already knew all of it and none of it was really new details, then obviously it's not coming from a very genuine place. The intent was to do harm. The whole point of all of this was to cause a disruption and to make harm take place. But now people remember we're around. So it is going to be messy over here for a while. Sorry about that one. We're still going to be doing Wii Wednesday. We'll still be doing PlayStation Fridays. Thing is, when it's our own website, it's a lot easier to even spot this kind of thing. We have not made any big posts anywhere about this website yet. So when there's a bunch of new people who show up in one day, I wonder where they're coming from. And funnily enough, for the Kiwi Farm side of it, we know when people are coming by anyways, because already Webhost indicates to me what websites people are kind of coming off of. I knew that happened with Dominoid as well when it came out. And by the way, yeah, why do you think people were lashing out when Dominoid went up? No, there's been a thing here wanting to continue to make problems for us. We're mentally ill or whatever. By the way, please ignore that Shadman in the corner over there. It's going to be a thing. It'll keep on. And we're going to keep on anyways, at least as long as we can. The most we can hope for right now is that someone's not going to come out with a gun again.
It would be nice if everybody could just go their separate ways peacefully.
Yeah, it would be. It's all anyone ever wanted for about a decade here anyways.
Anyway, what were you going to say?
Oh, someone just said, when's Dreamcast Drew's Day? I I mean, we were doing the Sega Genesis Sunday, but even then, we haven't done it in a bit. Dreamcast would be fun to do again. I do like Dreamcast. Could just be Sega Sunday, and then we just do like Saturn or Dreamcast or Genesis.
That's not a bad idea.
Don't have a Saturn stream layout yet, though. And I do need to make one sometime soon. We want to play Vampire Savior. It'd be fun to do. Sorry, is that bad to be talking about the things that we're doing when people kind of want us to be shut down right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, that might be in poor taste to be talking about the things like they kind of are the same that they always have been, and that we're just, you know,
it's fucking frustrating. But I guess we'll see what happens. I don't know how intense the backlash is going to be right now.
It's going to be bad.
I'm not interested in backing down.
No, I'm not either.
If this is what kills me, then that's what it has to be. That fucking sucks.
But at the same time, we both did know this.
I'm not gonna, take it back.
As we were getting hurt even back in like 2016, 2017, we
That's
knew
why we decided to try to downplay it, to not talk about it much.
And even then we did. We still eventually went into everything. I think that's why the stream yesterday is a weird one. None of it was new.
Yeah.
Sometimes we do Monday streams, not always. Once again, we're trying to juggle a lot right now. Julian does game development streams every Tuesday and Thursday, and has been for years now. We have an update coming out for 2 of our games in just a couple of weeks here that we've been working on. We are about to make a big new Patreon post showing a lot of the progress that we had made on Trick or Treat as well as Tough Bippy. We have our rhythm game kind of together. We just need to get still some music stuff done for it, but at the point with admittedly a lot of placeholder assets, everything is kind of coded in there. Menu screens and everything's optimized and functioning the way it should. Gameplay loop is there. Even changed it up. It's an analog stick driven game now, but we got that we're going to be showing. We got a lot of stuff going on. Been up to a lot. Part of the reason this is happening right now too is a lot of people don't follow us for these things. That person who was trying to be threatening and everything he was saying earlier over the fact that we're not working with people that they liked, they were right about something here. It's true, a lot of people don't actually follow us for the things that we're doing. They very much wanted us to be sewn on to other people. And when you're getting mad at somebody else in that kind of way, like I said, it should be a moment that you look at yourself a little bit and actually listen to what you're saying. Why were you following people for people who weren't them? How does that make any sense? If we're not them, then why were you there? And if you're gonna go, well, no, see, you got attention through it, and we walked away, and everybody continuously said for years, hey, leave them alone, and we said, yeah, we want to be left alone, and we don't want to be a part of any of that, and you can leave them alone too.
Still wasn't enough.
Why did that have to be such an ongoing thing? Why is it somebody has to dig up things from, like I said, almost a decade ago and kick all that off again? That Twitter post, by the way, like I said, it wasn't negative. It wasn't against us. But I got a lot of blowback because they specifically tagged the Oni Plays account on it. So you had a lot of people flocking in there to jump to the defense of all of it and act like we're horrible people who shouldn't be trusted. Saying that Julian wasn't allowed to say he didn't want to do merchandise. And at the cause of all this, the root of all this, the thing really at this core here, that's what we're fighting about? The fact we didn't want to do merchandise? That's what this is all about?
I mean, I'm not surprised. Doesn't it always come down to money?
I guess so. But no, a lot of people don't follow us for the things we're doing. It's true. It's why, like I said, we would try not to bring up our own projects in any videos when we were doing them. We did a lot to try to move ourselves away from everybody else so we could just go back to being ourselves and not have to inconvenience the people who wouldn't want this. But they were mad anyways. You'd have people come by and make demands that, hey, you need to get everybody on your website right now. We're not talking to them anymore, and we already said we're not. Nope, that's not good enough. You have to elaborate further. Why? So you can lash out? Yes. I mean, no. I mean, yes. I mean, elaborate. Okay, I'll elaborate because I already have for years anyways. I'll just say the same thing I just said to you again. Well, I just clipped it. I know, I knew you were going to do that. That's why I talked about it the way that I did. it's going to be an ongoing thing. We were never in a position that we were expecting people to follow us off of these things either and think that we're like Newgrounds or something. And that's why I even mentioned it during that stream too. Once again, I don't know what got cut, but I even said on the previous stream, we're not Newgrounds. We never were. And I think that's a mistake people were making anyways, was thinking that we were. And by the way, a lot of those guys from Newgrounds don't really want to associate with us either because of what our image is and, you know, what we believe in and things that we care about. We're not necessarily compatible here. And that would be easy if there wasn't a crowd. You would just all move on. It would have always just been as easy as that. But there is a crowd, and there is expectations. And on the opposite end, at least it's not as frequent there to bring up, hey, where are those two guys? But on our end, it's almost all anyone really wants to do, and they're always incredibly hostile and aggressive about it. It's never calm. It's always very, very, very intense that we're not allowed to go move on and do our own thing. And that's why after you double down and you type about 20 paragraphs worth of material in relation to this and everything, you then also ultimately have to go, but it's their fault for saying anything. Yeah, I know. Lacking in self-awareness and projection is how a lot of stuff operates at this point online. Trying to make mountains out of molehills is how a lot of this works. You have to keep in mind 12 different YouTuber names. Like, you have to know that Badass Pancake Man is in a fight right now with Naruto Fan. It doesn't even make any goddamn sense to anybody outside of any of this, but it's how a lot of these things also thrive as well. I think that's why people were thinking that macaroni meant something. Hamburger time. But sorry to everybody. Sorry.
How's Werma holding up? Are they okay?
I hope Werma's okay. I haven't seen them in the chat
also
in a
having
bit.
a really bad
No,
time
Werma's
these
having a tough
days.
time too. Everybody's having a tough time right now. The world's in a really tough place. But this was the elephant in the room. It was there the whole time. Even if people didn't notice it, it was there the whole time. A bunch of people absolutely noticed. They knew since the start.
Yeah, a lot of people did know from the start. We would see comments now and then that
Yeah.
were like 100% on point.
Yeah. A lot of the early lashing out, it was people who understand what was going on. That's why they were mad at us to begin with. No, a lot of this isn't new. So we can't afford therapy, by the way. I know people keep saying get therapy because it's supposed to be a dismissive write-off statement. But even if we did, yeah,
This is what the therapy would be about.
what should I tell the therapist about, like, can I get them to stop that person from coming by with a gun? What would the therapist do to change that one? Maybe they can come over, and maybe they can come outside and, like, sit them down on the couch and go, tell me why you want to do this right now. And they break down going, Doc, it's been so rough, it's been so rough. Getting therapy doesn't undo the fact that that is how far this went. This is in like cloud cuckoo land here. We're not we're not operating through standard terms. It doesn't matter what we do in some cases. You can still see something as unhinged as that happening, and then the response that we're getting here today is the insistence on we're supposed to just let that happen. Because once again, it's the idea of anything is bad. Anything is wrong. We've been horrible since the start. Oh, we're evil. And you can keep feeling that way. You can keep insisting on that kind of thing. If seriously voicing that we had a bad time for like the 18th time after everyone tried to make it into a thing again is the ultimate form of evil, I guess I'm more thankful that that's the track record. Is just a consistent through line of, gee, it's like you all know what's been happening this whole time already then anyways. I don't think there actually is a lot of confusion. It's just about being able to handle that information or not, and most of these people cannot. Most people cannot handle the fact that this is the reality of it and has been for a long time. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty rough for a while here. It's gonna be pretty rough. Most people behind the scenes already understand that this is going on right now and don't care and aren't bothered by it.
We've talked about these issues with all of the people involved already.
Yeah.
It's not a surprise to them.
But if you want me to be upfront and honest, yeah, Chris is probably going to be the one who's going to react maybe the strongest to it because he's really worried about his own image and has been. Even though he also told us that we were free to openly talk about these things, specifically to Julian. He told him that long
I don't
ago.
remember. Were you there when he said that?
I was.
Okay.
No, I was. I was there for it. He said it more than once, even. He had brought it up repeatedly. And on my own end, he was telling me in the past to say things about other people, and I can even tell other people things about him in relation to who he doesn't like and everything.
I was naive at the time. I did kind of just assume, why would anybody do something that they don't want everybody to know about? And I was operating on that logic for a really long time. I would say that it's only recently that I've started to understand why it is, because I think you even said the same thing earlier today, right? Before I started streaming, that I'm the sort of person who just wants to be open at all times and stuff like that.
Someone said, I'm seeing that it's only Ding Dong getting insulted by these people. Oh, boy.
I'm very sorry.
We can get into a whole thing with that.
I don't know why that is. It doesn't make any sense to me, but it is true. I even talked about it on stream earlier today, that everything I do gets attributed to him. I don't know why he gets it worse.
It's kind of how it was already back in LA, too.
Yes, no, it's how it's been your whole life is what you made it sound like. That people just pick on you.
But I guess that can also lend something to this, too, how you know you're not dealing with serious people at the moment. Oh, it's only one of us, apparently, huh?
Yeah. Right, exactly. Like I said, I am way tougher about this stuff than Dee Dee is. It makes me way more angry. It makes me feel way more intense, but for whatever reason, yeah, it doesn't matter what I say. They're always going to blame him for it.
I'm supposed to be like another Aaron, I guess.
I don't know what the dynamic is. Even within you also brought up earlier how people would keep pulling me aside to try to be like, Ding Dong's acting weird, don't you think?
Yeah.
And I'm like,
when you were there for all of it, you got to see everything.
It's happened multiple times with different people. It happened with Chris, but it also happened with other people.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why it's a thing. That everybody assumes I'm on their side, even when I explicitly tell them
because
I'm not.
people have a difficult time creating villains in their own head. And with something like Chris, I know he had that as an issue too. Sometimes 3 people could have ended up doing something to him, and he only looks at one of them. Because it's kind of hard to have to think of 3 different individuals, all with different opinions and thought processes, all together there. It's easier to just mash the 2 things together and then dump it off on somebody. No, we even talked about it earlier. The Dream Daddy thing, I wasn't even going to talk about it. Julian really wanted to talk about it, and there was a lot of insistence on pushing ahead on that one. These things have been impacting him severely over the years. We have really rough times at home sometimes because people make this into so much of a thing. During that stream, I had mentioned how Julian had timed somebody out in his stream, and they went to Rant Grumps immediately to complain about it. And that was only a few weeks ago. It was fairly recent. That's what these guys are hovering around. That's what a lot of people are just interested in at this point. We threw ourselves out there because we thought we were helping the people around us and everything. Not really. It's just everyone was having a kind of a hard time being able to just be mature and talk things out with one another. Got too public, got too ahead of itself. Everyone had reality settle in on that one, and it made them really uncomfortable, and no one knew how to handle it. Because this is a really absurd situation. How do you handle it? I don't think you do. There's not really an easy way to handle this one. It's just going to be a problem. Someone said maybe it's because they see you as a target when someone like Ding Dong is able to articulate saying the real narrative, and that's threatening to them. Probably to a degree, but Julian was doing it way harsher than I was in some cases. In terms of talking about these things, Julian was talking about it constantly and frequently on the streams for years, and just people weren't really paying attention to Julian and didn't even seem to pick up on it.
I think it was like, it wasn't even...
Like a few weeks ago?
I was going to say, I was going to go back as far as possible and talk about how I was talking about, like, Chris believes in Gamergate, stuff like that. And people on stream did hear me. They would be like, oh, wow, interesting. And then, like, it would just never come up again.
Yeah. I don't know where he's at on that one at the time now, but back then, yeah, no.
No, but
there's a brief
just
window
giving
of
an
it.
example, my point is that there were multiple times where I was like, Chris and I have extremely different views in politics.
Yeah.
I was so fucking clear with people for years. And it just, people just selectively remember what they want to.
No, it's why the furry thing too.
Yeah, the furry thing is a really good example. I was really open about being a furry.
Yeah.
And the narrative has to change.
And
it's a secret that they're ashamed of. I never gave a shit.
You've drawn like everything ever, but that's not the component. That's not what people want. I think it's because people were really hoping.
I said Gamergate. I meant Pizzagate. That's stupider.
Oh yeah.
I said Gamergate. No, I don't know. I don't know if he believes in Gamergate, but
I was hearing people already going,
Pizzagate.
well, you got to give Pizzagate something. There was a whole secret society thing going on. Yeah, from the people who were planting the seeds to begin with. The Epstein files have already come out and shown a lot of that. Moot fucking met up with them. By the way, hey, anyone who's like talking about this kind of thing, if Gamergate is now the clue-in word that we're gonna have like Kiwi Farms people angry. Yeah, I'll throw another uncomfortable one in there for you guys too. Moot was in the Epstein files. You know, the guy who used to operate 4chan? Yeah, Moot. He's in the Epstein files.
I think they know that.
He went to go meet with him. Oh, I'll just say it again anyways. Moot was in the Epstein files. Gee, that was nice. I'll say it again. Moot was in the Epstein files. I'll say it again. Moot was in the Epstein files.
Oh, so was Bill Clinton. I meant to sound angry, but I couldn't say it
because it's too
with
absurd.
A straight face.
And that they were referring to him as being like, he's really sensitive.
Yeah. It would be. Something awful was too much for him.
It's, this is the world that we're operating in right now. And there could be a little bit of truth to that. I'm willing to talk about things and be very direct about them and go into length if I have to and really establish things. Which, by the way, is why it always gets cut down. Isn't that interesting? But, maybe that's a part of it, but I don't know. Julian has gone into things even longer than I have sometimes and is able to go way harder than I do, too. So I don't get it. I really don't. Unless if it was really just supposed to be, I really thought that you were, against the SJWs, and you changed, man. No, this is where it was all along. That's why I kept making distance from groups that were getting involved with a lot of this stuff.
I always assumed that's why people were nicer to me, because they thought that I was that type of person.
They definitely did. You had some people thinking that you were, that they'd bring these things up to you where you'd even have your own moments of like, why are you saying this to me? Fucking Shadman came over to you and was talking about how much you liked Hitler.
Yeah. Hey, good timing.
Who blew Bill's Clinton again? Soul Bad Guy. And as it was happening, he went, by the way, Bill, did you know you could kill your friends guilt-free?
Oh, no.
Soul Bad Guy, you're gonna have to get out of here. I can't let people know that I just heard you say that. I did not have relations with the beasts.
You blamed them. Yeah, this red guy's done. Yes, fantastic. Will you do that?
Sounds like the Beavis and Butthead one. I don't remember what it sounds like in Beavis and Butthead. Oh man, Beavis and Butthead Do America's Great. I really like when he uses the intercom system and you can hear everybody in Congress starting to laugh exactly like them in response. I'll mention again, because once again it got truncated on the previous stream too. It's why I said, I hope Chris is doing a lot better now. Considering this is what's always been hovering around us, I'm sure it's a lot of stress off of his own end anyways, with us being able to move more off to the side. I know he doesn't want to hear about a lot of this stuff. I know it's why he was so concerned about that finale and why he was handling it the way he did.
I do feel bad for him because it seems like he has a very unhappy life.
Yeah, I mean, that is part of it too. And the last time that we did see him, he was expressing he was pretty unhappy. He didn't like where a lot was going. He still wanted to, you know, maintain this, you know, tough exterior and everything. He wanted to still go with a lot of this, but I know it's something that's been impacting him since the start, all this. I hope he's doing a lot better, but I don't know. In general, I hope everybody's doing better. And it is why it was so weird yesterday, having to kind of relive some of it again, and just, that's why I had moments of even freezing up a bit, that I'd be like, man, it's fucking strange as shit having people demanding you to go relive 10 years ago again. Yeah, it was really intense living through it at the time, but it's a lot weirder when you're in a modern setting, being demanded to look back on it again and again and again. But hey, when you're desperate, you're desperate. The same kinds of people would say you can't talk about something that happened, it was only a year ago. And also going, hey, this happened 12 years ago now, and we should talk about it. There's no rules here. You're going to have people just state that there's rules and that's how these things go, but that's just to make themselves feel better about doing it. There are no rules here. That's why we're fine to talk about it too. I know you're not supposed to do that kind of thing because that's considered to be, like poor form in terms of like internet guidelines or whatever, but that's why we're not taking this fully too serious, because we've already done this numerous times and the same old discussions. Like I said, I'm sure some people aren't going to be too happy that, yeah, like, now this is turning into a thing. But they were aware of these things already.
It could have been avoided. I think that's the fucking frustrating thing, is that we've tried really hard to make this not have to be an issue. But there's too many people out there who really want to force it.
No.
And they were always going to get their way eventually. At least they have some entertainment, I guess. Didn't you say similar the other day that you were like, well, I guess at least somebody gets their way?
Yeah, but then I jokingly said like the bike cuck approach. That's what I referred to it as. But that does seem to be the thing that would unanimously make most people happy, as if we were just kind of like suffering. I'd assume that's why also this happening here today.
I don't think there's going to be enough time.
Saying you got hurt by somebody that a lot of people perceive to be there for you on everything, and that you're the villain for acknowledging that it happened, really is one like fucking wild thing to try to spin people's heads around on. But a lot of these people are kind of already married to that as a concept anyway, so it makes sense to them at least. But like I said, today has been a great, stunning example to prove nobody ever actually cared about anything that happened to us, and it was all performative to just try to get Aaron Hansen hurt. And
not that you needed the proof of that. You said it multiple times.
Yeah, I said it multiple times, even in those streams back at the time and everything, too. It's just been proven even further here. So if that's what this was supposed to be leaning towards as well, it's not going to really do anything towards that.
Yeah, they're not going to get there in 3 seconds.
You have to believe, Julian, they're going to get there in 3 seconds.
2 seconds.
2 seconds. They're going to get there in 1 second. Okay, they didn't get there. Oh, wait! I saw the number go up. It went up by, like, 6.
Thank you. I'm going to grab some water real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, I have it right here, actually. Has anybody, I have not seen it yet, but has anybody yet said the idea of, listen, people get death threats all the time?
I bet. That was another one of the things I said during that stream, which once again, I don't know if it got cut, but I also got into that I said, you know, you'll see people kind of come up with like anything in relation to this sort of thing to justify what it is they're doing. Someone goes way too far with something, goes, well, it's their fault for speaking. And that's why you could even get into that. Somebody going, come on, people get threatened all the time. I brought up how in the beginning of the 2010s, getting a threat online didn't mean as much to people until sort of Gamergate did happen and things pushed forward. And now you get to hear stories all the time about YouTubers seriously trying to find each other in real life. YouTubers shooting each other, killing each other, streamers killing each other. Streamers like murdering their wife and then like trying to pretend that they're them for like video content. We're at like the most like desperate and intense point for all of this right now. Threats absolutely lead to things at this point. I could have made more room for that maybe like I said like 15 years ago or something, but absolutely not right now. No, it's very commonplace. Of course they're going to say stuff like that. They'll say anything. Once again, if the idea of talking about how you got hurt means that you're actually the problem, then yeah, you're not listening and you don't want to listen because you want there to be a problem. You want more harm to happen, if anything. It's, oh, shut up and lay down and take it. Come on. No. I'm willing to be upfront about it. I'm not going to stop. And that's why I'm sorry that this was news to people when once again we've talked about it for years, and also a lot of this stuff is ancient history and in the past anyways with some of it. Some of it was fairly recent, but even through all of that, as rough as a lot of it was.
Fuck, the frog got set off early. Hopefully that doesn't ruin it later.
I hope they're at least making themselves feel better about things, excessively replying to each other and trying really hard to boost it as much as they can. Because somebody's saying, like, no, they're saying right now, too, like, they should have kept their mouths shut while simultaneously saying none of this ever happened. Yeah, it's weird. They can't make up what form of lying it's supposed to be because none of it makes any sense. I brought up specific examples of things you can even go back and just find anyways. Once again, it's consistent to the through line that we've been discussing for years now. But that's why you get into that step too, because it's supposed to be, you have to give us more, which I also talked about during that stream. I mentioned that during the Dream Daddy thing, there was an intense demand of, okay, you never actually saw anything, so I at least showed a little bit of it, but then it was, no, that's not good enough. You need to upload the whole build for everybody. No? Okay, wait a second. You're just asking for this because you just want to keep asking for things and you're never going to stop asking for things and you're going to insist that you haven't been convinced until you're given more and more. And now you're getting into the point of, no, this is where you're like actually doing bad shit because people are trying to pressure you into doing bad shit. No, I'm not going to share their prototype for everybody to go and have. I at least showed that I had it and I showed a video of it and I showed the file settings, the display of it all. I showed everybody that I had it. It was called D-Dads originally, and I can stop it there. I'm not going to push beyond that. But that's why that kind of thing, too. And hey, if it's not true, then why are you doubling down on it so hard? Because we need to prove everyone you're lying. By also saying that these things did happen while also saying they're not happening, you're going to need to make up your mind on which one it is.
Goomba effect much?
Is that a thing, Goomba effect?
I don't remember.
The Princess Peach
the thing
philosophy?
Where the two Goombas and you go, I'm a stupid idiot. You know what I mean?
I actually don't know this one.
You don't know this
one?
one?
No, I don't know this one.
That there's like two Goombas and one person is imagining a composite of them. And, oh, I forgot to do this. I'm gonna do a bad job explaining. That, like, the attributing the same opinion to multiple people, or that multiple people had, but attributing to one person. I'm sorry, I don't actually remember the name of it.
But yeah, once again, we're getting into the territory of trying to apply logic to this. Logic is out the window. That's not what this is.
Right, yeah.
They want to have their entertainment, and they've been trying to force conflicts with us over the years because they knew we were willing to talk about things.
That is the reality of the subject. Is
they know we can talk about things, and we're always trying to be upfront about things, so they can bait us into having conversations.
Yeah,
about these things
bait.
Again.
It's that people who did know the situation, they knew exactly what the situation was. They really want to try to actually force it, and I mean, yeah, now it's in the open when we didn't originally want it to be, but like. So what? It has to be that way now.
And even with the concept of it's drama for their entertainment, right? Which is why they had to manufacture even the drama on this one. What drama? If it's supposed to be this thing of, oh, everybody is like arguing visibly right now. Funny thing, they're not.
Like I said,
you're trying to force it into happening, though.
We already talked with Aaron about this. We already talked with Chris about this. We already talked with Zach about this.
Yes. No, they're trying to force it into being a thing. They want to make this into a drama because it was never good enough. And I think a moment they were all waiting for, too, was something where it was too obvious now that there had been falling outs between people. So they could go, you know, full-blown, okay, I need to now pummel you into the ground.
Yeah, now it's okay for us to try to kill them.
Someone said it's called Goomba fallacy.
Thank you.
It does suck a lot. It sucks pretty hard. That there was an expectation of just we're never allowed to say anything that happened to us, and by the way, it has to continue that we keep getting lashed out at whether we say something or not. It does suck. I know the thing, too, of trying to get into, you need to take responsibility. I did already. Even during the stream I did. Isn't that interesting? It's not about that. It's not about anything. It's about trying to force people into fighting with each other. And then maybe you can run a bunch of videos about it and you monetize all of them. That's what they did last time. Once again, somebody was ballsy enough to include the clip where I said the only reason anybody would be doing a video about this right now is not because they cared about what happened to us, but because they wanted to specifically, you know, make a conflict happen around this. And that they're trying to take profit from it. Wouldn't you know? That's what's happening with this. Yeah. Isn't it interesting that when more people are involved, when I initially said more people were involved, that now it's a betrayal, and now it's bad and wrong. When nothing changed, it's the same story anyways. People were just able to pick up on it better what kind of happened. When your mindset is, it has to be all or nothing for Aaron Hansen or it doesn't count, once again, you need to look at yourself a little bit. You need to start kind of picking up on yourself a little bit how ridiculous you're being. If you're oblivious to it, these people aren't. They know what they're doing. They 100% know what they're doing. That's why they're doing it. Well, the reason that people are watching, it's why there's such a high view count right now, is because they want to document it. They want to keep it going. They're all going to be hovering around this for the next few days, and they're going to be desperately clinging on to anything that they can. They're going to lash out at Julian during game development streams. They're going to try to mess up Wee Wednesday or something, probably. They're going to act like we dropped some hidden message during Wee Wednesday, or someone took a breath a weird way, because that's also how far they go with these things, too. They're going to say these things didn't happen, but then continue to get angry about them saying they also did happen and they didn't happen, and confusing themselves and just kind of tripping over each other awkwardly to try to make it into more of a thing. And will they succeed at doing it? Oh, of course they will. With how the internet operates right now, once again, people can make money off of this. Oh, no, they will. We've been living this entire time anyways. Right now, we just have a bunch of people lashing out saying that we're supposed to be hurt, and it was wrong for us to say we were being hurt. It's not much more complicated than that, really. A lot of the people who were creating the problems to begin with are also there now to be swinging at us because we acknowledged that there were problems. And like I said, too, problems we acknowledged long ago, things we've already talked about on stream, yesterday wasn't news. Yesterday wasn't brand new material. It's stuff that's been around for a while now anyways. It's just, once again, people were already editing my clips down and trying to make it exclusively about Aaron Hansen, when, like I said at the time, that's why taking responsibility, everybody messed up. There's no good guy. But for some reason, even that's being viewed as a negative statement. Isn't that interesting? Saying take responsibility when something like that's already being said, and the idea of, yes, I know I did stupid things too. I didn't want to initially speak about Dream Daddy, and I kind of knew it was going to go this way, but I ended up doing it, and that was my fault for doing it too. No, I understood that. Everybody made mistakes on this. Part of the reason we have people coming to us to also talk about these things is because, once again, yeah, who are we? We're small. It's easier when it gets to be in a smaller case like this, because when it's bigger, it's going to be even messier than this is right now. But it'll be a thing. It's gonna suck for quite a long time here. Things were already rough enough. Things were already really tough to get by. Things have already been very difficult. I'd like to be able to, obviously, move ahead. So would Julian. But anytime that we try to move ahead, it usually gets people angry with us because they can notice that we're trying to move ahead. The hope is to perpetually stall this and just keep us in a loop on this one. But they're going to have all their own conversations. If you guys want to actually have a bad time here tonight, go look up the re-upload from the one stream that they even titled it his quote-unquote last stream. They changed that video title. Go look at that one and look at the comment section on it. It doesn't match the public narrative about, we were really worried because of what Aaron did. It's actually a lot of them cheering for everything that happened to us and thinking that we're idiots and deserved every last bit of it, even when they thought it was Aaron. It wasn't going to matter what we did or said. It doesn't matter what reality looks like. We tick enough boxes here to have people online be mad at us, and it's just going to kind of be this way the whole way through. Oh, I'm not going to run ads on here. Megastar, that's the point of this website. They just said it's a shame you don't run them. A shame? No. We're not doing that. That's the point of this website. It's supposed to be straightforward, that you just click over and you watch. It's supposed to be very straightforward.
In theory, you could do ethical ads, but that's definitely the lowest priority right now. We need to actually make stuff. That's the kind of project for way down the line.
Jimmy Turner, what will happen is we'll do Wednesday. A bunch of people will come over. They're going to try to do something in the chat and immediately get caught because it's new accounts, and it'll be really obvious because we've never posted anywhere in a big way that we're doing this website right now. So that won't really work. Then they're going to be shitting themselves and rage off to the side while continuously insisting they're not mad about this, which is why they're doubling down and wasting all their time on it. And then they're going to try to figure out making mountains out of molehills over any kind of discussion we have. Around whatever we're playing or whatever happens to come up. And really what they're hoping for is probably a moment that I'm going to say something negative about Walt Disney or something and then go, see, there's the proof. They're leftist. You don't like Walt Disney?
Lerma would probably say something about communism, and that could be an issue.
That could be. I don't even align with Lerma's views on a lot of that, but yeah, that could be a thing.
That's why you're dangerous.
Could just be something mentioning oh yeah, I know they're frightened about the midterms right now. See, I knew it. That's what their agenda is. Come on.
We got 3 seconds.
They talked about what's in the world news.
Too bad, but boy, isn't it satisfying to see a big line of things going. Ah, well.
And then they will do everything I probably even just said here while acting like somehow they're above it because they need to convince themselves they're above things that people called out before they even did them. The fact that respect is not being shown to them lashing out like this is why they're going to do it harder. Part of this is also supposed to be an experiment towards getting you to kowtow to it and just let them continue doing it, which is what they wanted in the past too. There's a clip I saw recently that was pretty goofy because I was frustrated to see that was the result. An old guy gets mad at someone else at a baseball game because he's sitting during the national anthem, smacks him on the back of his head, and everyone around him is even going, "What the fuck, man?" Like, they're mad at him. But the guy who gets smacked very sort of pathetically ends up standing up anyways, where it's, no, what? That's the wrong response. You gave him what he wanted. You just rewarded him on this one. I saw some people going, you should have knocked him the fuck out. No, not necessarily. But no, you shouldn't be standing up here. You shouldn't be giving him exactly what he wants when you knew this was bad that he just did that. And that's what the demand would be here. The demand would be, you need to back down and say you're stupid, dumb, and also everything you said is a lie, every last bit of it. That's why I feel so threatened by it. For some reason. No, it's a whole thing within itself. The thing of none of this ever happened is pretty amusing within itself, too, when I was actually reading bits of the legal document. You guys must be giving me a lot of credit. You think I can make up a legal document on the spot? But, yeah. I think we covered just about everything on this at this point, because, you know, if they want to milk it for days, is this getting boring for you guys yet? Probably not, but... Even on my own end, it's actually anything that was kind of feeling like tension is kind of drifting away here because it is this stupid and you can't even talk about it for that long.
I guess
what hasn't been talked about at this
the thing
point?
is, I don't like what you're not expecting them to come at you with like, I have some logical disagreements with your.
They're not.
No, they're just gonna come and say hateful things.
Yes. And demanding that this is why people should take it serious, and then a lot of their comments are just them getting angry about us saying things like trans rights and garbage like that. The people who are already not pulled into this kind of shit, no, it's gonna read kind of very directly for what we were already talking about. I think they want to mess up connections with the people that we know, when, once again, I was already speaking to some of them about this stuff prior anyways, and on top of that, too, these aren't new things that came up on stream. Julian just mentioned it earlier. He was told directly by Chris that he's free to talk about all of these things. Chris's phrasing was different for me, but that he said that specifically with a lot of these things, he wants it to be out there, and he's fine with me talking about them, and he was even bringing up specific people saying I should tell people that he doesn't like them, because he doesn't want to be in a position that he has to act like he enjoys
I actually
them.
do remember that now that you mention it. Not that it matters.
No.
Me corroborating things you say is not permissible evidence.
No. Nothing is. That's the secret to this one. Nothing is. Sourdough bread, I think that's why it's a bit different here tonight and kind of a goofy one. They're still stirring up all their own shit between each other and, like, writhing around in just, you know, pissed off, miserable rage, but at the same time, too, you guys are here watching this stream and getting to see the two ends live in unison, all together at once, and seeing the difference between the two. One end thinks that Julian talking about being lactose intolerant is him trying to get pity, and that he's talking about committing suicide in its code language. Everyone else is hearing Julian say, I shouldn't have ate that macaroni, it upset my stomach. Doing something like this, actually, I haven't really seen people go about it this way, but I think it is kind of interesting as an experiment. That you can watch live on the spot what this is like, how people try to reinterpret the things that are currently happening. And I think people need to become familiar with this as a concept.
Because it happens constantly.
Happens constantly. People fall for it all the time. Usually because someone doesn't have time to respond. That's why they tend to try to go to places where nobody is saying anything. For example, the Twitch chat right now might be even going over there. Because they know we're not streaming over there right now.
I don't think you can do that.
I think you can use the Twitch chat even when they're not live.
When they're not streaming.
I thought you could.
I don't think so. Maybe.
Pretty sure you can.
If so, that's... I didn't know.
The point is to try to recontextualize the situation and make it into something much worse.
Which will be more effective as time goes on.
Yes. Today is just the beginning of it. It's going to be really bad in about a week here. Once they contact their alt-right buddies to start making commentary videos about it and everything, it'll be getting a lot worse. They're going to try to blow it up like this is the end of the world when, once again, these were things we already talked about on stream. And the only reason the people that we used to interact with would be upset by it is because they feel like the pressure is too much now, and now they need to, like, do something because they're terrified about also getting hurt, even though they're not the ones being targeted here. And that's why, like I said, too, I already was talking to people coming off of that stream anyways, because I knew this stupid shit was going to be a thing that would come out afterwards. I knew it even during the stream, and I even pointed it out multiple times that I knew it was probably a thing that was going to happen. After that ancient post from Julian about the plush thing was spreading around the way that it was, I knew this stuff was going to happen again just off one of our streams. All it was going to take was streaming again after that blew up, and people were going to make it into a big thing again. And they did. Okay, cheeseburger, I will time you out on that one.
What happened?
That they tried to say death to somebody. No, I will time you out on that one. And if somebody's going to screenshot that one or try to do something, well, you just got it there. No, don't be ridiculous like that. Not sure if you're trying to get a whole thing going towards that now. They went, well, I'm going to say something in your chat to try to make it look bad that they can screen cap. Okay. Here's the audio for it right now, and you can hear it right here. Yeah, no, don't do that shit. Knock it off. Oh, someone finally picked up on it that they said, that's what the macaroni thing is? Yeah, that's what the macaroni thing was. They're in desperation mode to try to make it into something much bigger than it actually was. And they're really angry because we're not treating this with, like, fear. We understand the absurdity of it and what they're trying to force happen right now. We already were going to stream tonight and everything. We were already going to be doing this stuff, so this just kind of gets go in line with all of it anyhow. I hate the Macaroni Incident. Now, I almost had a thing going earlier. I say macaroni and cheese. Cheese, S.
Yeah, just cheese pizza.
Think about this one, like, very carefully here. Cheese. C-H-E-E-S-E. There's 3 E's in it. E3. That's the kind of shit that they do sometimes. And by the way, that's why the Pizzagate stuff was also so effective. Think about it. Cheese pizza. You're right, that sounds really absurd, but guess what? It was a thing that Epstein was doing, specifically with a lot of these right-wing constituents. Dershowitz was in there, and they accidentally forgot to redact his name, and then they had to do it later. Steve Bannon, the one that was, like, singing praises about Gamergate, he's in the Epstein files all over it. That's why I brought up the Moot thing, and I'll bring it up again. Hey, guys, Moot was in the Epstein files.
Why is this
Did I mention that? What?
Why is this the world we live in?
I don't know why this is the world we live in, but it is. Moot was in the Epstein files. I think that was still one of the nuttiest to see. And specifically the time around it. That poll already did exist prior, but it stopped running. And that literally the day after Moot hung out with Epstein and everybody was sending emails around about meeting Moot in real life and everything and having conversations with them, poll made its comeback. By the way, I'm willing to talk about some of these things on stream, and I'm sure that's a thing that's going to make a lot of them angry too. And that might be why sometimes they just treat it like it's a me thing and not Julian. Even though Julian talks about these things too.
Would you say I'm more politically extreme than you are? Oh, I forgot to.
I would say probably.
Would you? I don't know, actually.
You keep telling me I'm not extreme at all. You keep telling me I'm going too easy. If anything, I'm kind of surprised you're asking that as a question, considering that you always say that I'm going too soft on everyone.
Because that's not the same thing. You're talking about just kind of like normal conduct versus politics.
But that's why we're wrapped up in a much bigger thing than all this. Even Kiwi Farms has its connections to some of this weird-ass shit. Was it Marjorie Taylor Greene using Kiwi Farms in the past? It's a whole fucking thing. Internet has been one hell of a messy place once a bunch of these assholes got in there. Specifically, when I say these assholes, I think some of you are like, oh, you're talking about Kiwi Farms. No, I'm talking about, once again, like Steve Bannon, Epstein, all of that. They thought that through internet memes in these different places, they could really get a lot of control going, and they weren't wrong. They pulled off a lot of it. That's why for somehow people that were just obsessively going after somebody, like obsessing about Sonichu and everything, somehow that got to turn into something bigger, and then it spreads into a gigantic community that's formed around ranting all the time about left-leaning people. What does that have to do with them? Because if we're going to get back to that one with, like, Christine, a lot of their old posts at the time were things about, like, the joke about Obama painting the White House black.
Right.
So where does that fit into this one? Oh, it doesn't, but that's what...
Oh, no, I ran out of time!
That's what internet culture is supposed to be.
Fuck.
You're supposed to go with these things. And that's partially why you're supposed to. There was even an effort to get a lot of this dumb shit just getting spread around through these people. They took the bait, and they're still continuing to do it.
The fucking... blue 20 pellet.
I'm sorry. Did you get a perfect score on one of these stages yet? I feel like you did, right?
I've gotten it on several. I've gotten it on this one.
Okay.
I think.
265?
I think 265. We would have to check, but I know
Okay.
for sure that the final trial.
Someone said, look, there I am screenshotted. Yeah, no, wait for the camera, everybody.
Hi, guys.
Cheese.
Macaroni.
Wait a second! Macaroni!
Did you just hear that? That's mental illness.
Some fucking desperate people.
We need to keep tabs on this website now, gentlemen. We need to keep tabs on all of this now. And what do you think he's trying to say when he mentions GamePro TV? What are these killer combos that they keep speaking about? And what happened to Rick Party? He was there at the beginning, was he not?
If anything, Kiwi Farms, I want to thank you guys for today. I know you feel like this just fell into your plans or whatever, and once again, we're used to this shit. You guys have been doing this for ages. More so with this one as a thing. Thanks for kind of doing this, because like I said, people outside of this, it's going to look a lot differently if you don't have the biases towards this. I know you're going to make it into a conflict, and yes, people are going to
I don't know if they're
with
capable
it.
of seeing past a bias.
Oh, well, I mean, that you didn't let me finish.
Okay.
I know they're going to. It is going to resonate with a bunch of people. But the people that's going to resonate with are going to be the kinds of people where your argument was they're annoying homos.
Right.
And that's why at least what it's going to do is just make it clearer to people why there was conflict coming from these places for the people who are outside of that bias.
Right.
You've just spelled it out a lot more plainly and let them know that, yes, the things we were talking about really were happening, and you guys are a component of that. That's why you could pump the brakes at any point. I know you're not going to, because, you know, here we are directly even responding and making jokes about it, but yeah, that is the thing with all of it. Screenshotting people on this website is not going to make some tall case for everything and, like, now get everything defeated or something. It means that you guys get to, once again, writhe around in misery, getting angry about the fact that other people exist that don't share your sentiments. If you want your channel, though, like, if you want to still watch a lot of that content, it's all still there. Even though we were getting hurt by a lot of it while doing it, we went back to do it again anyways, because we also wanted to give people that content, so it doesn't have to go anywhere, and you're all free to still watch it. At no point yesterday I said people have to stop watching Oni Plays. I said the opposite. I said by all means continue watching it and everything, which is why some people got angry I said that, because it's no! Because that hurts the narrative. I mean, because, oh, you're saying that, but you're talking about it. Yeah, because it hurts the narrative. You were right the first time. It's because it hurts the narrative. Makes it not look, you know, quite as serious, and that's not good. We got to make this the end of the world right now. Come on, guys. Up to. But it's not. It's not the end of the world. These are things we've already talked about. A lot of the people that we had mentioned were people we already talked to, and some of them were already open enough telling us that we were allowed to be open about these things and talk about them anyhow. Yes, we had a lot of them also threatening us in the midst of all of it. We had some of them very actively going after us or contributing to some of it. But their paranoias and fears were coming off of things like this too, because once again, when you're trying to court areas like image boards and kiwi farms and everything, you're walking around on eggshells at this point now and know you could be next up on the list as a target if you don't go with it. And that's part of what came from a lot of this. That's where some of these issues were coming from. Hence, once again, everybody looking at rant grumps constantly and bringing it up. It was seriously like the second day we were at the office that everyone was bringing up rant grumps. It was constant.
I do remember being startled by it, yes. I understand it better than I did at the time. At the time, I was like, why would somebody do that? They're like, leave it alone. Ignore it. And I had to learn that you can't ignore it.
Why was it ever called Kiwi Farms? It was originally tied to Chris Chan stuff, and that it was tied to like the quickie and everything, and then it evolved from there. And because of that, it's, doesn't make any sense to people outside of all of it. It's why you operate around terms like that sometimes. But, yeah, that's where some of that was coming from. It was originally people overly obsessed about Christine Chandler, and then eventually branching off into Gamergate conspiracies. And then from there, they want to take tallies of people they pushed to suicide. For example, the person who worked on BSNES ended up committing suicide. And they were really proud of it while simultaneously doing the thing of saying that you're aware of it while saying it's all a lie. Just working both angles, because it's really easy to say anything. You can lie about fucking anything. But, that's why when people were getting into this thing of, they tell the truth. What they do is that they obsessively screenshot things and try to come up with narratives to pin around them. Sometimes things are, legitimate there, but it's kind of coincidental when that happens.
I am sure that they have targeted, like, bad people.
No, they have. Keffels was a good example. No, that was real. That was a real thing that was happening. But I'm not going to attribute that to them, that they also were able to pick up on that.
It's a thing that happens. This is one of those things where
they were coming at it for the wrong reason.
People of all backgrounds do this. They like the idea of being able to point out that somebody's bad because that gives you permission to be mean to them.
Yeah. A lot of the people who even moved over to Kiwi Farms, they were using like those cringe community websites for a while. People remember like Cringe Channel? And then it just turned into a lot of people fighting and arguing with each other. It's also why a lot of them still operate on being anonymous, and why they say the thing about not showing your power level and everything. Is because truthfully, all these guys would be at each other's throats if they knew anything about each other.
I mean, it happened.
Yeah, it did.
Kiwi Farms went down for a bit.
Yeah,
and everybody
just for a tiny bit. It was
on each other.
It was obviously going to come back. But they did start turning on each other very briefly there. They don't even like the owner of the website, Noel. No, it's a whole thing within itself.
God, it's so satisfying to see this line of things.
Just working out, moving everything. You take joy in these little slugs dying. It makes you smile.
These little sluts.
Julian. They are not.
They do everything you tell them.
They're little slug babies.
Is that better?
No, I mean, Kajwanga, because they're just saying they would have given two fucks about the whole Keffels thing. They cared about Keffels because they're trans. That was the thing that got them in on it, and then coincidentally they're able to find out more. And they did find out real things, but that was the starting point. They coincidentally sometimes have things in there, and it's usually not information that even came from them. It's just they're obsessive, so they hold on to it all. And then just kind of like theory craft, and that's where a lot of it comes from. Which is why, there's plenty of examples of them being dead wrong about things too. But it doesn't really matter to them because disrupting things is fine for them. That's why they also act like they don't try to impact or influence situations, except what's happening here today, right now. Yeah, they do all the time. Oh my god, that's why they were doing it. You cannot ever take at face value someone who is obsessed with Chris Chan. You can never take one of them at face value to be in this position to go, hey, you know, we don't try to go and influence this stuff ourselves, though. Oh yeah, Surf Shack Tito, you guys don't try to get yourselves involved. The guy in the pickle suit, yeah, you never try to get yourselves involved. They absolutely do, and they have been since the start. That's what some of this is. It doesn't just flare up sometimes on its own. Sometimes they gotta drop themselves in there. And yes, they're very proud of the fact if they can push people over the edge and get their lives ruined. But, no, unfortunately, that is the nature of it as a community. It's just a lot of obsessives who sometimes have things kind of fall into their lap. And usually kind of for the wrong reasons, but it can happen. That's why I said the Keffels one was right. Noodles and beef, that one was correct. Schmorky? No, that was right.
Why do I remember that name? Who's that?
That was the one that was getting a bunch of people to come together to inject themselves.
Oh, that fucker! Yeah, I thought
the contract that he ran on the guy just before doing a faulty injection and ended up getting him killed.
Right. No, I remember that because a lot of people in the furry community were defending
Yeah,
him.
they were trying to defend it, which was horrifying to see. Especially with the contract just before it happened. And that they didn't want to tell their family about it after he died.
Really? They talked about him?
What?
They talked about him?
Kiwi Farms?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not surprised. Just you go, oh, look at the freak or whatever.
I mean, I would assume that's where it started from, probably, yeah. Once again, it's a thing of gay community, you, furries.
Yeah, exactly.
Followed by, no, I'm really worried about this person. Oh, that's a familiar story. Yeah, same thing with us, right? People didn't care that we got hurt. We said that back at the time, too, and we recognized that anyone who's going to pretend to right now is pretending. The goal was just try to aim it towards Aaron. That was the goal. And that's the thing with it. We said it openly. If you guys want to go back to the streams, you can see it very blatantly, too. I did say he did the least of it. I did mention he did things, and I can stand by that, too. He did. I also said how nobody was a good guy. We weren't either. Nobody was. Everybody made mistakes. You could weigh in who made the bigger mistakes. Right now, what would be weighed in is we made the biggest mistake by acknowledging anything even happened. But, yeah, all that was there since the get-go.
If you guys have heard me go on political tirades before it, you would know that's not the sort of person I am. I don't just sit idly by when things are happening.
No, it happened a lot, Sunburst. Christine would have, run-ins with the police, and coincidentally, somebody was always there with a camera.
Yeah, that's
and even the police are creeped out by it.
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
If they actually wanted something done about Christine, stuff like that actually gets in the way a little bit. When they're also seeing that there's people who seem to want this to happen. And even then, probably the mildest degree. Well, that's why when you see comments like that, too, when you see people say things like, get therapy, that's not supposed to be them being genuine. That is just a shutdown, too. It's the idea of you're creating the problems for them and then telling them that it's their fault and they need to go get it taken care of.
You're crazy, and that means I don't have to listen to you.
Yeah. That's what most of this is even being met with right now, is just dismissal. It's supposed to be, here's all the rules why you're not supposed to listen to a word they say.
Yeah.
It would be more dangerous to have to acknowledge the individual words. It's easier to just say it's betrayal and we're bad friends when the words being spoken, the things that they're trying to get you to not even hear out, is about how almost everybody got hurt and how there was harm being thrown around in all ends. It's kind of hard to say a lot of things were friendships. A lot of it was business, and a lot of it was people being treated like workers. Because survival was also a priority for a lot of people, too.
Which is, again, a thing we've been saying for a long time.
Yes.
Sorry, my posture's bad.
But I am sorry you guys are going to be forcibly pulled into this, too. Because it's also really important to get people to shut their fucker mouths right now, because you're not saying the things that they want you to be saying. That's why it was important to delete comments on the video, too. Even if it wasn't coming from some of
Oh,
you
you
guys.
fuck. Come on.
We had some people coming by who were just new accounts anyways to point out the fact that they had spotted the video. They even commented on it because they were already aware of the context, and their comments were being deleted too. They're hell-bent on this right now. They very much want to make this the end of the world. And they're going to keep up, like I said, for quite a while. And the thing is with Kiwi Farms, when they're obsessed, they're obsessed. You're not going to have that end. So we are going to be continuing to hear about this for God knows how long.
Oh, fuck, I just need a third. Oh, come on, little guy. Yeah, there you go.
We'll just have to
Oh, of course it doesn't.
do the best we
fucking
can.
Count. Come on, come on. Would have been best if I could do it without losing
What's
them.
the Yellow Pikmin specialty building? Bombs, and also they can throw them higher.
Is their usual. Get over here.
That's why he was doing the bridge trick earlier, because you can throw them so high, you can actually get them across the water and go finish a bridge before you're supposed to. But it's hard to do. You can also accidentally drown all of them. No, I feel bad for officers who have to respond to internet stuff. I feel bad for the...
Yeah, God, it must be humiliating.
Having to send the tip to the police about the gun incident, it's frustrating. They have to explain somebody was taping a bunch of like images to a door, and a bunch of them were falling down, and like I said, they were probably out there for like a half hour fumbling with electrical tape, trying to tape a bunch of soy jacks to a door. There's been an intense desperation for a long time to have a stronger angle to hit us with, and that's what this is right now. Hoping to really make the most of that and strike while it seems hot. And there are a lot of people who weren't paying attention, so yeah, they're going to get angry. I'm not going to pretend it's not going to work. It is going to work. It's absolutely going to work. Don't worry on that. It will work.
It's built for suckering in people who don't know what's going on.
Yes.
The whole thing has always been that way. That's how it's always operated. Is that they intentionally phrase things in ways that seem different to people who aren't really paying attention or are just new to the situation or whatever.
Remember how everybody was getting, pretty rightfully in a lot of cases here, upset with the trans member of the Mr. Beast team? And then even getting a little bit mad at Mr. Beast for standing by their side, doing videos saying you can't do that. And then everyone then starting to post, hey, they're creepy and sexual, which they were. They're not a good person, don't get me wrong. It has nothing to do with being trans. They just weren't a good person. But that was what started coming up, was the Shadman connections, and then commentary channels were starting to go with that. Until they found out Mr. Beast was also wrapped up in that, and actually most of the team members were wrapped up in that, and oh god, it's actually trickling over to all these other YouTubers and creators, and oh my god, this is way bigger. Then people started compiling lists of names and started making big lists of names, realizing how connected this Shadman thing was, and suddenly it was waved away. It's not important anymore. The time for conversation has passed. Exception cases get made all the time, and some of these things come from very easy starting points with a demand to find more so you can make it into more of a problem. Politicians do this kind of thing to each other too. They have their team members who try to dig up dirt on each other and just run with anything because they want to be able to stomp out an opponent. That's how a lot of this is being viewed. I'm not going to forget that video way back at the time anyways in relation to the Gamergate stuff, saying you have to fight extremism with extremism. There's a component of that to this too. We're going to be viewed as a problem for existing because we're also willing to be open about certain things. And also, yeah, we're gay.
If it makes them feel any better, there's a lot of leftists who don't like us either.
No, it's true.
At least self-proclaimed leftists.
No, it's true. I mean,
because we were willing to speak out against corruption in the entertainment industry, we're also blacklisted there.
You know. No, the Kyle Carosa thing, a lot of other stuff.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I wonder if they edited that bit out. And if they did leave it in. I wonder why that one's not resonating as a thing. But yeah, no, even just what we talked about earlier. We're just making fun of Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Man, I wonder if I still have that video. I remember I posted it way back even during the elections at the time. That Hillary Clinton said Pokemon go to the polls, and you can see there's a guy in the crowd who just opens his mouth really loud, and he looks like he was yawning.
Damn it.
But I just edited like a screaming clip over it because it kind of feels like everybody was groaning as soon as she said that. But hey, doesn't matter. Everyone's
Oh
desperate.
God, he was still alive! Oh no!
Everyone's desperate for a label on that kind of thing too.
Yes.
I remember when we were
Because
talking
it's about
about
in-groups and out-groups, etc.
yeah, we were talking about what the concept around tariffs were on your stream like last year, and somebody got really angry about that, saying, "I noticed you haven't been criticizing Joe Biden on your stream.
Right.
He's not the president right now." And anyways, are you fucking shitting me right now? You really don't pay attention to us, do you? You think we like Joe Biden? Bidenomics? No. It's something that's been coming up on these streams is the fact that the same lobbyists are paying all these politicians anyways in a lot of cases. Super Scratch Cat, that's what I would hope, is presumably they get bored, but they're not going to. I will spoil that
People
for
make
you.
their whole lives about this.
Yeah.
In the same way that you like watching television.
That's why they're going so hard with this right now. And by the way, there's a smaller number of you guys who've actually been around for all this too, compared to people who had no idea anything was going on. So when it's packaged this way, it can easily make them feel like this is a new thing that kicked up.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why they're doing this too. You're right, it is all the same old things that already got talked about, but a lot of people don't know that. And that's what they're hoping to run with. It was evil and despicable and awful and wrong that we admitted that we ended up getting impacted by things. Things that, by the way, like I said too, in some cases, the other end already kind of gave their version of it too. Things that we were already told that we were allowed to talk about in the past and things that we have talked about. And I don't know how much more I can really give it. Like I said, some of this has just been a retread even. This is kind of going in circles a bit because there's not much to talk about. It's pretty straightforward. The only way it would be more complicated is if there was supposed to be some kind of angle of like, well, see, we're going to try to poke holes in the story and get you to slip up. We just told the whole story again. And I could tell it again, too, if you want me to. What's that going to do? I guess give you more clips of the same things that we're not even ashamed of talking about. If you're hoping to force shame here when you're acting this asinine, it's kind of hard to do that. That's why people from Kiwi Farms, if you want to, like, if you didn't want there to be conflict or anything, if you actually wanted us to, like, be in a better spot and you think that this is so frustrating for you to have to listen to, then cool down yourself a little bit here. You guys are the ones who are actually riding high off ego at the moment. Just calm down a little bit. I swear, we could all get through this. It is just video games at this point. But that was the problem in the past, was it wasn't just as simple as video games. I'm sorry it didn't get to all be Aaron Hansen, only some of it. But we can get through this.
Come on, I keep missing. No!
Breadbug is stubborn. No, because you take all my stuff. Yes, the mic probably got bumped, yes. Somebody's pointing it out.
Yes, I adjusted.
They want us to start a thread.
What does that mean?
Someone is insisting that we want them to start a thread right now.
Of what?
On Kiwi Farms about us.
I thought they already did.
No, they're probably posting in the Oni Plays thread.
Oh, how awful.
And that they're also bringing it into that comment section and trying to get people to go over to Kiwi Farms to make a thread about it.
Too bad.
No, there's an intense desperation for all this. That's why with the Kiwi Farms thing, even though, no, I think it's an embarrassment as a website, at the same time, too, something that I can at least give it is, like I said, sometimes there are things there that are correct, but once again, it's not because they were really good at super sleuthing it or something. It's just because they were obsessive, and in a lot of cases, people dump shit over there because they also want to get somebody hurt.
That was weird. Wow.
That was weird.
Did you see it?
The whole interaction was weird. that they were on their sides with it and everything, and that the game was odd about how it wanted to handle that.
It has whatever. I won't explain it right now. Now it's not the time.
Okay.
Whatever later.
Then when is the time?
I could talk about it. I assume you want to stay on topic.
But no, it's one of those things again. It's supposed to be, you're not supposed to talk about these things. You're supposed to let everybody kind of just do this, and if you say anything, then they go, you're making me have to hurt you more. It's like the old comic that somebody posted like years back, where somebody says something that's just kind of progressive, and they go, sigh, I guess you're making me do this, as they start drawing a Hitler mustache onto themselves and putting on a uniform. And going, you made me do this. You made me become this way. I didn't want to have to do it. You don't have to make a thread. You guys could realize the absurdity of how much you were trying to overreact about this one and force it into being a problem.
Maybe he's using reverse psychology.
I think when he says
which
that, it
case
means
I should
something
do
else.
the opposite of what he wants.
Like I'm fucking
me
talking
to
to
do.
Ajax right now?
Yes, that's what I'm doing. Yes, yes, that's what I was doing.
As he comes into the room in a diaper.
It's a good bit.
Dweezil did a very good job as Ajax. His delivery is really good. No, even through all of it, I'm not going to be doing something where I'm going to be like crusading against Kiwi Farms or something. No, I don't give a shit about that. It's too stupid of a website for me to care that hard about something like that anyways. That's why even some of the people I know use it. They were using it in the past. The only reason I know it's a website is because they were telling me how they were using it in the past. Which disappointed me pretty heavily, but still. No, if people don't want squabbles or whatever here, we don't have to. Keep that in mind through all of it. We really don't have to here. You guys kind of initiated here, and you're demanding it to be a bigger problem. If you really didn't want drama here, while you keep insisting it's our fault, you guys are the contributing factor towards it, and you actually are the ones creating the drama. You could stop at any point, and we actually could move on from it. In fact, some people I already saw in relation to this have backed down a little bit, realizing that they were making this into a bigger thing than it was. It doesn't have to be this way. I don't want it to be this way, obviously, but that might be one of those moments again where Ajax will go, so if you don't want it to be that way, then you do want it to be that way, but I don't want it to be that way. But if I don't want it to be that way, and you don't want it to be that way, but then maybe I do want it to be that way, because you don't want it to be that way, but I don't want it to be that way. And it's like a scene that goes on for a minute, because it's like season 4 Duckman.
Oh, yeah,
Or
sure.
they're just trying to stall for time.
Yeah.
None of this is logical. All of this was buffoonery since the start. We can just move on from it. We could. But the ball obviously is going to be in their court on that one if they want it to move on, and they most certainly don't. And they're going to use any excuse imaginable here to still act like it's the other end's fault when they're the ones overreacting to it. Oh no, 4chan rating this stream again? I mean, for the first time. Did I say again? I mean, for the first time? Good heavens. And I bet nobody here would ever be able to pick up on that because it's never really painfully obvious when it happens.
You should be watching chat. Make sure that
I am watching chat.
people, because when that has happened, people can get a little too catty.
Yeah, they can.
You don't want to. You don't want to fucking provoke.
No. But you certainly do want to call it out and make it
Yes,
clear.
yes.
And make them uncomfortable to a degree. Because that's all it really boils down
if
to.
you're
That's why they're
calling
lashing
them
out right now. They're uncomfortable.
Shitlords or something, that's probably not going to help.
Yeah. No, making a fool of yourself is not going to help. But allowing them to see that it's foolish behavior, yeah, that's something else. So, was quoting Charlie from It's Always Sunny when he had his big conspiracy wall. Yeah.
I like the detail. I never picked up on it until the last time we watched it. That it's all fucking. It's not even real anyway. He didn't actually figure anything out.
No.
He just made it.
He can't read, so he didn't even know what the package said.
Yeah.
He lost
That's probably the detail I didn't know because we hadn't watched the series yet. I didn't know that.
Yeah, remember the pirate door?
That he's illiterate.
Like, oh my god, do you think there's a pirate behind that door?
Yeah.
And then they both start kicking the door in front of everybody at the restaurant.
Oh, this run is doing terrible.
For chain people around here too. Boy, they're really fucking desperate off this one, aren't they?
How would they know?
I don't know. Somebody brought it up. I would assume people in the chat are aware of what's kind of going on at the moment and are able to spot it, because that's the thing too. When they do this kind of thing, it is obvious. You just need to be aware that they're doing it. But no, if they are, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe they're not right now. When the stream happened, nothing was happening. But I could tell something, like I said, was happening over here, because we did have a lot of new accounts that came through that stream.
Yes.
And there are already some pretty questionable comments happening during the stream, too. Spoilers, when you start lashing out at somebody in the chat, once again, over the fact of, trans rights being a thing to you, that you're mad at them for saying trans rights, you're outing yourself pretty blatantly. And people are mad because it's also supposed to be like, well, you pointed out that offensive jokes were supposed to be offensive. Why is that bad? Isn't that just an acknowledgement of what you're also getting like a kick out of? I don't see the harm on that one. If that's also supposed to be a thing too, people going, well, you told people to stop watching. No, I didn't. I never told anybody to stop watching anything. I encourage people to continue watching if it's something you like. That's why I was saying, there isn't really, truthfully, any kind of reason for there to be a fight here. But, do you expect a big crowd who is ready to make a fight to actually back down on something like that? No.
Right.
They're gonna keep it going.
Damn it, that's not the one I wanted. Oh, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. Schlepped boy, because we got near the wrong people. People see us as something that's going to threaten those other people. Except them doing all this right now and trying to make this into the problem, that's what's going to threaten all of these people. Kind of a lack of awareness on that one, too. If you're doing all this right now, all you're doing is also bringing exposure to some of this, too, in a way that you're going to get those people hurt as well. They want to defend somebody, but they're actually just kind of hurting them. It's a whole weird mess of just confusion because people are really good at pressuring each other to do like ridiculous things online.
I don't usually get that one comment.
But we, once again, this shouldn't be new for people who are, long stays of the website, and not even just the website, Twitch. We've been streaming for a long time. None of this is news to people. But it's always continuously upset people that were around. Whininess was always the big complaint. Whininess translating into, I'm going to whine about you and then blame you for me whining. That's always usually been the core angle, and that's what this is falling into as well. You betrayed everybody by speaking about things you spoke about. Uh-huh. Anyways, why are you screenshotting random people in the chat? What do they do to betray you now? Oh, is just everybody the enemy? Shit, did you guys get the memo? Everybody is the enemy right now. No, it's ridiculous. By design. But people also don't want to be criticized. I would know. We were handed a contract about that.
Yeah.
what? Should I even really ask? Somebody said, I looked at the 4chan thread, so I guess there is one right now. And they said now 4chaners are trying to say how they're above being standard 4chaners, and now they're like infighting. That happened one time too. There was a raid attempt, and that I had somebody messaging me off to the side that said, hey, so don't worry. They're all arguing about Undertale porn now and like lashing out at each other.
I remember that. Yeah, they started arguing over like what Undertale characters are the hottest or some shit like that. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me.
Because you need to remember who's obsessing about this kind of thing.
Mood a little bit.
You need to remember how asinine this is and what kind of people obsess about these things. These are the things that they take serious. That happened when you streamed Dominoid. Oh my god, is that what it was?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that would be.
That would make sense, because also the idea preemptively, we need to shut this down. He's streaming a game that he made.
Yeah, no, exactly. You're probably right.
Guys, actually, like I said, if anything, thank you everyone who's obsessing tonight, because you finally completed the final piece of the puzzle here. You placed it in. You guys get to see it now. We don't have to do anything sometimes. It can just be as simple as continuing to be there can do it. You're getting to watch a long chain of this that's been happening. That's why talking about things we already talked about is doing this right now.
Don't you dare. Oh my god.
That was weird.
No! Oh my god. And then they're gonna start picking the grass instead. No, thank goodness.
I'm shocked that they didn't. Priorities in this game are weird.
Yes, they are.
But if anyone is getting exhausted over on the Kiwi Farm side of thing or 4chan side of things, hey, if you guys actually could just, like, mellow the fuck out a bit and try to get over the fact that it was really obvious what you were doing here, and no one really fell for it, at least on this website. Like I said, publicly, I'm sure people will fall for it. If they've got the right biases, they will roll with it, but if you're getting bored of this just going in circles, which is, by the way, why it's absurd to also argue about this to begin with. You can't really come at somebody going, oh my god, it's annoying they keep talking about it when you excessively keep talking about it. If you actually...
that's always been a thing that they do, though.
It is, but I'm saying, if you are feeling that boredom right now, if you're kind of recognizing the loop at the moment, yeah, it doesn't have to be a loop. If you just want to watch, like, GamePro or something, or you want to watch, like, some old game promos and just, like, defunct media, we got stuff running when we're not even streaming. Like, if you want to have better times here, you can.
Oh, do I not have enough? Fuck, I might have just cost it.
No Big Funny Rat, who is new account with a score of 1. I don't think anyone else here is having trouble with the chat. By the way, welcome to the website, Big Funny Rat, 0-day account, who literally just registered your account, and this is the first stream you've ever watched, and it's the first comment you've ever made. Seems like people are using the chat just fine.
It might be they're getting filtered, is what it is. If they're saying, like, bad things or something. This was a terrible run.
But, I could look into it if there is something up with the chat. I don't think there is. It looks like everything's okay.
I know I can do that.
I think the weirdest thing of all is sometimes when there's issues with the website, the chat is usually working absolutely perfect. It's usually related to the video. Something goes on.
It seems to be,
Not usually the chat. No, it's true. If Kiwi Farm saw the making of Pokemon live, oh my god. That would need its own thread. You don't even know the dark history behind this one.
They don't know about Tiny Pikachu.
They don't know about Tiny Pikachu.
Jigglypuff.
They don't know about Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff with long human legs sticking out of it.
Right. True degeneracy.
No, if anything, that's what this is also partially built off of today. It's not that they actually are fully angry about this stuff, because it is old things. What they're also angry about is that they thought that it was a moment of weakness for us and that they were going to be able to pounce on that. And it's probably a little bit jarring and weird now that we're kind of making jokes and not, like, being that heavily impacted by it. I guess they would say we are, except you haven't used this website. Actually, this is just flowing like a normal stream tends to anyways. We just openly talk about things anyhow.
Wants to go on Roger Rabbit's cartoon spin.
It's broken down again, sorry.
Oh, man. They made Jessica wear a jacket.
And he was eating macaroni and cheese. I know what that means.
No. Somebody's gonna say it as they put a bullet in your skull. They're gonna say macaroni and cheese. Bet you regret that one now. Garbage day. Yeah, you saw what I was doing.
Lemonade.
Before I said it, he already knew what I was doing.
Man, so many opportunities. No, more realistically, it'll be a Simpsons reference and they'll go, that's for making me cry. They couldn't handle the making of Revolution X. Oh, man. Can we talk about, like, the giant insect monster thing? What's up with the giant insect monster thing? Yeah, it's true, hamburger time. There's a lot of different things. And then if you just want to be more gamer about it, you could say burger time. All great one-liners for, like, Schwarzenegger to say. I heard they're making a new action movie about him to relate to, like, Zoomers. That it's about him being a guy who's obsessively on the internet every day, and then he goes and tries to gun down a bunch of people that he found online. You know, they still dress him up like he's the kind of person who would be at home being obsessive and everything, but for some reason he's really ripped, while also simultaneously having like a neck beard.
He's old.
No, it's true. They wouldn't do it now. No, we're thinking like 80s or 90s on that one.
Then
it would have to be older Schwarzenegger.
There wouldn't be internet.
No, there wouldn't be internet. I'm talking about if he was in the future, if he was relevant with his career
so
now.
So simultaneously in the future, but the past.
Mm-hmm. You're getting it, and you win prizes by watching.
I see.
That's a good name for it. The Moderator. One of them would be on their knees crying, going, "Don't shoot! Please don't ban me!" You would shoot them and go, "Time out." And at them!
You got your Simpsons reference right.
Thank you. See, my brain's not total mush yet. It's just getting there. And to the person who uploaded the video too, because they edited their description and they're trying to make it like sound lighter now, even though the intention was to make it into a problem. Hey, you still got the room to do something there if you want, I guess. Like I said, I'm not ashamed about anything that I talked about. A lot of it's old stuff anyways, and also, like I said too, people around us have talked about some of this stuff in cases anyhow, and they also told us pretty directly we were allowed to talk about all these things in the past anyways. you probably, if you really were in a position that you feel like you kind of messed up on this one a bit, the thing is, you edited it down, you truncated a lot, you chopped off a lot about the things that probably matter to a degree as well, but also that, something important to keep in mind with all this, because people also, all they were focused on was one name that got said. They didn't care about any of the other ones, go figure. Happened the first time around too, even though it was a thing about multiple people, and I said that. Even during that stream. I didn't name a lot of people during that stream. The one that just happened yesterday. Nor did I on the other one that we did years ago. Or any of the times that we tend to talk about these things. But, if you want me to be more direct, the merchandising and stuff that was happening with management end, a lot of like YouTube end, things that weren't even attached to the channel, but even stuff around YouTube, that was where a lot of problems were coming from within themselves, and that was a lot of the stuff I was talking about. I think some people even want to shapeshift it now into being like, Chris wrote that contract for you. No, he didn't. I don't think Chris knows how to write a contract.
I would assume not.
No. He didn't really know a lot of what was going on, and he just kind of wanted it to move by. That's why he also gave us permission to get sales figures, and we weren't given sales figures anyways. No, he didn't seem to really realize a lot of it, and he was just more upset that it was taking as long as it did, and it was as messy as it was. He wasn't really following what was going on with that. And that's not him that directly did all of that. There are things that he did, and like I said, it was pretty recent that he was taking some shots at us and everything too. No, we're not really getting along anymore, but it's why we didn't have a big fight or anything either. Everybody was just willing to move on. Chris wanted to move on, and we wanted to move on. Everyone really just did want to move forward. There's just a lot of anger being felt because we were willing to be open about anything, and that it betrays a narrative that other people came up with anyways, because we never said that Aaron exclusively did everything. That's why I would encourage people, if you are going to be obsessive drama people, that you're going to have to, like, you know, go and watch every last thing ever. Feel free to do it. I'm not lying here, even though you're going to say I am anyways. No, it's in the old stuff. I very directly said Aaron did the least of it. I did mention the things he did, but I also said he was the least of it. Now, that came later. Commentary channels uploading videos years after the fact, and trying to recontextualize it that it was all Aaron Hansen, and actually all these people stood up for us when I said it back in 2017 that nobody was going to. And I think it was 2018 that I constantly was even telling people, please show me a post at the time of anyone doing it, because that didn't happen. Everybody was terrified, everybody was petrified in fear, because all they were really scared about here, even though it was initially each other, it was a shared fear everybody had about the audience.
Yeah.
Everyone was shared in the same fear about what is the audience going to do to all of us. How is everyone going to behave in relation to this? Because everybody did mess up. So how are people in the audience going to make this into a thing? Because they certainly did, in all sorts of different ways. That's why some people are just trying to keep their heads down through it all, but it never really being able to pan out. Somebody like Aaron, I'm sure, wants to be able to move on, but it's never going to, and that doesn't even have to do with us. Most of the stuff that was going on between everybody was already happening before we even showed up. But if that was just too much, to have to find out that there was tension between everybody the entire time since the get-go, and that mostly it was being treated as a work thing, business just kind of overtook everything. If that's too uncomfortable, that's the reality, though. And it was always there. It's not like it's new. It was always there.
I'm glad that's what you said. I wasn't sure what you were going to say, but unfortunately, it's like I would just be like, yeah, you have to deal with it.
Yeah, you just have to accept that that's the truth of it. We tried to gel with it as well as we could, even through the stress of it. And people could tell that there was stress. That's why at the time, funnily enough, it was the same excuse as right now of just saying we were being crazy. We were stressed because all this stuff was going on, while still trying to maintain a level head and still try to have a good time through it all. Sometimes the people around us did recognize it went way too far. That's why Chris, even though he could be very hot-headed and he would take things too far sometimes, he also could cool himself off a bit and actually have limits too. I know he's upset about certain things that happened previously, but it's why also in other circumstances he was willing to try to get things to move ahead because he wanted to as well. The audience scares all YouTube creators at this point. I couldn't believe that when I did that podcast with Mega64, all it was about exclusively was doxing and them being terrified about people being mean to them on 4chan. And what initially came off as kind of weird, I don't know if I was being mocked during that or not, it wasn't by the end. They seem to actually just genuinely be relieved that somebody is willing to talk about this so openly, about the idea of having conversations with your audience and just being forward about things. They seem to actually be very confused about what do you do in a spot like this. I had somebody from the Undertale team contact me years and years ago because they were dealing with a similar kind of situation. Like, people have been aware that we've been dealing with stuff like this since the beginning, too. It is going to be an ongoing thing. This is the attempt to get it to all flare up again and make it the end of the world. This is the attempt to try to force Chris and I to start fighting again. This is the attempt to try to make it end of the world scenario, when through all of it, everything that was even discussed on stream, not just being old, but being years ago. Years and years and years ago. I even talked during that, like I said, I don't know if it got chopped out, but I even talked about the whole thing too of, I know I made mistakes. What they would say about our ends is, I know exactly what it would be. We were stubborn, we were hard to deal with. Yeah, we were. They wanted to do a lot around merchandise and that we weren't supposed to ask many questions around it, but we did. There were a lot of things happening with overly, manufacturing some of the material that was being done at the time, and yeah, we didn't really like that. We'd vocalize it. We're willing to speak our mind on things when I think a lot of other people would have been afraid to because they don't want to lose like a job opportunity or connections or something.
Yeah, I would say the majority of people don't want to have to make waves.
So I get why they were frustrated with us too. That's why I said everybody made mistakes, and that's why I said some of the anger being felt between these different sides is going to be based on what it is you value. If you value talking plushes, we're the end of the world. If you don't care so much about YouTuber merchandise, then yeah, it kind of might even make some sense why somebody can just say no to doing that kind of thing. And when somebody is trying to kind of insist on it, no matter what, even when you said no, yeah, it becomes a lot messier. I think there was a lot of, why can't you just do this, that was happening at the time. It's all unfortunate, obviously, but man, I don't know. How much more can you guys all live in the past? While simultaneously trying to blame us as you're making, what, like 14 different raid attempts happen right now over it? Just because you weren't paying attention for like the past 8 years that this has been discussed numerous times? The fact that no one even told you that you have to abandon these channels or these creators, it wasn't a cancellation attempt. It was just giving context because we all want to move on. Oh, who's the one baiting in the chat? Sorry. I looked away actually for just a little bit here. I was enamored with Pikmin.
Don't masturbate.
Don't bait in the chat.
It's not allowed.
Quit baiting. Quit tugging it.
Tugging it.
Is that the most vile way of putting it?
No.
Okay. What would you say?
I don't know. Jerking your gherkin?
To me, that's just like,
imagine it being, like,
that's probably the unsexiest way of putting
Warty,
it.
you know what I mean? But in term, I don't know. It's hard to say. Man, I thought I was going to get closer this time. I guess I'm closer in terms of my number is bigger. But...
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's a relatively new account. So thanks for the heads up on that one. Keep an eye on that for a second here. Okay, yeah, I'll look up. Let's see. By the way, if people were really that deeply upset about what we talked about, I think a lot more would be getting said about that rather than us directly.
Yeah, sure. Resulting to insults kind of shows that you don't actually have an argument.
Yeah. Wouldn't you be asking questions about things instead of just insisting you have to shut your fucker mouth right now? Wasn't that one of Zach's jokes that says you have to be nice to me? Weird to comment something that way, isn't it?
Zach would never say something that could be used against him.
I'm not using it against him.
No, I'm joking.
Oh. Pulling your pork. Yeah, that's pretty gross.
I've never heard that one. I've got to go pee. I'll be right back.
Do you have a live feed of bands? No, I don't, Worma. I haven't kept up with that Marvel fighting game. I'm not too sure what they're doing with it. I'm not a Marvel person. And I kind of stopped focusing on Arc Sys after Strive because I wasn't really that into Strive. No, if anything, I can tell I'm getting into a lot of old fighting games again. We played Vampire Savior, and I love the shit out of it. I forgot that it's like one of my favorites. Accent Core, getting back into that again. Get on Fightcade. You know, right now is probably not a good time to get on Fightcade. I got the feeling right now that now is probably not a good time to get on Fightcade. Yeah. Someone, I guess I didn't spot that one. Someone tried to post it over on the subreddit and make it into a big thing. And now the angle I guess they're trying to work is saying that I'm iDubbbz, where can you guys actually form something that isn't just based around other people even? When do you actually focus on anything we talked about?
Who is that?
That was that person that a lot of people kept trying to put on those videos back in the day because he was fighting with Leafy or whatever. And we didn't care about it, and we kind of wanted to leave while they were doing it.
What is he supposed to have done?
That he used to do a lot of videos online where he was doing drama videos and stuff, and that he was hurling slurs around. And then in recent years, he stopped doing it, and because of that, that makes him into a bad person. When there are bad things he did. But because the people who get mad at him are lost on a lot of their own biases like this, it gets to turn into a thing where it just gets to look really absurd because they keep making just like petty insults instead of getting to the point of what he actually did. Because there are things he did. It's understandable on some of it. But no, that's what people are trying to now turn it into is they're blaming everybody for their... Hey, once again, guys, hey, the stream from years ago, all the stuff popping up right now is the same discussions we had years ago too. We're not suddenly now changing our tune. Julian talked about that thing in his comic on Tumblr back in 2017.
2017.
None of this is new. I get it. You weren't paying attention, and now you want to make this into a cancellation attempt, but that's not what it is. You're turning it into a cancellation attempt because you're also specifically trying to get us canceled through it, but you're also going to impact and hurt all the people around us too through it. It's unfortunate that a chopped down 40-minute video with a bunch of people scrambling to make this the end of the world is really like getting that much traction. But it's going to work. Like I said, it is going to work. That's why everybody here right now, I know you guys want to be supportive. Keep in mind it is going to work. We knew this back in 2017 when we were already frightened about everything that was surrounding us. And we knew that if we went really, really hard on all of it, we were never going to have anybody listen because they already weren't listening about the things we did talk about. And even then with the things that we talked about, like I said, Julian talked about these things on his streams back in like 2018, 2019. It's just the old shit being regurgitated again and trying to make it act like we're trying to make a big drama happen where, did you notice I'm not the one who uploaded the video? No, it's about trying to make a problem. It's trying to make it bigger. And if there's a demand that I have to take it back, I'm not going to because it is what happened. But I also told people, like I said too, we can move on from these things as well. It's all anyone ever wanted. It's not exactly fair that you're allowed to dogpile people incessantly about this every single day, but then insist that it's actually on their own end that they're exclusively doing it. No. It's clear what's happening here. It's very obvious what's happening here. But that's what we're kind of weighing in at the moment is, can we now make a big conflict between everybody? The answer is yes. That's why even talking about this, like, it's not going to change any minds, really. I know that. But it's why we're still talking about it and willing to just stick to it, because, yeah, it's true. I'm not going to budge on that one. It is true. That's also why it's still being phrased, too, as, you can't say everyone did something. You know, the people we were briefly around for a couple of years in Los Angeles isn't everyone. That's not the entire world. It was the people we were working with at the time, and those were some of the only people we knew during the time, and we didn't know them super well. Some people are acting like some of them we knew for ages, when no, some of them we didn't at all. Some of them we only knew for like a month or two. A few of them we knew for a long time. But through the long time, that's why we were aware of these things too. We're gonna have a drama manufactured around this one, and people are really angry because all the stuff we talked about prior can't just be all aimed at Aaron Hansen anymore. That's the issue.
Yeah, I would say that's probably at the core of it.
And by the way, because if all these eyes are going to be over here too, I'll make you guys more uncomfortable with a little bit of a harsh reality on this one. When you guys are trying to bring up things about Aaron Hansen said racist things, but simultaneously you're making excuses for everybody else doing this kind of thing, I know what that means. What you're trying to say is he needs to go back to saying racist things again. He's not allowed to move beyond any of that, and he's in the wrong on that. There's plenty of things he said that I don't agree with and I don't like when we knew him during all of that. There's a lot of behavior of his that I wasn't happy about. But through all of that anyways, I'm not going to fault somebody necessarily if they realize that they were being shitty and they want to kind of do better. There's no harm in that kind of thing. But, once again, when you live completely online, you also feel like there's no way to ever go back. Which, by the way, I think that's why we're having the conflict the way we are right now. No going back. It's a lot of people caught up on that because that's the kind of way that they live their own lives, and they're trying to adhere us to it. You guys are not allowed to move on. You have to go back. No going back in the sense of you cannot, like, come back from these things. You will need to be doing these things for the rest of your life. But that's not even what this is anyways. If anything, I wonder if that got cut from the video. I made a comment about that yesterday, and actually it's kind of funny, it's aligning with this. That some people were just so caught up on slurs being used in videos, and that was the only thing they ever cared about. And I thought it was a joke initially, but some people were serious about that kind of thing. That the only thing they seemed to actually value was that that kind of thing was taking place. So that's why I'm not surprised that about Aaron Hansen, some people are obsessed about that. That he needs to go back to saying these things. No, they weren't good things. You're right on that. Some of the stuff in the past wasn't very good either. But that's not what any of this is fully, like, really about. We had a lot of really bad experiences, and it wasn't a great time for us. A lot of people didn't know who we were, which is why some of these things went the way they did, because a lot of people didn't even know what was happening. Aaron really didn't realize how much was fully going on. Aaron also still contributed to some of it. So did we. So did everyone. But if that's what's going to make people feel better that we're going to be the ultimate evil again, and you say we did everything, yeah, you're going to do it. Doesn't matter what we say. Because truthfully, it never mattered who we were. But we're going to keep on. We're going to keep making things and doing things. I am sorry to everybody here who also had to be in the crossfire that you're getting screenshotted for a Kiwi Farms thread. Just because you don't see an issue with this. But, yeah, this is how things have been operating for quite a long time now. Seriously, as far back as like 2016, 2017, people are already acting this way. It's just, it's a lot more visible and exposed at the moment. Isaac, they got mad at us for making mention about that one with the slur thing. That I openly said I like censored some of them and thought it was absurd. People were actually saying that's the only reason they're watching. But yeah, they did get angry about that. Yeah, they did. It would happen in a lot of scenarios. I was asking people what they wanted to actually see from my end, what I could do better, and they got angry at me for even asking that kind of thing. It was a continuous thing of you're not supposed to pay attention to anyone, you're not supposed to talk to anybody, you're not supposed to say anything. You're basically, once again, just supposed to be there as an extension of somebody else. And this is just coming off of that. The positions that people are taking right now were the positions that they already had. Yesterday did not change anything. This is just where it's going to be. The dude, there needs to be a villain because it's how you keep a thing going. And like I said too, I had to see it after we were doing Game Grumps that people are really fucking weird about Ego Raptor. We also got to be told a lot back at the time that exclusively he did everything, and that had to be a bit of a process to figure out more and more by like 2019. And even by that point, that's why I said there were already a lot of behind-the-scenes conversations between people. Some people we couldn't really talk to at all, even though we really wanted to, and they knew that there was tension, but they just weren't really willing to talk it through. But that's with all of this. It's that people are not going to accept us if we're not there to say that Oni Plays was beautiful and wonderful and a flawless experience, and we were stupid, shitty fucks. No, we had hard times with it. Everybody did. Simultaneously, they would say that they had hard times due to us. The through line is, people just weren't getting along. But making mention of any of that was the thing that was going to upset people, even if we were told we were allowed to talk about some of these things. Morgie, what happened was, it's a lengthy thing. I'm sorry we have to loop this again, everybody who's coming in.
I'll
be quick.
Assume that you need to.
A few weeks ago, there was a tweet that somebody had made, bringing up Julian's ancient-ass webcomic that he had posted, about what it was sort of like working in that environment at the time, which, by the way, goes with everything that's also, you know, being discussed there. It's not a retcon. It's just you weren't paying any attention, and you think that Julian's comic was even brand new. Because that's what happened. They didn't post that comic to be malicious, but people who were fans of Oni Plays took it as Julian is insulting this entire thing and everyone who bought these and everybody, and just made it into the worst thing that they possibly could. Getting really angry about it, getting really defensive about it, and the reason we found out about it, because we don't use Twitter, took like almost a week, I would say, even since it got posted, to find out about it. We were getting a lot of weird followers, and I was starting to get emails that were trying to be like really intense and threatening again, like it was 2017 all over again. So we found out about all of it. We kind of knew it was happening. As we were streaming, some of this stuff came up while I was streaming. Plenty of messages that obviously Werma was able to crack down on, but things ended up coming through on all of it. And that's why I got into a discussion about these things, and that's why people were getting really upset about it, because I was willing to be very direct and forward about it. They're not new discussions. We've had them already, but because I said I didn't get along with a lot of these guys, and we went through a lot, It's them deciding that everything we ever said doesn't count now because it only counted when it was against Ego Raptor. When the first time we talked about these things, which wasn't actually the first time, it was just people trying to make it into a big drama. It's what's happened every time. That's why you title the videos this way. Have you guys noticed there's like 3 of these videos now and they're all titled the same way and all the comment sections look the same? And it doesn't matter what year it got posted in. That's why there's no retconning here. No, this isn't a, oh, they changed their minds later thing. No, this was always happening. You just don't like that it was happening. But, video that got posted is heavily edited down. Kiwi Farms was going at it today. 4chan's going at it today. There's a very forced approach to try to get it all nailed down here and to make it a really big problem because we said things that were not obviously positive about what our experiences were.
Yeah.
And that's what they're concerned about now. When we did speak about these things, like I said, that first time around, that wasn't really the first time, but people were treating it like it was the first time. During all of that, there were commentary videos that started getting posted after where they significantly chopped it all down and made it really short and tried to aim it all exclusively at Aaron. And part of the reason they were aiming it all exclusively at Aaron, even though I didn't say it was all Aaron, I never did. I said everybody.
There's a way to say that there was a big problem.
Yes, everybody making mistakes. Us too. Despite all of that, everyone was trying to recontextualize it that it was exclusively Aaron Hansen that ruined our lives. Even with the Dream Daddy thing, we got told by other people to talk about that one. We went out and got ramen. I had to take notes down to talk about it. We're outsiders to a lot of this and didn't even fully know what was going on until it was too late. On my own end, I thought I was helping people by doing it. They wanted me to talk about it, and they were giving me notes. And it was a lot of people. But through all of that, that's the angle that was supposed to be worked. And what you're getting to see here tonight is the proof that this was never genuinely about us getting hurt, that anyone cared. They only cared if it could have been aimed at Aaron, because when people even heard back at the time when I was in a position that I almost hurt myself, Julian was throwing like pill bottles and yelling at me because he was really upset to see that I was pushed to a point like that, and at least it snapped me out of it. When all that was happening back at the time, seriously, people were rooting it on. They were thrilled. They were really excited about it. The angle only changed a little bit afterwards when people decided to make it exclusively this thing about Gang Grumps. And that's really fucked up to me because I don't even know why Aaron Hansen is that exceptional to people in that kind of way to obsess about that. But I guess he is.
I better rewind.
I guess that's where it's at. Well, it's people who haven't paid attention to this shit since the beginning. It's people who don't care about this kind of thing. Oh no, they don't like the looping. Oh man, what are they doing right now? No, don't you guys want me to loop these things over and over again? Here, I'll do it again. Let me repeat it again. You want to talk about 2017 again? Let's loop it again. Hang on, wait, you want to talk about 2017 again? Let's loop it again. Hang on, you want to talk about 2017 again? Let's loop it again. Hang on, you want to talk about 2017 again? Let's loop it again. Yeah, it's pretty fucking annoying, isn't it? It is the most ridiculous part of all of it.
I got used to it a really long time ago because Dee Dee would like be worried about things, and I'd be like, why are we talking about this again? I'd rather like, and that was like a decade ago. That was a really long time ago. People are not going to let it go away. We're going to have to be constantly saying this over and over again for the rest of our lives. Just like I have to loop Pikmin.
Yeah. By the way, do you guys want to hear the context again for what happened? We talked about how we got hurt by things, and now everyone is saying that we're horrible, evil people because we said we got hurt. Isn't that interesting? That's the problem. It'd be great if people didn't have to get hurt, but I guess that needs to be the priority. And even with it too, it wasn't new stuff. But I guess we're really at that point. We knew this was eventually going to happen. We didn't know when it was going to. If it would have been back in 2017, 18, 19, 2020, 2021, 2022, whenever. We knew it was going to be a thing that if people picked up on, when they said, like, almost everybody had a contributing factor in this, they meant everybody who was around them at the time. Yes. I said it was beyond even just Game Grumps and Oni Plays. There was stuff that was tied to the animation industry, too. There's stuff that was happening with Cartoon Network. That's why we didn't want to stick there around, like, show business stuff. We weren't the right people for it. It was uncomfortable to us, and we didn't want to be a contributing factor. But when you feel this threatened, and this is how you're acting in relation to it, it says a lot. It's going to stick. Because we've had people doing this to us for God knows how long. The thing that people were most concerned about is that we can be there to at least, like, make other people, like, potentially look better or something. Seems to just be what their concern is. The argument at the moment is all the words being said right now, it's just crazy talk. They don't mean anything. It's just nonsense words. It's not in reference to anything because they don't want you to hear what it's in reference to. We're not getting big arguments about the things that we're talking about, and a lot of it, no one has any evidence of anything on their own end because you weren't there when we were in rooms with people, obviously. And even on that stream anyways, I actually read a bit of the contract out loud. I can't make up legal jargon on the spot. It's just the reality of how things went, and we tried to move on from it. But when there's a perceived criticism about creators that people like following, yeah, it turns into this. And it's relentless. People were only there if it was against Aaron. And it's really fucking crazy. I don't get it. But, like I said, I didn't watch Game Grumps. Maybe there was something there additionally that I was missing. And no, like I said too, Aaron did impact us. There were plenty of negative things that happened there. But at the same time, he also helped us in a couple of cases too. But I'm sorry that this is happening right now, guys. It is going to be something that will probably last a few months. A few months is being generous. Probably going to be a few more years. When we even were just recording videos again, that brought forward a lot of weirdness all over again. It will probably be a few years of this. The only reason anybody was willing to be a little bit friendly is because, like I said, it was specifically Aaron Hansen as the exclusive target. People weren't really paying attention, and because someone made a drama post by snipping up what we talked about, and once again, a thing that we've talked about for years and years and years, that's where it gets to be at. And by the way, that's why you double down on these things too, because when I have to have a lengthy talk like this on a stream, oh man, you only talk about something in length if like... do you want to talk about talking in length? Let me talk in length about talking in length. Do you guys know how long a lot of these streams can even go for? Did you see the Spring Break Marathon, by the way, that we did months back?
Even this recent video, that was... the fucking stream was like, what? Like, you went all night.
It was like 16 or 18 hours long or something. It was an insanely long stream. That's why somebody would then go, schizo. Then why do these words make you so angry? If it's just coming from a crazy and none of it means anything, then why is it making you feel so threatened? Why does it require such a double down? Why does it have to be so much of a thing? People aren't going to be happy with us because, no, we don't like when, obviously, harm is a thing. No, we don't like when bad times happen. No, we don't like that back at the time a lot of people were getting hurt when they didn't need to. No, there were certain things that went on visibly and publicly that we weren't there for. Someone tried to chop up something to make it only aimed around one person again, when that's not what the stream was even about. Most of the complaints, like I said, was actually about the merchandising end of it. which Chris was not heavily involved with. Chris did push for us to sign on it and was bothered by the fact that we didn't at the end, but no, he didn't write that contract. And on the thing of getting permission to see sales figures, Chris actually gave us the approval on that. Hey, but that sounds so elaborate that it must be nonsense world, because people tend to talk about legalese like this all the time. It's very normal for people to talk about NDAs and what goes into them and the terminology that focuses around them, like perpetuity and exact values and royalties. It's just things that people obviously make up on the spot. It's just really easy to do. No, obviously it all did happen. A decade ago, almost. I'm sorry you guys were bothered having to collect this and catch up with it, and I'm sure a younger crowd is puzzled, which is why I said it's gonna work. You did it. You're gonna get us hurt. We already got hurt, and we're gonna get hurt again. I know. But that is where this is all coming from, which is why you were even sharing Julian's post from Seriously 2017. You were sharing such an ancient post from him because we even talked about this all back then. It wasn't new. For example, his drawing where there's the YouTube logo saying the funny boys will be back, what do you think that was coming from? He was talking about Aaron at the time too. He drew him in the Itchy and Scratchy Land costume. We talked about all this back at the time already. It's not new. If it's something you didn't want to hear, I'm sorry about that, and I'm sorry it had to come in that form too, of someone trying to even make it harsher and harder to hear by chopping it down so short. What was the old post even about? That when we were trying to step away from doing Oni plays,
I was giving my reasons for why.
Yeah, everybody was asking him over and over again about Oni plays and everything that happened.
My
They said
ultimate point was supposed to be that it was a dehumanizing experience, and it was also too heavily centered around advertising and marketing, and that I didn't agree with that. It was
and it could extend to a lot of this YouTube culture in general.
Yes.
But he posted that comic also because, initially he did keep it short. He just said, I don't want to talk about Oni plays. And I got people really, really, really angry with him. And there was a demand that he had to expand upon that one. So he did. And then people continued to get angry with him. Because it's not that people were looking for what his actual feelings were or anything. All they were looking for was a specific response that he did not give. Which is, actually, all of this is A-okay, and I never had any issue with it, and I'm a stupid baby, so please hurt me. But he wasn't going to say that, obviously, and that's not what happened. Business when it comes to YouTube is very complex. And like I said, too, when you have audiences that are quick to react in a way like this, why do you think so many of these creators are so nervous about their images? Why they stay quiet about a lot of things, too? And I know audiences would insist in some cases it's a good thing that they stay quiet, but then they conjure up their own narratives that could get those same people hurt. And I'll restate the thing I said on the stream, and I've said on, I think, every stream that this has come up over the years. Everybody made mistakes. Everybody. I'm not pointing a finger around at everyone and saying everyone else is to blame but us. I'm very open to say the mistakes that I made, because I did. I thought I was helping people. I was trying to be there to help people, and I made things more uncomfortable. Video stuff was supposed to be, sometimes more driven around, hey, can we just upkeep? Can we just keep it all going? And sometimes, we wanted to schedule, we wanted to plan, and we wanted to, do things that could end up feeling too stingy. It could be too difficult. And not even like we had a really tense attitude to come with it, but just more so, it's not aligning with, what other people were hoping for it to also be. It's not our channel, ultimately, either. But it's what people wanted to be our channel. And not even necessarily because of who we were. That's the part they've resented this entire time. It's what we were supposed to kind of enable. It's what we were supposed to be contributing to. A bigger picture that they were more interested in. A bigger picture that they're allowed to be more interested in. How many of the old videos do you guys recall that we kept saying how we knew we weren't funny? But it's not going to be taken well here. It's not going to be accepted. we're not going to hear the end of this, like I said, probably for the rest of the year, I would imagine. And considering the fact that everybody was A-okay to be on our side after giving us a hard time, but then when they thought it was all about Aaron, even though we didn't say it was all Aaron, when they were fine with that. But now suddenly it's not okay because actually when we said a lot of people were involved and they realized a couple of additional people were involved, now it doesn't count. You guys have got your own biases, and you might want to observe them a bit. If one name being thrown into an equation now does this, I don't think you cared actually about what really happened. Because why would that be the factor that undoes everything? Especially if it aligns with the things that we already discussed about during those streams. Yeah, Chris made mistakes. Really bad ones in some cases. He could be really alienating. There were things he was upset with us for, and that's why sometimes he took the shots that he did. It sucked. At the same time, hey, we came off as incredibly stubborn and hostile and everything at points to him because we wouldn't just go with things without really asking. Why can't you just do these things? Why does it have to be complicated when some of these things are things like the merchandising example? Because it's not straightforward. A contract is not a light thing. This stuff is more complex than it may seem. With Super Mega's relation to it, I don't even really know who they were when we were first starting, actually. Those were some of my first days really meeting them, and yeah, it seemed like they were desperate to want to fit in with everybody there. Which is why also a big push of trying to really play into this thing with Dream Daddy enough so sending me a build and everything and coming over to our house and like insisting on me looking at it and everything. And then eventually all of us going out and talking about it and figuring out how I'm supposed to go and talk about it on a stream. You view this as throwing people under if you didn't have awareness of it prior because it's all been discussed. But everybody made mistakes. Everybody. And it's about how you kind of come away from those mistakes if you try to grow. And what I'm starting to now hear from people is no one should grow from this. And I don't know how that makes any kind of sense at all. I don't know how that's supposed to make sense. Right now, there's just a demand through pressure to try to get us to undo anything we said. That just seems to be what people are caught up on at the moment. Disregard all of it. Insist all of it is just make-believe somehow. Because if you listen to a little bit, it's kind of hard to insist on all of that. But just do whatever it takes to not let people actually listen to anything that was said. Just try to give people a narrative ahead of time of why to ignore anything being said, even though they won't ignore it. Which, once again, if you're threatened by this in that kind of way, maybe something's actually being said. A lot of things around that, hopefully with the pressure of us then going, okay, everybody, okay, we're stupid, haha, it was all our fault, and you're right. It's not going to happen here. The fact that people are turning this into the end of the world, that's why I said the Band-Aid's kind of been ripped off at this point now. If anything, we're going to be much more firm in our beliefs in the future now that this Band-Aid is forcibly ripped off. And we already knew it was going to be ripped off. Not only was I already talking to people about some of these things after the stream ended last night, some of the people from back in LA, I was even trying to reconnect with a few of them in like recent days anyways. Yeah, I talked about it even during that stream, that I knew it was going to be a thing and people were going to try to forcibly make it into a thing. We knew. Because people have been doing this since the start. The thing they're mad at us for is that we were willing to say anything, because that's like whiny or whatever. And if you're like willing to say things too often, that means like you're like lying, because like, I don't know, shut up. No. I guess that's my answer to it is no. But having that kind of attitude right now, I also know is the thing of, okay, no. It's better when you're like weak-willed and on your knees right now. So if you're also going to stand up to yourself, like for yourself to any degree, that's even worse. And hey, that's what our conflict even is here. We were willing to say that we got impacted by these things. That was the issue. You're not allowed to say things like that. You can't talk about how you got impacted. But then all you're left with is people coming up with a narrative for you, and that's why already it was as rough as it was. No, I'm not thrilled about the fact that once again we had somebody coming out to our house with a gun a year and a half ago saying Sleepy Cabin 1 because they're a weird obsessive audience member who conjured up all their own narratives around this stuff. We've had really crazy shit come from all of this. Also, something Julian was even just saying earlier on the stream, I was really soft during that stream. I was giving a lot of room, actually.
I think you still are, but I mean, like, I always say that I do respect it, that you want to be nice to everybody. I think it's an honorable thing.
Well, nobody sees it. I haven't been able to really help people. The reason even we talked about Dream Daddy to begin with is because I was hoping that everyone was going to be able to then just talk to each other and see that it didn't have to be a problem. But I was wrong. It was a problem. That was one of the mistakes I made. It actually ended up being a very big problem. I thought it was just as easy that people could just talk about these things, and they're not. Especially when you have an audience involved. And there's going to be a demand for the personal details to come out. You're going to have people being weird about all of that. But then the personal details come out, which, by the way, are personal, and they didn't ever need to come out. Except then people making up things and insisting on things and lashing out, and then once again having someone coming by with a gun. Yeah, it's not a surprise. Eventually it kind of has to come out. And even then, it didn't just come out. It's only feeling this way to people because no one was keeping up to begin with. There wasn't some super dark secret or anything here. It's been talked about for years. It's just people are upset to find out about it. The narrative was very much supposed to be that all of these people around us actually stood up for us and that Aaron was an outlier when, once again, it goes to show, too, that nobody actually listened to the streams that were getting re-uploaded. That wasn't what got said. No one ever said Aaron literally did everything. We said what Aaron did. We went into it.
You went out of your way to say the opposite.
But he did the least, yeah.
But yes, unfortunately, a lot of it is just coming down to the internet narrative.
I'm sorry. Someone said the mic being bumped was really loud.
Oh, sorry about that. I was just adjusting it. I don't know what to do in those situations because the mic is inevitably going to need adjusting.
Fiesta George, yes. I even talked to Zach about it a year back. Yeah, someone on Christmas Eve, we were streaming, and I don't remember what we were streaming, but they were hoping to interrupt the stream with it, and we had a bunch of messages pop up in the chat. In fact, I wonder, do I have those? I could even show them here.
I have them all on my computer. I don't, but it would take a while for me to get them.
I kind of don't want to grab the entire thread because there's doxing stuff in there and everything too, but that's why I said I've got everything. I just have to remember where I put this one. Let me look. Because Werma even sent me some of them, like, recently. Let me see if I can find them. By the way, Werma, I'm really sorry that this is how rough it's going to be here tonight.
Take off if you need to.
Yeah, if you can't handle a lot of this, I understand.
Well, I mean, emotionally, too, but you've got shit to do. Maybe they need to go places in the morning.
No, that's true.
They have to figure out their housing situation.
Okay, hang on, I got them. I can show these on stream here. Like I said, I'm not gonna show the actual thread or anything here on stream. Because it's just a lot of doxing material. But I am gonna show all of this to at least let you guys know. Because, yeah, it was while we were streaming on YouTube. When we came back and we were streaming on YouTube, this happened immediately. So if you want to know why people want to kick this into a big thing right now, there's already been an effort happening. People were already angry with us that we made distance, and we were willing to even keep our heads down and not say anything, even though we kept getting flicked at over and over again on occasion. And hell, even some of the stuff I talked about that had happened that I didn't know shots were being taken at me even when I wasn't there. Those shots that were taken at me, by the way, are still like almost 5 years ago. A lot of this stuff is still extremely old and had already been discussed and talked about. It was only recent I found out about that one, and I think that's why all these things have kind of like just moved on. But yeah, here, I got these. Let me show a few of these right now. I'm sorry that I'm just going to be showing the names of the people who even said these. To be fair, if you were in this Discord call seeing it, though, I'm not sure what that fully implies either. One of them. Another one in here. A few of these going. Werma sent these to me after the stream. We had no clue it was happening during the stream. It came up. Werma brought it up to us just to say that, hey, something's going on here, but I'm like taking care of it. But then Werma looked into it after the stream and was able to find everything. They even found the attempt that was being made and all the photos and everything that they took.
I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. There's just too much shit to do. I've done it before, but I probably had a better first day.
Feel free to say I'm making this one up, by the way, too. I actually just opened Photoshopped and generated these. It's pretty impressive that I can do that. It's pretty impressive how much I can do here.
I don't think anybody would say that anymore. They probably would assume...
What, shooped?
AI generated. As of 2026, AI is not very good at generating text yet. But it could be different next year.
Now keep in mind, these people didn't want to say what Discord they were in, because the Discord they were in is actually attached to something pretty hateful. But, yeah, they weren't kidding. We did find out what they were talking about. We did look in all of it. It was a thing. There's more, but I'm not going to keep adding media sources to OBS right now.
Yeah, it's probably...
I think this at least... I think this gets it across at least.
Your computer was already, like, starting to suffer, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't made up ever at any point here. It did happen.
And it was also the second time. When we lived in LA, people also came to the house. In both, I'm glad that in both cases it happened when we weren't there.
Oh shit, are you sure on that? Someone said pretty sure a guy with the same profile picture as the second image was commenting on that stream re-upload. Yeah, not surprised. Once again, even though they were giving warnings, in this kind of way too, that some of them I could tell were trying to taunt us a bit with it too. If you were in a Discord and you were watching this video thing happen, you were watching it because you knew it was happening, because this is actually people who organize raid attempts like this and doing things to people like this in real life anyways. But yes, it happened during a stream, and yeah, they went out and they, like, taped a bunch of soy jacks to the house. Like, they printed them out and had electrical tape. And it's so messy, and a bunch of them fell on the ground immediately in their photos that you can tell. There was probably some weird neckbeard hunched over for like a half hour trying to plaster these onto the house and struggling to do so.
How dare you.
But, yeah, so keep that in mind now as some additional context of what's happening today. If you're actually seeing some of those same people popping up right now in, like, comment sections, well, keep that in mind now. No, we weren't making this up. And when I was reading some of that stuff, like, the like, legal stuff, too, I didn't make that up either. That's why I was able to read something that obviously was professionally written.
Fuck.
Werma, I am really sorry about that. I know you were, like, really nervous during all of it during that stream, too. And I know it was horrifying for you when you even just started being a moderator, that you got to see all the stuff that, like, Automod was hitting on Twitch, just how far people were taking these things since the start. Okay, yeah, empathetic, you'll definitely have to check on that one. You need to check the account name,
And
too.
yeah, I was going to say, you can't just go on the
I don't know
avatar.
who those people were, but it was a bunch of people we had never seen before, and it was a huge wall of it, bringing it all up. And it was a thing that actually was going on. They weren't making it up. Wirma did assume initially it was just trolling, but then looked into it and found out they were telling the truth.
I know I could do better at this.
So going back to, you know, the stuff happening here tonight, there's some additional context for you guys too. So keep that in mind.
I'm sorry the tale is so sordid. It fucking sucks. Because to me it sucks because it's sordid in the same way that like everything else is these days. It doesn't feel like there are any more simple things left.
No.
Everything is really fucking overcomplicated and like fucking gross.
And even with all that as an incident, which, like I was saying earlier, do you guys know when that took place? That was on Christmas Eve. Somebody used their Christmas to go drive out and do that. And even then, like I said too, they didn't even get the correct address or anything. But they did go and do that. On Christmas, they threw their time away for that. It's not the first time that we've had stuff like that. We talked about it back in LA. People were mapping out where we were living trying to get people to go there. We didn't have to say or do anything in cases either. Once again, just being around was enough. But hey, that's where they're trying to now take the narrative, I guess, is trying to do, oh, it's like iDubbbz. I don't even know what that means, because maybe I'm not, like, terminally online enough to really know what that means. I don't know what people are getting mad about iDubbbz for these days, but if you're caught up on, like, offensive comedy, you really aren't paying any attention intentionally here. You really are trying to be as willfully ignorant as possible when that's not what any of this has ever been about. That's not what any of this ever was. You don't like the fact that there's actually seriousness behind it because it also maybe makes you feel a little bit different about content you take in when simultaneously. I never wanted anyone to push away from that content anyhow. I understood that people don't like me, and I don't think they have to like me. I also understand that I'm not the people that they're watching, and I don't want those people to also feel like they need to advocate for things they might not agree with because they temporarily knew us. I know that's something that always bothered them in the past, that people kept trying to stitch us together. At one point, one of them said, whether you like it or not, I'm your responsibility. And it was crazy to have to hear that because, no, it shouldn't have to be that way. But they said that because of the audience end of it too, and they know how people take things and how they react to them and how they go about these things. But, yeah, we had someone try to come out to our house with a gun, and that they taped a bunch of things to the building and acted really weird about it, and tried to call a pizza, hoping to lure somebody outside, which didn't work. And once again, that was only 1.5 years ago. Last year, people were getting very angry with us over on Twitter because we were talking about things very openly about, like, trans rights, and that made them angry. We already had people angry with us coming from positions like this. And if people are mad once again because we got impacted by a lot of the environment around us, so therefore, well, if you got hurt by everything, that means you're responsible to everything, and I don't have to come up with how you are, but you are somehow, okay, dummy?
Why even waste the effort?
Yeah,
Why go into
I don't know.
any of it?
But yeah, that's where things are actually at. That's why there was a discussion to begin with, and that's why it's very convenient to chop out all the context and try to point it at a specific YouTuber, the same way that they tried to do that to Aaron years ago. Try to point it all now at Chris. Try to point it all now at Aaron. No, there wasn't one person. And in terms of the severity of this, yeah, someone finding our home and coming out and wanting to blast us like Frank Reynolds by getting us to open the door. Empathetic show, we've been trying to catch them at least. If it's new accounts, we know that that's why they're coming in to do it. That's why I said even 4 months ago, when I publicly announced there's a website here, just wait. It's going to get messy again, and all these people are going to show up and make it into a problem. Well, we didn't even have to get the website up. It's already happening. But this is what I was warning about. And I was warning about it because, once again, with that gun incident and everything, too, yeah, there's a crowd that's really unhinged about this kind of thing. And that's why there needed to be a manufactured drama here tonight. Like I said, too, though, it's going to stick. It's absolutely going to stick. It doesn't matter what we actually said. It doesn't matter what happened to us. It doesn't matter what happened to everybody else. None of this matters anymore. It's going to be up to people how much they want to see everyone get hurt, and more specifically, how much they want to see us get hurt. And let's be honest, too, considering what some of the people have been bringing up earlier. Why is it Julian says these things, but everyone then blames it on you? Because they want to see me get hurt. We're all going to get hurt through this. It's not going to help anybody. It's not going to make anything better. Even the people who are raging right now, you're not even raging towards anything legitimate at the moment. If you actually want to see things get better, you would actually just genuinely allow them to continue forward. Because that's what everyone had been begging for like a decade here. And I'm not exaggerating when I say like everyone. Chris was saying it too. We all wanted to be able to move on. Chris was partially so uncomfortable because it wasn't easy to be able to move on. He was really worried about how it was going to look to people. We knew that he actually has a lot of people who make room for him. Julian just brought it up earlier, how he had even mentioned, I don't know why they go after you guys so much harder than they ever would for me. But it is a thing for him. Yeah, they've been doing this since the start, and we knew that if anyone wanted to try to just lob it completely at Chris or something, then we were going to have everybody totally 100% go after us, even though it's all the same situation still. It's all the same things that were already talked about. You just finally were able to piece together what some of it was about, and now you hate it because it wasn't against the person that you don't like. When you're caught up on that, you're not living in reality. You're still kind of lost in your entertainment. It was a whole severe thing from the get-go. Everybody ended up making mistakes. Everybody got hurt through it to some degree. And on our own end, we never really got our lives back after all of it. And what tonight is proving too is we're not supposed to. We really were supposed to be married to other people, and we really were supposed to give them everything. And just be thankful that at least people aren't killing us then. That they're allowing us to live like a bit longer or something. And I hate that I even have to phrase it that way, because that's the kind of thing that does sound overly dramatic, but fuck, I mean, somebody did. And like I said, there were attempts towards this kind of thing in the past too. It's just that was the furthest somebody had gotten. It's gonna be a thing. And it always has been a thing. And you guys are going to be seeing a lot of it now. And it's not going to stop, because it never did stop. There was a lot of desperation to try to get us tangled up in all of this again.
They would move.
It's why a lot of this was even coming up last night, too. And it's why, once again, none of it is even new. Stinks, but that's where it's at. We didn't get into a big fight, Chris and I. I don't know if they left that in the video or not. We didn't get into a big fight. I think he was upset after I kind of acknowledged that I just understood he didn't really like me. And it hit me pretty hard seeing that he had actually, like, taken such a low shot at the time at my end in the video without me even really knowing about it just before he asked us to record again. I would be completely fine to work stuff out with him. I've always been trying to. But I probably do just have to have a talk with him tonight anyways, because, oh boy, I don't want him to get wrapped up in a bunch of this shit himself either. I know, oh boy. You're saying it because I've tried to do that for a long time.
No, more so I just anticipate it's going to end really badly.
Oh, probably. Probably. But I'm going to probably try to talk to him tonight anyways, because I already was talking to everybody else, like, as soon as that stream ended. I'll probably try to talk to him about some of it. And if anything, maybe we can at least figure something out, just kind of moving ahead from here.
You really think so?
I'd like to, but that's if he's going to be at least in the mood to do that, or if he's going to be panicked now because everyone is trying to make this into so much of a thing. Because that was what his fear was from the start.
I think he'll be mad that you said anything.
I think he is going to be mad that I said anything, yes. Even though he was telling us we could, that was also supposed to be, yes, he was leaning it toward, no, I meant about everybody else. You weren't supposed to say that we were having a hard time too. But we were. I don't think that's a bad thing for people to know that we were having difficulties between each other too. I never wanted to fight with him ultimately. But it's also kind of hard to be in a position like this too, where all of these things are happening. And that if anyone even kind of gets a little bit of a glimpse of any of that, it turns into an explosion like this. My goal from the start is that I wanted everyone to realize it didn't have to be this way, and people could have gone along since the start if they weren't so panicked about how crowds were going to react to things, and what kind of moves they had to make to be able to just satisfy an audience. I would want to hope maybe he could have room to talk about this, but that's hope. Hope is illogical. But I would want to try.
I say go for it. Go for it anyway, because it is your strong point is that you want to be nice to everybody.
Yeah. Well, it's not. No, everyone thinks I'm a rat bastard with this. I want to be nice to everybody. It's just, it doesn't read that way to people. But I would want to figure it out with him. Especially because, no, it's not fair to him either that this has to be a thing.
There is no tonight yet. It's already tomorrow.
I guess that's true.
I guess there's a time difference, maybe.
Someone said, I can't imagine a typhoon of this nature emerging because I said things got a bit messy between a coworker and I. Once again, we were also talking about parasocial connections, and people got mad at us for that back at the time.
Yeah. Fandom makes everything really, really weird.
If you're willing to have a discussion about things that resemble somebody else, they're going to feel defensive and on edge and get mad at you. That's why some people are trying to treat it like that stream wasn't a stream, but actually an upload, and it was supposed to be like a cancellation attempt or something, rather than you had to splice together a whole bunch of these moments to make it seem like it was something more pointed than it was. And then once again, you're trying to now point it at Chris, when a lot of it was about the management end of it. The business side of it really heavily impacted a lot of it. Mike's getting sucked in a tornado. I'm sorry, it probably wobbled again. I'm sorry. We're set up really weird right now, so... I would love to work something out with him. I always wanted to. That's why I said, I assume they chopped it out of that video that I kept saying. I really would like to just be able to talk something out with him. That's kind of been part of the problem. And like I said too, that's a big part of his fear. He's always been worried about what it looks like to people externally and, you know, how that's going to be taken and everything. He's concerned about a lot of his views because, no, we don't see eye to eye with him. We both come from very different positions, and there's a lot of stuff that he's said and done that we don't approve of. There's a lot of stuff that we've said and done that he doesn't approve of. We were, for a brief moment, at least in a position that we could be friendly with each other, even if business and kind of being treated like workers was sort of the norm. But simultaneously, too, that was what made it into full-on worker. The way it could be treated was when the business stuff came in, which was often infrequent. There were a few good times, and I was glad that we were able to at least make some moments for people that would be fun. And that's why I told people too, you can hold on to those moments. You don't need it to all be tainted in that you go, I could never do this ever again or watch any of this ever again. Whether it's, oh, because I'm mad at him, or, oh, I'm mad at you, you fucker. It's not a thing that has to be ruined if you're already kind of treating it like entertainment anyways. I don't think the reality of some of this stuff ever mattered to people anyways. Kind of why the people were acting the way they did. But I always did just want to work stuff out with them. I didn't want there to be conflict.
I think you're in danger of sacrificing yourself for other people's well-being.
You think?
Yes.
What do you think I should do then? I mean, that's kind of the problem here. Oh, no, the video, yes, the less attention it gets, the better, obviously, but it's going to blow up everywhere. They're going out of their way to really, really, really try to make it into a thing. The original person who had even posted it to the subreddit actually took down their own post and had apologized for it. And then somebody else came in to try to blow it up into a drama right afterwards. Someone who, if you also look into their post history, you can already see some messiness in there too. No, they're gonna keep trying to make this into a thing. They're going to demand for this to be the end of everything for us. How dare we say something like this? That's what it's supposed to be right now. And while we knew a moment like this was going to eventually come, I think Chris knew that this was going to happen too. It was something he was also dreading himself. I think everybody has been kind of dreading this moment because everyone is pretty deeply afraid of just how far audiences can take these things. It's too bad even telling people, like, you're allowed to just not like us and you don't have to support us, you don't have to watch us or anything. It's unfortunate that even trying to say, too, you don't have to unfollow these guys. I'm not trying to say you need to hate them now or something. I'm just trying to say I didn't have good times with them and we did get impacted, but we want to move on and so do they. It's unfortunate that saying all that doesn't matter. All that truthfully matters here is the narrative has been shattered that people came up with on their own. And because of that, they feel betrayed. And, well, we're the ones in the edited together video there. And if you want to sit through the entire length of the stream and everything, too, it's just more context towards all of it that, yeah, it was a pretty continuous cycle with a lot of this and that we haven't been able to really survive or grow or, like, move through a lot of it. I guess move we had to do. We had to move repeatedly because of this kind of thing. I mean, if you're going to have people insisting you deserve it every time that somebody shows up to your place hoping to make something bad happen to you, what do you do on that? Guess I'll die. And you have the drawing with the knife going through your head. Oh, not much you can really do there. Oh, Pepper Bites, I know. You don't have to tell me that. They said, people are interpreting you speaking out about this as vague posting. Funnily enough, in the same discussion, I mentioned the vague posting. Some of the stuff that was coming up on the channel was vague posting, and it was references to other people. That's why I didn't know about the shot that was taken towards my own end. I recognize what it is because it's a statement about me, and it was in relation to things that were already getting me hurt at the time. That's why it was a bummer to see. There was already some tension at the time, and it probably came from some anger off of that. I assume he also moved past some of that anger right afterwards, which is why he wanted to record with us again. But I could tell he was still feeling some of that anger during that moment. But that also explains why we were starting to get hurt during those moments. I didn't know about it. They're upset because ultimately, like I said, it's not about anything that they're really going to get into here. It's not about anything I even really spoke about. That's why they're trying so hard to ignore the words and just insist you can't listen to anything being said. No, 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 no. And they're like slapping you in the face repeatedly saying, don't listen, don't hear any of it. It's evil, it's evil. Cover your eyes, don't look at it, it's evil. Because things were said. Things did happen. And no, it's not someone was trying to throw somebody under.
I don't think they would be getting that defensive if they didn't already understand.
Yes. They know what's going on here. They just know that it's also a very touchy, vulnerable spot to be in. And they're hoping to go all the way with it. That stream was also one of vulnerability to begin with. We're not doing very well right now. We have been really struggling with a lot outside of even all this. Julian just had his emergency room visit. If anything, it seems like they're hoping to act on the opportunity to make this like nail in the coffin and try to really ensure we have no room to move ever again. And even though, no, I'm not talking to anybody from LA really anymore, I mentioned I still at least had Aaron talking to me, and even if it felt pretty performative at the time how he was handling all of it, he did at least behind the scenes have apologies for all of it. And hell, even when I just talked to him the other day, he apologized too for the fact that he was even phrasing it the way that he did. The fact that he said atonement, the fact that he was, you know, saying the thing about not paying attention to comments while simultaneously. He even apologized for that, saying that he should have been taking this a little more serious and that his phrase choice is not something that he meant to do to make it seem like he was trying to write it all off, the yuck comment and everything. No, I already even just talked to him about some of it. And no, he's not mad at me for being willing to talk about some of the stuff anyways. If anything, he was telling me for a long time that I should be talking about these things. I just didn't like that he was saying that because you guys are seeing right now what happens if we talk about these things. This. And it's why people keep pushing for it. It's why they keep bringing up the past on loop. It's to really ensure that we're not allowed to move on from any of it. We needed to be there to strengthen a lot of the things that they were enjoying, and that we ruined a thing that they enjoyed by not being there anymore. But if you truthfully didn't like us, didn't we improve it by walking away from it? Didn't we make it better for you guys, if anything, for walking away from it? Why would you be that mad? Why would you be doubling down and dedicating yourselves this hard? Unless it's something that kind of has nothing to do with even any of what got brought up. It's a whole messy thing. It sucks. But that is where we're at. Oh, 0-day-old account. I mean, Morgie, that's the thing. That was also happening literally as soon as we started working on Bippy, was people insisting that it wasn't real and it wasn't happening as of like month 1. We even have games out, and you guys have been hearing in recent years how we don't have games out when we do. It's always been about trying to downplay things. Us about taking money from people when we've been offering refunds from day one. The registration form on this website even talks about it. And it's something we bring up all the time too. You guys are seeing the final side to all of this, and it's unfortunate because it has to be us getting hurt through all of it. But what you are seeing right now is what was truthfully going on the whole time. You are now actually here. You're now in reality. You're now getting to see the final component of all this. And why this was never just clean cut and straightforward. And why, yes, it was hard to even be able to just live so we could just keep working on what we're working on. And we still did. Like, Julian was just doing a game development stream.
This is why I'm talking about being stressed out of my mind constantly. If you've been to the streams. If you're a newcomer, then no, you're not gonna know. But if anybody's been to our streams in the past few years, my mental state has been like declining horribly because this stuff is inescapable. It follows you everywhere. And for a long time, I wasn't even allowed to, you know, tell people what the problem was.
Pikachu, I assume the thing about stealing money was just because a lot of people trying to be bitter about Patreon as a concept, which even then I've always offered refunds to people sometimes when people even back out of the Patreon, I offer refunds. And when we had a lot of people coming in when they thought it was about Aaron, I refunded actually almost all of those people. And I told them, please do not be backing our projects because there's a perception about things unrelated to us.
Even since before then, we were always saying, hey, if you liked us on Oni Plays, please, that doesn't mean you back the Patreon.
Yes. It's been a consistent thing from the beginning.
People for so long that if they were going to back the Patreon, it needs to be because they actually wanted to see the games that we wanted to make, and not for any other reason.
And considering we have a lot of people here who've been there since the start, I think you guys can attest to that too. I had a really nasty habit even for a while with refunding that I was doing it often, which then it went from being a thief to being I'm an idiot because why am I being such a fussy brat about giving refunds? Once again, it's the idea of you always lose. Some people are just going to be designated for a spot like this, and that's just kind of where we landed ourselves here.
Interesting.
That is interesting.
Time that out.
I hope we can get our games out. I hope we don't have someone come by with a gun again.
This might be this also might be the end of, like, I haven't looked at the Patreon. Did everybody back out? That kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, let me see. I know that's part of this.
This sort of thing is definitely...
The fact that they knew we weren't doing well financially because of the emergency room, that also might be a big part of this too, is can we get, like, the last bit of support deleted from this?
Because this has happened before that, like, when things happened, a bunch of people would, like, mass exit the Patreon.
Oh, Patreon's being weird about some new feature. Hang on. What the hell is this that they're trying to feed me? You want to keep your past activity as a member? What is all this garbage? What is going on? I just want to view the Patreon. Quit
You might be
screwing
under
with
the
me.
wrong URL because it uses a different one for creators versus... Oh, no, that does look like something new.
Yeah.
I guess you're going to have to read
Oh, it
through
looks like a new thing.
I'm sorry.
Okay, whatever, Patreon. Okay, let's see. Let's see. We got hit a bit. Not as much as we could have.
Well, I guess we'll give it time because this is still, like, day 0.
We got hit by, like, $200 dropping off.
Okay. Not great.
No. But hey, when you're doing all those Trigger Treat updates years ago, that was like $400, $500 or something.
Exactly.
That dropped off.
This is what I mean.
I don't remember the exact number.
I'll restate again because, yeah, for people who weren't here, you mentioned it earlier, but again, this is another thing that we've mentioned for years and years and years. That at one point people were trying to control the Patreon funding, that they were specifically... what was it again? You found a thread or something where they were talking about it, and they were like, oh, let's give them money and then take it away if they don't go back to doing Oni Plays or something like that.
Oh, yeah, yes. Yeah, that was when we did Oni Stays. That a bunch of people were starting to back the Patreon during it, and I was able to find that there was a discussion being made about the idea of intentionally pulling the funding out. And I was even getting a few, like, direct messages on Patreon about it, saying that I need to go back to doing videos or they're going to pull out. If you guys saw that, like, angry furry over on Blue Sky that was lashing out, the tone of that post should also be very telling, too. That kind of mentality. People very much putting into a spot of you can't say anything went badly for you during Oni Plays because that's the only reason I know about you. Where it's, Okay, but if that's what you're more concerned about, you're an Oni Plays fan, meaning you're a fan of Oni, and you should follow Oni. We're not him. And likewise, he's not us. I wouldn't want people going over to him either and giving him a hard time about the things that we're doing, that it has to be, hey, so, like, Ding Dong said that he doesn't like this politician, so, like, you agree with him. No, he probably doesn't. We don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, and I know that was some of the stuff that he was nervous about, too, was people making those kinds of associations. There's a lot of stuff that he, you know, believes in that we don't believe in. There's a lot of stuff that we believe in that he doesn't believe in. And unfortunately, with audiences, they do mix and match those things together, too. They do blend those things together. Really, the biggest part of this, maybe it could even just be the fear about that. Was it the fact that I was willing to acknowledge that? Was that it?
You're probably right, yes.
Was it because I was willing to acknowledge the fact that there is, like, different politicals, like, views
Yes, I would assume.
between us? Was that the thing that set it all off? No one's being specific. They're just angry we said anything, period. What's Untitled Pirate Game? We were trying to figure out a smaller game to be able to put out, just so we could be able to raise a little bit of money to go towards the budget of both Bippy and Trick or Treat. And that's what the rhythm game was as well. We were trying to figure out which one we could at least nudge ahead and get out there. Dominoid, I'm at least still planning on doing like a full version of it that has like characters, like a proper multiplayer mode, online support and everything. And that would be pretty easy to do, at least. That might even be the smaller game that we put out, but we were trying to figure out getting a smaller game going, and the pirate shmup kind of grew a little big. I still have it coded and everything, it's just the art direction for it was going to end up kind of being too demanding. But the rhythm game is something that is also entirely coded right now, and we have a lot of art assets going on that one. Music was the issue on that one. Being able to properly get a whole team together on that one. Oh, and by the way, I guess I'll just throw this in there very quick, too. If you've ever seen anyone complaining about creators and transparency, we just went as transparent as we could possibly be, and this is what the end result is. So this is the reason why a lot of creators are afraid of being transparent if anyone ever needs a
We've had
reminder on that kind
discussions
of
with
thing.
people about the idea of even showing how much money you make.
Yes. People will look for a problem.
Which, by the way, I did notice people were already making stuff up. They were just pulling figures out
just
of
making
their
up
butt.
random numbers.
Yeah. About, like, how much money we make when...
No.
Hey, you can go to the Patreon and literally see the number right now.
I think it's not visible anymore.
Oh, is it not?
I think it's just a thing that changed with it. Maybe I can enable it again. I would have to look into it. Because they've run a bunch of updates that I wasn't aware of, like this weird like account merging thing. But... No, I can say what it's at, because I already said it during that stream too, which I imagine they chopped out of the video. No, we're making a little over $3,000, and also our rent and utilities totals up to being almost a little over $3,000. We just barely
The
get by.
Patreon, yes. The Patreon effectively just pays for rent.
Yes. That's why doing streams and everything was a necessity, because at least that could be the money going towards the budget on our projects, which means it's slow. But at least we can still be able to work on everything too.
I do freelance on my own, and that's how we pay like utilities and stuff like
he
that.
does. He takes clients and he does art and everything. I've done some stuff off to the side too. We constantly are juggling things around and trying to just kind of keep things afloat. That's why, once again, I'm not surprised that people wanted to strike at a vulnerable moment where they knew that we weren't doing well to try to make that into a thing. It's a little over 3K a month. Is that gross or net income? That's what it says on Patreon, but then they also take a cut of that. I forget how much. And also taxes. And when you're transferring it between, like, to PayPal and then your bank account and everything, you get a little bit lost on that too.
Yes, there's constant.
So that's why I was saying,
nickel and diming.
very literally, we're just barely able to get by off of what we have on Patreon right now. The last time somebody tried to make it into a thing, they intentionally changed the currency rate to like Australian dollars because they wanted to make it look like we had more money. That's why there's such an insistence on trying to now say we do have money, and actually they rob people of money. Why can't it ever be focused on anything we talked about? Isn't that interesting? So much being done to prevent people from hearing anything that we said. Really interesting on that one. But yeah, that's why We've been in a really tight spot since, you know, the very beginning. The only reason we started the Patreon is because when we initially were doing video stuff, we weren't getting paid for a while. We needed to be able to run the Patreon just to even be able to afford living back in LA and to even be able to do videos with everybody. And I mentioned it during that stream too. I still don't know the full picture. I know some of it a little bit better now, but everybody was pointing us around in different directions and we never were told consistent stories. And that's why it's not like we could blame somebody, and it's not like we fully would want to blame somebody. And even then, we can blame ourselves for some of it too, how we got ourselves integrated. It's not a blame game thing happening here, as much as someone tried to make it seem that way. It's just, this is the reality of a lot of the situations that we've always been in. And this isn't an easy one to overcome, because once again, when you have people kind of having it out for you like this, you can't really overcome it. It's not going to be a thing that people will let us be able to walk forward from cleanly. It will always be a mess. Oh, the Macaroni Incident is very serious, Malty. It is very serious. No, but Malty, it's going to be pretty bad over here next few months. The people who are trying to make problems for us over the years are doing it again. Came a little bit early this time. It's like Christmas in July. Hey. We had a stream last night, and because I had made mention of some of the things that we got impacted by, because people were asking about it again and making it into a thing again, because there was a Twitter post that blew up like a few weeks ago. Somebody went out of their way to record it. They edited it down and uploaded it and gave it a clickbait title, and they've been sharing it around Kiwi Farms and 4chan all day here today, and trying to force a big drama to get everybody into a huge argument with each other again. Framing it that we're now villains and we've lied about literally everything because we told the exact same stories again, but they realized that some of it was about the people that they weren't trying to look over at. They wanted it to be exclusively about Ego Raptor when it was always bigger than Ego Raptor, and we said that since the start. It's just we also knew no one was ever going to accept the fact that it was. And even with it, it was a stream too where Julian has been saying it over and over again. I probably was too gentle. I probably was too soft on the whole thing, but...
You can feel about it the way that you want to. You don't need to be influenced by it.
I mean, you're probably right, because I do feel like I am still being too gentle, but I've had people always treat me that even when I'm being gentle, I'm being, like, brutal. So, I don't know. I thought I was being pretty fair about it, because I was even telling people I don't want anyone to even act like you can't watch this stuff anymore or anything. I more so would just want people to understand that it's why a lot of us are trying to go in our own directions at this point. The audience pressures and everything were always a big issue, and it drove people to do really weird things. And at the beginning, there was a lot of just bad decision-making all across the board because everybody was so young. But the context was never accepted. And being impacted by all of it was always just treated as, see, that's the reason you should ignore them. Because, like, they're being impacted. And, you know, you wouldn't be impacted by something if it really happened. You would be laughing and frolicking and singing and dancing about the fact that you're being impacted by it. No, you would obviously be hurt by it. But yeah, it's blowing up into a big thing. They were even arguing with themselves in the YouTube comment section of the video upload, which you can even see right now. They're still doing it. They're probably right now responding to this very thing I'm saying. Hi.
I don't know. It's been like an hour or two.
You would think, Julian. You would think. But you also know what this kind of thing is. Remember that somebody used their Christmas to come with a gun to our old place. These people are dedicating themselves pretty hard to it. There's a lot of effort being made. But yeah, everybody here was already aware about these things anyways, and not just that. That's why even getting into some of the other elements coming up, like the refunds, for example. Someone even just brought up in the chat, I can speak to this, you gave a refund like as soon as I asked for it. I know. The only one recently that we took a little bit on, I'm trying to remember who they were.
That they had like a weird email or something.
Yeah,
like
they
that.
had a weird email, and that Streamlabs wasn't giving us info, so I had to have a little bit of a back and forth with them to at least try to figure out like which donation was theirs to be able to give it back to them. No, I've been doing it literally since the very start. That's why just saying the opposite was just the angle to take. Act like we're robbing people when people are donating on their own, and even then, sometimes I'm still just refunding the money back to them anyways. We always wanted everybody who was tuning in to be able to live their own lives too, even if we're really having a difficult time with our own lives. And sure, you can get at that we're probably handling certain things poorly. Yeah, sure. At the same time, too, like I said, when you have people also that dedicated that years and years and years later, they're trying to drive out to your place with a handgun, yeah. This isn't a thing that you just ignore either.
I'm starting to think I need to roll it back again.
Did you mess up?
Yeah. I think I needed to get more done on the first day, but it's really tough to get. Growing the yellow Pikmin takes way too long.
I'm sorry. Do they have a different rate? Or just getting them?
Just the tasks.
Okay. You going to the bathroom?
No.
Oh, you're just adjusting yourself. Careful not to bump the mic, because people were saying.
I'm trying not.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll see how this all proceeds in the next few days. I want to hope people could be mature about this one, but I mean, come on. Look at what just happened today. They're not gonna. And when Kiwi Farms is involved, you know that that's not a thing that ends. It's a thing that continues. There's been a continued effort since the very beginning on these things. And I'm sure even just admitting to the thing that happened about the person coming out with a gun is going to then now be utilized against us in some way where you go, hey, maybe we can find out more details so we can make that happen again. I wouldn't even be surprised. Both of us have to kind of brace ourselves for that yes, there will probably be another incident that somebody tries to find where we live to come out with a gun to say Sleepy Cabin 1 and kind of recreate the whole moment again. It sucks. There's a very weird audience around these things. I mean, Willie Wallop, I've been saying it even since yesterday. I don't want people to necessarily feel like you can't take any of that in anymore. If you enjoyed those videos, you can enjoy those videos. We were all still trying to work through our differences anyways to make those things happen. Chris and I didn't have a huge feud. Chris was also telling Julian that he's fine to talk about these things openly, and on my own end, he was even encouraging me to talk about some of these things too in the past. Somebody at least figured out a good way of trying to make this into a mess again, because it's worked 2 times now, so they're going for 3rd time's the charm. Just cut it down, because once again, we give way too much context and we say too many things. Just chop it down, give it a title to already steer people in the direction of what you want them to sort of feel with it, and also start spamming it around everywhere to try to make it into a problem. They're all going nuts in that comment section right now, responding to a lot of the stuff being said here right now. You're going to see some of the meanest shit imaginable, and if people haven't seen it, I would at least encourage to look at it if you guys want to understand what it's been looking like for our end for all of this time. What the reality of it really was looking like here. Weremo was doing a fantastic job with moderation, and we were at least, you know, staying focused and still working on things and doing things, but this stuff never stopped. We've had people lash out every few months. We get raid attempts like every few weeks. This is just another one of those. But this is another one where they feel like they have good enough ammunition to be able to dupe a bunch of people into going for it. And somebody even just said earlier, I don't know if we got a confirmation on that one, if one of those screenshots I showed is somebody pointing out the whole incident of someone driving out with a gun was actually in that comment section. But if it was, that would just showcase even further how this stuff has really just been an ongoing thing. We've been living this entire time. That's what it's been looking like. I mean, Isaac, that's why they're in their comment section right now doing it, because at least they can just convince themselves of their own narrative and do the hug box thing that they're claiming we're doing right now. When they come over here, they make themselves obvious immediately, and yeah, that's the thing, where it's like, what can they do if they come over here? they say something, everyone immediately catches on to what they're trying to do, and then we can easily even dismiss it or shut it down, and we even have just evidence on things for some of this too. Yeah, it doesn't really go anywhere. But it's what they've been doing. You guys caught on to it the last time there was a raid attempt. I was actually really surprised that people had actually become that accustomed to it, because it just happens that often. When somebody came in lashing out at trans users who were in the chat, and then saying how people kept calling them a Nazi. And then I eventually asked them, what did you say that got people to keep calling you a Nazi? And then they kind of bailed out. They were a new account. There were 3 brand new accounts. I don't advertise this website right now, so obviously it came from somewhere. They haven't been picking up on that either, how blatant that is. Like I said, my web host also lets me know where people's IP addresses are coming from, how they found their way over. Itch.io does the same thing, so I know where certain people were coming over for Dominoid as well. And if you want to know where a significant number of eyes on us are coming from right now, it's actually this, Dramaspheres. Raid attempts happening like every once in a while over on 4chan, and stuff like this with Kiwi Farms. It's been an ongoing thing. They were getting kind of pissy with us even being there when we were doing videos back at the start. There was a very forced attempt to make all these things really uncomfortable for us and add on to it even further. The only moment that they pretended to be there for us is when, once again, they thought we could at least be useful towards recontextualizing what happened to us and trying to blame exclusively Aaron for all of it, when that's not even in the streams that they were trying to use clips from. Like I said, one of them is still bonkers to me that they included the clip that I said. If someone's doing a video about this right now, they're not being genuine about this, and they're not trying to help us in any kind of way. They're probably monetizing it, and it's just because they want to utilize this as tools against somebody that they don't like. I'm shocked that they were willing to leave something like that in their video. But it goes to show how much people don't actually listen to the things being said. They listen to the narrator, and if you play dramatic music, I guess that's enough. Even just a title on a video is enough. Make it seem like this was a thing that we were disavowing everybody and that we're liars and we're being dramatic, when no, we just talked about things people already knew about anyways, and the discussion isn't even mostly about Chris. It was about, like I said, the management end in relation to business stuff that was happening. People just tried to make it into a bigger deal because, hey, they saw vulnerability. They wanted to latch onto it. It sucks. Really hard. But yeah. Now they're going, one guy drove to your house. Stop blaming everybody. Hey, so that's why I said I encourage people to look at how they're behaving right now. They don't have self-awareness. If people haven't picked up on this sometimes too, with the people that obsess about others online, they are incredibly lacking in self-awareness and would very much match up with the definition of lolcow themselves if people knew more about themselves and like each other. That's why a lot of these communities have to operate anonymously. And even then, they're infighting. Soyjack Party, for example, just went after 4chan a while back. It's constant infighting, too. But a response like that sure says a lot, doesn't it? Guys, I'm starting to think it's not about the things that we said. I'm starting to think maybe it's not about anything we said here. I don't know. Just got a little bit of a hunch here. Maybe it's not about the things that we talked about. When you're that quick to say that in response to a situation like that.
I forgot to relocate again. Oh, I did. Never mind.
And by the way, like I said, I don't know what they chopped out of that video, but... Because someone even just said, I wasn't expecting all the bigotry. Well, of course. Hell yeah. Where do you think this is coming from?
Oh, you poor thing.
Yes.
Kind of what it comes down to.
Yes. And you weren't expecting all of it and everything. Hey, I don't know if they cut it out of the video, but I mentioned that being a component. And does it matter that I did? I mean, the same thing here. We just proved the gun incident is real. Now the response is, that's not good enough. I know, nothing
Maybe
is.
2 people.
You need 2 people who did. Fine, okay, you posted the one where they made a map, but you don't know how many people that is. That could have been the same person. You're not talking to serious people right now. You're talking to people who are acting in extreme desperation to try to get people hurt again. They are still caught up in the past, and they will still be complaining about Tumblr circa, like, 2009. You have people who are very heavily living in the past and want to keep us trapped in the past with these things too. That's why like I said, I'm going to probably talk to Chris after the stream anyways, because I don't want him to have to be continuously trapped in the past either, and it's why all of us were trying to figure out ways of even just being able to move on.
You probably should, but I don't know what kind of solution is possible.
It's even if he's going to be patient, because that's the problem
well,
too.
even if he's like, what is he going to say? Yeah, let's collaborate and build a time machine. Like,
no, not like that, but in the sense of, can we finally just recognize here that this was just a big part of the issue, was the fear about how people were going to look at this around us? If we didn't get influenced by a lot of this, it would have been a lot easier, too, to just be able to push through it. But there's always this fear about how people were going to take it. And ultimately, with everything out there, and they've been out there for years now and everything, too, we should just be able to go our own ways, the way that we were just even trying to do anyways. He told people over and over again to leave us alone. They didn't do it. People didn't leave him alone in a lot of cases either about us. There's a demand to make conflict happen. There's a demand for fighting. There's a demand for drama and everything. Why do people keep calling this stream a meltdown? Because I'm talking in length, and that's a meltdown now. No, that's, if anything, kind of the fun of having a live stream in relation to this right now. Like I said, you're looking at two complete different worlds at the moment. You're hearing this, and you're probably also hearing that it's pretty calm and well-spoken, while simultaneously you have people going, he's foaming at the mouth! He's sitting! When that's not even happening. No. That's how they were trying to respond about the clips anyways.
same situation as before. I don't know if I can do any more than this in a single day.
It's the desperation, like I said, to just kind of make something happen off of it. But it's not legit, obviously. Have you guys noticed this too? The people who have been here now for this night while Julian was doing his game dev stream too. Did you guys notice how the narrative has changed, oh, I don't know, what, like 18 times now? Have you noticed that the goalpost has moved about 18 times now? The thing that they're specifically honing in on keeps changing, isn't that weird? No, at this point, it's just the desperation to try to get anyone they can outside of this to make it into a bigger mess. There's been a hope and a demand to make this into a bigger problem for a long time, and they already were doing lots of things that pushed it pretty far over the edge. It's just a lot of that, too. Hey, Linkstar, I might have to screenshot that post you just made there and say, look, he's delusional too. That'll show them. If I screenshot every comment in the chat right now, that'll show who's the crazy one. No, I mean, that's why I'm even being as calm as I am right now. I knew this was coming. Both of us knew this was coming. We warned you guys months ago that they were doing this kind of thing, and you guys even got to watch it last year when they were making raid attempts happen like every couple of weeks. And that wasn't even in relation to any of this kind of stuff. This is just the next angle of it. This is just the next way to try to make it into a problem. We're not supposed to be allowed to move on or move ahead. We weren't allowed to express that we had a bad time with certain things in the past. And even getting to hear it here, because I was saying the same things even during that stream. It's not like it's a thing either of you're not allowed to watch Oni plays. I actually kept telling people you should probably be watching it if you enjoyed it. Especially if you found us to be annoying. I think you're just getting your answer here. Yeah, you probably shouldn't have been following us, but if you find their japes and antics, you know, to be a good time, yeah, that's probably the right place. And there's no harm in that. You can understand these things. But I don't know, maybe that was a meltdown I just had there. That sounded meltdown-ish to me, right?
Well, I got two things as opposed to one. Maybe that's an improvement.
You said they updated this recently, right?
Yes. A lot of focus on the stupid Pikmin Go hats.
Oh, I didn't know that's a thing.
They force you to use them.
Oh my god, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. We were talking about Battle Royale, actually, like a few weeks ago, the movie. It's phenomenal. It's great. But it's not going to hit the same way for people in a modern setting now because they've been so overexposed to violence and, like, teens committing violence on each other that, yeah, it's probably not going to hit home the same way. But when it came out, it was insanely shocking. It was actually, like, one of the bleakest things I had ever taken in when I was younger, and yet it has such a heart at its core, too. That despite being put into a hopeless circumstance, everybody they're still there for each other. Some of them even, the couple that commits suicide, they have so many different angles that they're able to present, and they're able to give so much strong characterization even in such little time. It's a really good movie. It's really well done. The original story is really good. The manga's kind of weird, but you could probably have some fun with it. But yeah, Battle Royale's a very good one.
This was a mistake. I didn't mean to come here.
Wompulator, that's something I know Julian has been very majorly concerned about, and maybe he could speak to it.
What did they say?
They said, I'll frame this for you, Julian. Do you think people had that sense of humor before the channel, or like kids and teens who grew up with it and became this way?
Both.
Okay.
Human beings learn by imitating each other, and all of this stuff is older than we are. This kind of behavior and attitude is influenced by a whole lot of different things. There's people who are intentionally trying to keep it going. There's people who are just ignorant and they don't know, and they're just going along with what everybody else does. In different proportions for different people. Certain people become aware of the fact that it's a thing, and then they either they decide to change or they don't. And it can go in like either direction.
Okay.
Sometimes people become nastier over time, and sometimes they get better.
I got the impression people growing up with it didn't even realize like what they were doing, because we had similar situations when we were younger. I think everybody did. That's also why people lash out if you do pick up on those things too and act like there's no room for you to understand that kind of thing. Some people also double down on it and just refuse to ever let go of it. But, I talked about this. When I was in high school, I remember there was a kid that wanted to be like Eric Cartman and kept referring to himself as Cartman. He even wanted people to call him Cartman briefly. People found it to be really annoying because he was, really obnoxious and everything. He was really just mean to everybody all the time. He was really loud. He was very heavy and everything. He very much was like Cartman, but he didn't understand it. By senior year, he really didn't understand it, why people didn't like him, like anybody. He really pushed almost everybody away by the end of all of it. And it's because he was imitating Cartman's behavior, because people laugh at Cartman on the TV. They see Cartman and they laugh. And if they laugh at Cartman, that means he's funny, and funny is good. So if I want people to like me, I should be funny, so I'll act like him. Hey, why aren't they laughing? Because you're supposed to be laughing at him in a lot of cases, and even then, yes, it did change later on, but it's why people were making mistakes like that if kids were taking it in and didn't fully parse what it was that they were taking in. Oh yeah,
that's true. They did specify kids. That's a big part of it. Kids don't know anything. They're born not knowing things, and they have to learn things from their surroundings. So yeah, the kids are going to be a lot more susceptible to that sort of thing than adults. Sorry for forgetting that detail.
That's okay. It's okay. I know you're dealing with, this is moss, right? They go woof. Derp. I worry for people that off of that stream too, that they seriously are the kinds of people that just feel threatened if you can acknowledge something like that. If someone makes a joke that kind of leans to the right, somebody getting really angry that you even dared to say something like that, when is that even a criticism? That's just somebody pointing out something like that. That's what the joke is supposed to be. But to somebody else, that's a threat, or that's I bet you think that about me, huh? Where it's, why are you seeing yourself in this right now? Why are you putting yourself so much into this when the person's not even lashing out? That's why some of the stuff we talk about, yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are going to call us wokies or whatever, when at the same time we were just talking about like Hillary Clinton and making fun of her earlier. I just did a Bill Clinton impression with him having sex with Soul Bad Guy. Which would never happen, by the way. Soul Bad Guy would have sex with Kai. It wouldn't be Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton would want to be involved, and they would try to like lock the door and not let him in. And go, oh man, I never was able to figure out how to air dash. I don't know how to do an instant air dash. I don't know IADs. I don't know how to burst. He was watching them. He like peeked in through the window and saw they're about to climax and went, "No, God, use your burst." No, we have a lot of different opinions ourselves and everything. Looking at everything in black as just black and white is a really, really bad idea. And that was even one of the talking points during the stream yesterday, was the mistake being made through that. Things do have nuance, and they always have. People are intentionally reducing things down to make more conflict and confusion. One of the discussions during that stream was just about the fact that a lot of language used online right now isn't clear enough. You don't know where people are coming from things. You don't know what kind of stuff they're getting into. You don't know what people are really talking about or what they're trying to indicate. Because people have shorthanded too much, and people feel pressure to not go any further, because when you start using capitalization, people say you're trying too hard or whatever.
No, I fucked that up bad. Okay.
Misunderstandings are like a constant now. And most of the conflict that human beings even have just come off of misunderstanding. But that's why you have a lot of people willfully trying to force misunderstanding. And unfortunately, like I said, that's going to be tonight here and probably the next few days, if not next few weeks. And if people do forget about it, you better believe that some drama channel is going to try to do a video on it and try to monetize it and everything and reignite all of it again. Even though everybody, like I said, involved in all of this is already aware of all of this stuff anyhow. And we've already talked about all these things before. And I've already talked to a bunch of these guys about these things behind the scenes anyways in the past. Everyone was just moving on to their own things, and people were trying to reignite a lot of this for us again. And because there were people desperate to make it into a problem, that's what they're trying to do right now. It is a little absurd to keep trying to live back in 2017 and say, like, no you to it over and over again, while also you've committed what? For example, that comment section in that video. How long you guys been going for in there talking to yourselves? If you guys are going to obsess about things, you guys are going to obsess about things. I do think it's absurd. I do think it's ridiculous. But hey, at the same time too, if you really want to prove that you don't care about the things that I have to say, then I think you would just, you know, kind of accept that and go, I don't fucking care, rather than screeching loudly about it and insisting that no one should listen to it. That makes it sound like you're pretty threatened to me. And you shouldn't be reacting that way if that's the case. You should be understanding that through all of this, if you really did just want something to kind of like be less of a thing here, you could just make it move on, because it's making you look really desperate too by holding on to it so desperately like this, clinging on to it, and insisting on this over and over again, and trying to point a finger back every time that you end up doing something here tonight. It is very clear to people who are already coming by the streams, you're not going to obviously be able to convince people in some of these cases on these things when people were already aware of this stuff prior. And like I said too, the reality of behind the scenes is everyone already knew that we've talked about these things, and they've known for years now. And some of them were even openly telling us that we're fine to talk about these things. The biggest issue right now is that people want to make this into the end of the world. People want to make this into a big problem. People want this to be a big, big, big issue.
Let's see. Oh, maybe that's not a monster. I thought it was. Okay, that's good. No, it was! Oh my god!
So it's waited till Leafy hears about this cringe fest. I mean, they were already bringing up iDubbbz, and it kind of shows how closed off their worldview is, too. They only know, like, 4 people. They're going to try to force this into being a bigger problem, and they're going to stick at it and stick to it. And if honestly, if anything, what I could say coming off of this tonight, yeah, there's going to perpetually have to be that in the back of our minds now that someone is going to probably try to come out armed again. But simultaneously, at the same time too, which by the way, keep that in mind. You guys just got to see that even that they acknowledged that that was an incident, but they're trying to say that it was okay because it was only one time. They're trying to still prioritize this over the fact that that even happened as an incident. They do want us to get hurt here. They do want these things to repeat as incidents too. If anything, they're probably very thrilled to find out that that was a real thing. And I think they knew it was a real thing the whole time too. Let's really be honest. I didn't even have to show those screen caps. They're just trying to do whatever they can desperately here. I know they would probably use the phrase baiting right now, but here's the thing. What you're hoping to bait out is just more evidence of the things that we were talking about. Yes, I know you're going to try to give it your spin, but it's a little bit awkward when simultaneously people could come over here and listen to us and talk to us directly about it and understand it better. It kind of throws a bit of a wrench into things on that. I know they're going to stick to it anyways, and they're going to be arguing with themselves in a comment section the whole night. Which maybe will devolve into them then arguing about who in Undertale is the hottest and if you should be jacking off to Undertale porn. That's what happened last time there was a raid attempt. I guess that's not true. Second to last time there was a raid attempt. That's what it turned into. But yeah, ultimately that's what this all is. I'll say it again because I said it yesterday and I'm sure it got chopped. You guys are free to continue watching a lot of this content, and you have to remember a lot of the problems that happened were ages ago. Yes, some of it is kept up to a certain degree. No, we're not getting along with some of the people involved here, but a lot of them, they're not fighting with us. They're just not really talking to us. We're not living in LA anymore. A lot of people only knew us very briefly anyways. That's why I said the thing that we were kind of viewed as workers by a lot of people, because we kind of were. The connection to all of this is really what people valued, and funnily enough, that was one of the big talking points I had, and now you're seeing it here tonight, how much people are making it clear the only thing they valued was the connection to this. Tonight just proved basically everything that was already being discussed anyways during that stream. It's not what the intent was supposed to be. It's not what they were trying to do, but they kind of ended up doing it because they're too used to screaming at each other to realize that it makes it look pretty nutty to people outside of that. But the people within that, oh, it's gonna look that way. That's why it's gonna work. It will ultimately work. We are going to get hurt again. We might have somebody drive out again with a gun. I don't know. But we are also gonna still continue making and doing things anyways. We're not gonna stop on that one. And if anything, I feel kind of a little bit better about things, I guess, if they're going to force it this hard right now, because I may as well just live a little bit more for myself going forward in the future. Because this was probably the thing that Julian and I knew was going to inevitably happen. People were finally going to kind of understand that, yes, it was as opened up as a problem as it was, that we did have a hard time with everything around us. And everybody around us was all having a hard time with each other, too. That's why it's being reframed as we exclusively had problems with everybody else, rather than, if that was the case, then why are some of them also not talking to each other anymore? Everybody was getting into all sorts of different arguments with each other, because once again, business, and also the fear of a crowd around them and the pressures of it, really made things messy. If you guys want to see a lot of these people be able to get along again and just be able to work together again, and you get to see a little bit of a spark of passion coming through some of these creative works, this is not how you get there. Scaring everybody about this kind of thing and becoming completely, unhinged around it, that's the stuff that drove everything here and got people to disconnect and people getting insecure, fighting with one another. If you actually want to see a lot of artists be able to work together again in the future, you got to give them the room to do so. But, yeah, it's gonna be pretty rough from here on out. This was the thing that we kind of knew was going to happen ever since 2017 or 2018, that eventually someone was going to try to really hammer in this being like a final nail in coffin. Because they knew a lot of people were not going to value us in any kind of way at all if we also got impacted by people who they perceived to be like the closest to us. We did get impacted by a lot of different things. We said that for ages. And even with all of that, talking about those things was just part of, we've discussed these things. That's why there was a comfort around even talking about it. It wasn't new stuff. By the way, is this loop getting boring for you guys yet?
What do you think it's like living it?
Try living it.
You only have to hear the loop a few times. We have to do it every day.
Yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing. That's like meltdown territory. Someone said, man, John Lennon is such a whiner. It's not like they tried to murder him more than
He
once.
doesn't whine. He's dead. He doesn't have a chance to whine.
Yeah, they said is such a whiner. You meant was.
Well, he probably didn't get to say anything about it.
They said it's not like they really... it's not like they tried to murder him more than once.
Well, that's true.
It's true. It was only one person. I heard it takes like 50 bullets to take down a man. One bullet? Oh, you got shot once. I mean, it was only one bullet. Come on.
Trick or Treat's going to be really messy now.
Oh, boy. Yeah, it'll be something.
I'm sorry.
I mean, we talked about that. We already knew everyone was going to lash out at us when it comes out, too, because there was a demand to insist we were never making anything. It's going to ruin the narrative again. But, no, the themes in it and everything. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It'll be something. Can you do the loop again? You want me to 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 do the loop again? No, we're probably gonna have to. It's coming. We probably will have to do the loop again. These people have been looping ever since back then, and they're gonna try to make us loop ever since back then, too.
Do you think moss is fire resistant?
No. They're green and they have a leaf tail. It would set on fire, wouldn't it? So is it, want to see me do it again? What a strange episode of SpongeBob, but what a good one. That was make out point. And then he starts making out with himself. Yeah, all of them are superheroes, and all of them are completely ineffective and get themselves killed one by one. Sandy's invisible and gets run over by a car. I think the weird one for me is that the people also starting fights trying to assume confidence on it, arguing between themselves to try to insist that they're confident about it. It is a really weird thing that you begin a problem on your own and then start like desperately having to insist to each other the meaning behind it. It is really weird. Hey, but internet, right? Internet, baby! When did it ever make sense? No, probably everybody is here right now. They're trying to very much make this the end of the world. For 4chan, we were, like I said already, we were getting raid attempts, like, last year. It was seriously probably every 3 days. And then the gun incident. When we were on Twitch, we had a lot of people trying to make stuff happen there again, too. And when we moved over here, it was a lot better because people were also proving how much they don't actually pay attention to the things we're making or doing, obviously. But now there's a desperation to get people to pay attention to it because they want to have a big crowd to come dogpile us. And keep in mind, too, the thing that they're mad about is that we spoke about anything happening to us. It's an anger that we were willing to talk about things that happened to us. They can phrase it however they want around betrayal or whatever, but It's the fact that we acknowledged what happened to us, and it's, by the way, the exact same story that we've already told. It's just people were able to pick up on it better, what we were talking about. And it's things that have already been discussed behind the scenes, and it's things that have already moved forward to a certain degree. And it's things that were even told by people that we were fine to talk about openly. No. So it's like, hey, can't a couple of guys just make some games in peace? No. I mean, back to the beginning of all this, even way back at the time, it's all we were ever thinking since day one, really. We wanted to be able to just get into a position to live life normally, and we're never going to have that, period, at this point. Especially if someone's going to show up with a gun again. We were not given any opportunity to live normally. Being within all of this, being visible, being the people that we are, what our identities are in everything, where everything is at. No, it was never going to be normal. We got ourselves too deep into a situation we didn't fully understand. And even some of the people around us understood it went way too far, but they didn't know fully what to do about it either, because even when Chris told people to back off on it, they didn't. When we told people to back off on his end, they didn't. And even with that stream that they're trying to, you know, utilize, I told people to keep watching him if you're amused by him. Don't have this make you stop watching it if you like it. The truth might just be that you don't really like us, and that's completely acceptable and fine. You don't have to like us. No one ever did. All ends would be happier if everybody was allowed to just move on and move forward. If it's supposed to be you're not allowed to say what happened to you, only one side is allowed to talk about these things. Why? Because you made up rules around that? No. Especially when we were already told in some cases too, we were fine to be open about some of these things. In Europe, I also talked about it during that stream. I wonder if they left it in or not. If they did, I'm sure people will be coming up with their own narrative for that one too. But I did also talk about, yeah, when Dominoid went up, I posted it first on Patreon for people, because I knew that's the people actually following us, the people who care. There's a lot of insistence that people keep making over and over again about how much we must be really upsetting the people who are backing us, which, by the way, you guys could speak for yourselves right now. People already have been during the stream, and they're not going to go with it because they're going to say you got, like, mind control, like Jedi mind control happened or something here. They're going to always just bullshit around and try to demand that there has to be a conflict no matter what. They'll come with whatever angle. It's just going to get more absurd is the thing, and when the absurdity is high enough, it does make it a little bit harder for this to look normal. It's going to look more and more and more absurd with every passing moment. But I did mention that Dominoid, I had a hunch on this. Okay, we're putting a game up for people, and it's a free game. But none of that is going to matter because it's a game going up, and it's going to make people feel kind of threatened. I already had Aaron kind of reaching out at the time because it seems like he was a little bit worried about what people were going to react with if I ended up getting a game out. At least we're able to talk about some of that even earlier. But, that was the thing with a lot of it. Yeah, I had a theory that if I made it too visible, it wasn't even going to be anyone talking about the game. It was going to be what you guys are witnessing tonight, of just insisting that everyone has been robbed and duped all over again. Look at this. That I know that's a game that they made, but it doesn't count because it doesn't count because it doesn't count. So I left it over at Patreon initially for people. I gave early demos for it and everything. I sent the notices out to everyone so I could list all the names off in the credits. And then it was a few months later. It wasn't like a couple of weeks later. It was like a few months later that I finally posted the video to YouTube about it. And as soon as I did, it was immediate. The auto mod that YouTube has, the auto filtering of comments when people, you know, are hurling slurs, stuff like that. Oh, it was fucking everywhere. People were, yes, livid and trying to insist that this is a betrayal to everybody again. Oh my God, look at this. He didn't charge money for it. Is he stupid? That was the angle later on then. After saying we stole from everybody, then it was saying how we're stupid for not charging people money for it. This is going to be what happens to all of our projects in the future too. This will be a constant factor. It's never going to stop. And I think a lot of these guys are also going to want to convince themselves that it's not them, obviously. It's us. And there's something that we're going to have to change here, that being go away. But if you just, you know, learned and you changed the right way, then we wouldn't be having a problem. How does putting a game out, how's that a problem? Because I wasn't supposed to put a game out? Have you guys noticed, but once again, the trending theme in these conversations tonight is about shattering narratives and how people get really angry when you do that? The betrayal being felt right now, once again, is not even exclusively about us. It's about the image of what this was supposed to be overall just got ruined. People now realize we weren't kidding when we said a lot of people got wrapped up in all this, and we ourselves even made bad decisions too. In fact, that part's being discounted and removed from it. The idea of we also made mistakes. I did say it repeatedly, and I even said it years ago, and I said it since like the very start. That's why I said I think I'm being pretty reasonable about it. But, I don't know. I'll wait when the person pulls up front with their handgun to ask them if I was being pretty reasonable about it. No, I wasn't going to charge for Dominoid. I wanted to give people free games while they were waiting on our larger projects because it's just completely absurd that also this kind of shit has to keep happening over and over again.
But it's been so long.
It's been a long time and people shouldn't have to be waiting this long. And that's why a lot of this is such bullshit too, because this is part of the reason why you guys are waiting so long. All this tonight, if you guys actually wanted to see our projects come forward, this is the kind of shit getting in the way. I know the insistence would be, yeah, because you said so. You didn't have to do all this. All of you guys who are really going hard on this right now, none of you even had to do any of this. And you're not going to be seeing some kind of, like, taking back moment here tonight either. Especially when, I'm sorry you guys were slow on the draw and didn't realize these things have been discussed for years now. Even when the last time a drama was being made around this, it was the exact same subject with the exact same things coming up. With the exact same things being even said towards it was multiple people.
I hadn't really thought about that, but yeah, it is true that it's just literally the exact same issue.
It is literally the exact same issue. The only difference is people pieced together who some of it was. And now it doesn't count because it wasn't the person they wanted it to be exclusively. That's why people are also trying to still formulate it like it's a canceling attempt when that's not even what the stream was. Doesn't help that someone chopped it down, though, and hey, it didn't help last time either. Do you guys remember, by the way, when the first drama video went up last time? I even preemptively said, this is what you're about to see on YouTube, and I made like a joke thumbnail image where it's liar, cheater, betrayed, all these different words. They went and updated their thumbnail to start putting all those words into it. They knew that they were doing heinous shit through it. In fact, the reason that they talked about it is because somebody already who was wrapped up in all that was talking to them at the time anyways. Which is why they were very quick to try to give it a lean towards being it was all Aaron.
What do you think about Moss?
As a dog, Moss is fine.
Compared
I'm glad
to
they're...
Ochi.
Yeah, I think they're at least weirder than Ochi, so I like that. Ochi looks like a rejected McDonald's mascot.
Or Ochi.
I mean, I like Ochi, but...
You do?
He's not Pikmin enough for me is the thing. If you dropped him into a different game, I'd probably be a little bit more open to him. Yeah, he did a thing. Julian opened his hand like he was placing him. At least you're past the Keemstar days. Hey, you never know. We're not really past any days here, as you guys are watching here tonight. If anything, tonight is really putting on display how much we never really got past anything, and how much people never wanted us to get past anything. It's one hell of a thing to witness here. That somebody talked about getting impacted by something, and everybody immediately insisted on blowing this up into a thing of why we need to get hurt now because of it. And even with it, getting hurt by things that we got hurt about, like, we got hurt by long ago, and things we've already discussed. It's just the anger being felt that we're not supposed to still be around anyways. That's what a lot of this is kind of boiling down to. So, once again, thank you to the people who did make this into a big thing tonight. You at least gave everyone the final bit of context they needed. Because we've definitely talked about these things before, and at least when you guys were trying to come with the angle of, oh, you're being paranoid, there's no raid attempts. Okay, well, anyways, here's the raid attempts, and here's the kind of stuff they're saying, and yeah, when you're seeing all the, slurs being tossed, you're seeing all the bigotry and everything, you guys are understanding where this was coming from all along. These guys can't really help themselves when they do this kind of thing, because they kind of don't care. As long as they've got the biggest numbers here, that's what they're going to care about, and that's what they're going to prioritize.
Oh, I shouldn't have ended up there.
People are straight up making up shit you never said. They were doing that since the beginning. We've done so many streams over the years that you could just have somebody say, they said on stream this, and they've done it before. You can just make up anything. Hell, you know what Julian's biggest fear was since the get-go on these kinds of things, talking about any of it? Was that someone was just gonna lie anyways, because they can just lie. People can just lie. That's why the insistence that we're lying, and if it was a lie, then why would people be this doubled down on it? No, they feel threatened. We were willing to talk about these things, and they're not happy that we were willing to talk about these things. Even though we've already talked about these things, and like I said, it's a loop. It's a perpetual loop. It's a cycle. That's why the desperation to call this a meltdown right now, too. Remaining calm through all of it is a meltdown. If anything, that stream yesterday was more of a meltdown than this is. And I think the absurdity of tonight is the reason I don't really feel stressed out by it. I've done this already. Like 5 times over an entire decade here, too. And it's always the exact same things that come up, and it's always the exact same situations how they play out. I'm pretty bored of it. I'd like to move on. But when it's gone for this long, and it looks the same way almost every single time here, and now you're even getting newer generations exposed to this kind of thing, yeah, it pretty much makes it clear here that the things we were talking about were going on. That doesn't mean that people are going to side with us necessarily, but yeah, it's all here. It's blatant at this point. We were never making anything up around any of this. It's just, are people willing to accept the fact that we were even willing to talk about it? And once again, there's more context. Chris very directly told Julian that he's free to talk about, like, everything about what had just happened. On my own end in the past, he was telling me that I should be saying things about people and even wanting to tell people, you know, who he dislikes. And by the way, I didn't do that. I didn't go out of my way to actually make a long list of all the people that he doesn't like or something. I talked about what a lot of the trouble was back at the time and why it was so difficult to work between everybody. And I was bummed to find out that there was actually, like, some insults being slung my way just before we even recorded again. Because he was mad at us for a while. None of us are talking to each other anymore and haven't for about, like, 1.5 years now. It's almost 2 years, I think. But there wasn't a big fight. It's just because conversations kind of flatlined, and that was sort of it. He did take me off of a couple of things. For example, he removed me on Steam, and to be fair anyways, I don't use that Steam account. But yeah, it's not like we had a huge fight or anything either. But it's an awkward spot to be in. How do you properly move forward? if no one is going to let you move forward. And once again, what you guys got to see here on display tonight, how do you feel about that? The exact same things that we talked about, people were able to pick up on the context better, and now they're livid with us and saying that none of it counts when they were just swearing by it for a few years because it all had to be pointed at the one person they cared about, when even at the time we said it wasn't just exclusively this person. It was never about what happened, and people never actually cared about what had happened to us either. It was only convenient when they felt like at least they could utilize us as tools to swing against somebody they already didn't like. Having to pick up on the fact that it was way messier and way bigger, yeah, upsets them. It's too bad they couldn't pick up on it, you know, back at the time when it was discussed like 5 years ago or whatever, but, you know, I guess it's 4 years ago, I think. But still. No one's gonna macaroni themselves, don't worry. If we disappear, it's because we actually had an incident with someone who was crazed enough to come out again. And that shouldn't be news to you guys. I actually warned about that even like a month ago. I said if we mysteriously disappear, keep in mind it's because of something like that. We would not just disappear right now. We're too dedicated to trying to get our games done and everything. We just started up this website and everything. We have been trying really hard with all the stuff we're doing. By the way, even the dismissal on that one, it's pretty interesting to see something like this website even kind of be written off to a degree. We don't have people who gave a shit about anything we were doing. It's just people who have been wanting to see us get hurt since the start.
And Moss is not fireproof.
And if people feel like there's not going to be anyone to defend us here, they feel like they have more of an opportunity to get us hurt too. Moss is not fireproof. What do you think of these fire slugs?
I think they're a really good idea.
I think they're neat looking.
I think they look good. And it even makes sense what they are.
Yeah. Someone said, "Why did you send Moss into the fire to prove that they're flammable?"
I thought she'd be fine. Guys, look at this.
Oh, hang on, we got a new one. I've experienced plenty of mentally ill people, and Ding Dong needs professional mental help.
Oh no.
The venomous, unwarranted hate and hypocrisy he spits are signs of somebody in a spiral.
Again with the mental health.
Again with saying mentally ill, because you're trying to shut down the words somebody said. You couldn't actually point out anything specific. You just say hypocrite and mentally ill.
There really is a stigma against the neurodivergent.
I mean, that's going to become the next insult.
It is intent. It is what's the word? Like it's inherent. It's supposed to be inherently bad that somebody has a mental state. And that's how you go, oh, that's a bad person. You don't say evil anymore. You say mentally ill.
They're right about the hypocrisy thing, though. I don't like sponsorships, which is why we haven't taken a sponsorship. Fuck. There's probably stuff, though. I'm sure. And as we know, hypocrisy is mental illness? Something. That one is over on Blue Sky right now. That one that I just read. The big word tonight. Secret word. Scream when you hear it.
Let's make this a mental health awareness stream.
Mentally ill is the word of the night. If you don't want someone to listen to somebody else, just call them mentally ill. That'll do it, right? And by the way, you care so much for their mental health that that's why you also call them a hypocrite. Clearly, that's what you're worried about is their mental health, and not that you're just trying to write somebody off. If you're seeing someone throwing around mentally ill as a point of dismissal, you're not really dealing with a person who's being too serious. But you are dealing with somebody who's a bit conflict prone. I'm sorry to anyone who's also had like autism swung their way or anything either. I think about a decade back, a lot of people wanted to really hope that that was coming from a position of just like silliness, but we've gotten to see over time that no, it was to get to a point of genuine dismissal. They treat like people are, you know, lessers. Someone said that boy needs therapy. Oh shit, I'm sorry, Kira. No, it's awful. It's not even like Blue Sky is that great of a platform. Yeah, it's not Elon Twitter, but still.
What did they say?
Their state is requiring the ID thing.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, don't even bother with it at that point.
I'm sorry.
It's rotten that they even did something like that. They went in on that.
What are you doing?
The post was in response to somebody that had responded to the furry that got really angry and said that we deserve all the harm we face from this now. Because somebody was saying something positive. So they had to come in and say, no, it's mental illness and that's why we should get hurt because that's how you help somebody with like mental illness. No. I guess to be fair, they said the therapy thing, but that's in the kind of way of just saying like seek help to someone and not really going much further
Go
than
away
that.
is what it means.
Yes, it means go away, shut up.
I've been, even before the Only Place thing, I'm used to the idea of go get therapy means shut up. I don't want to hear from you.
They're even archiving the chat logs now. They really want this to be a thing. It's something, right, guys? I guess you guys probably didn't expect that this was going to be an interactive stream tonight, but it is. There is such a desperation to try to get us hurt right now that they're even going to try to get you guys hurt too for no reason. A bunch of you are just talking about movies in the chat right now.
Oh no, that's not going to be enough time.
Hi, brand new account, and this is the first stream you've ever watched, and that's the first post you ever made. It said, is the negativity engagement requisite for funding goals? Just refusing to acknowledge it seems like the historically winning move for content creators. Huh, that's funny. We weren't talking about these things a few weeks ago, and when other people brought it up, they kept it all going. By the way, so when that person drove out, do you want to explain that one? But yeah, we don't have to get into a whole thing on that one. We know where you're coming from on that. It's okay. I fully don't even understand what that's supposed to mean.
Yeah,
as a
I was
comment.
going to say it's just
It doesn't really
phrased-
make any sense.
It's phrased in a weird way that I don't understand.
It's the desperation to try to make something sting, but your words didn't even really make any sense.
I
think they're trying to
understand-
say that this is engagement bait to make money or something, but there's not even a donation counter up right now. If you're trying to say us being willing to talk about these things is us being the ones responsible, why did you go out of your way to register an account then? That's a lot of effort, isn't it? Boy, why are a lot of people insisting so hard on this while trying to throw it back the other way? You guys are getting angry because somebody clipped up a thing from a stream about a subject we've already talked about long ago. And you're mad because the person that you wanted to be alleviated from all of this had some involvement when even then on that? These are things we've already talked about and things we've even talked about with them and things that they've even brought up the idea of being able to be open about it. Yes, we had a lot of people coming after us back at the time, and in some cases we had people still coming after us, really insecure about these things and worried. Because once again, when you have crowds like this hovering around you, why do you think they're worried? But if that's supposed to mean shut your fucker mouth again, no. But hey, glad your engagement bait apparently worked here. I guess you were so angry that somebody was so upset that we're willing to talk about this that you registered an account and everything and tried to take your swing and it didn't make sense. But still, you engaged. It's not really a shot towards us, whatever you were just trying to say. If anything, there's the hypocrisy. You just did the thing that you're trying to, like, call us out on. You didn't have to. None of this tonight had to happen. And that's what we're now caught up on, is who to blame for the fact that people got overly obsessive about this. No, if it's ignored, nothing gets resolved. Sure, that's the first part of it. But the second part is, we were ignoring it and people were still doing it anyways. Last year, we weren't even talking about some of this stuff. People were just pissed with us because we were willing to talk about the things that, like, you know, we were watching in the news and everything. People are going to be pissed with us no matter what. We don't have to do anything here. And even this negativity thing, it's only negative towards you right now if, you know, you feel like you might have been maybe one of the people lashing out at the moment. Why would you be framing it that way even? How is someone being negative to you unless you were a part of this? You guys don't have to be, you know, seething as hard as you are right now. You could just move on from it, but like I said too, I know that's not how these things go, and I know this is kind of a different thing too for someone to actually be willing to just address this stuff and being willing to acknowledge what's kind of going on here. It's like I said, you guys have at least been doing a good job showing people that we were never exaggerating about a lot of these things. And if you don't want to have fights in the future, then just don't act up like this again. It doesn't have to be a whole thing. I know that's supposed to be like, wow, you must think you're like so high and mighty right now. No, I don't. That's insecurity on your part again. No, what I think is what I already know. And what a lot of other people already know through all this too. This is a very forced conflict coming about here tonight. All people are concerned about is trying to make now a war happen between Oni Plays and us, when all we've ever been trying to do is move away from it, and not even just it. A lot of that stuff from the past. We were workers briefly. None of you want it to be that, and that's why you're mad at us. A lot of other people have been wanting to move past this stuff too behind the scenes. And a lot of them talk about these things probably more frequently than we actually talk about these things behind the scenes. There's always been a lot of fear about how to even address these things and handle these things because too much kind of became visible. That's why there was a lot of panic and paranoia and fear around us because we said too much.
They probably already left. I would not assume that.
Oh, no.
But I guess, I don't know, I should.
They're desperate enough that they might be,
I
actually.
shouldn't stop you from saying it anyway.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say it anyways.
What do you think of these guys?
These crabs. They're interesting. Kind of freaky. The kicking is goofy.
What would you say if you saw them?
Oh god. I feel bad for it because it seems like that gaping hole is gonna get hurt. The fact that they're trying to get you guys all in the chat right now tangled up in it too, like I said, it's a stunning showcase. I'm starting to think this might have nothing to do with anything we said. I mean, some people are already trying to say there was some like hidden thing that we were doing on this website and there's like an agenda. Conspiracy nuts are conspiracy nutting tonight. And boy, are they nutting all over themselves. Hope you guys are alright. We're fine, like I mentioned.
For right now.
Yeah, for now. We'll probably have something really bad happen pretty soon.
There's the both. Okay, so somebody could literally try to come kill us, but then also there's money. We have to be able to afford to live.
Yeah, that's partially why they're doing this.
There's also
That's why that
reputation.
person even just brought up the money, because they're hoping to, if anything, get that impacted.
There's a whole ton of different angles that could be used to make a problem here.
Oh.
And they're going to want to try to hit all of them.
They didn't hear that part, probably.
Okay.
Oh, you don't want to say it again?
No.
Oh, okay. That's also why, on the other end of things, too, the fact that there's some people trying to insist on the mental illness thing, even on the Blue Sky side of things. You know, tell that to a bunch of the people who are just using the chat normally right now, who are also now forcibly getting tugged into all of this. Are they all mentally ill, too? Boy, is just everybody mentally ill these days? When you're going as far as that, like I said, it makes it a little too blatant. This has nothing to do with anything we even talked about prior. And if betrayal to people is being willing to talk about things, then obviously transparency is not a thing that people want, and honesty is not a thing that people would want either. But that's why a lot of people don't tend to be transparent. That's why a lot of people aren't willing to talk about things. That's why, once again, a lot of the problems that we faced in the past came from a lot of people who were already really insecure and paranoid because they didn't know how audiences were going to react to them either. A lot of them were really angry with each other. There was a lot of hostility, a lot of pettiness. But me saying that right now is obviously the thing that would get people to want to reignite it all again, too. The desperation right now is to try to get everyone to ignore anything we said, try to get us hurt so we never say anything again. Exactly the subject we were talking about. And trying to dismiss anything that we mentioned about our harm now because it only counted when it was Aaron Hansen exclusively. Oh, and a few people were able to recognize at the time that it was beyond that too, but still tried to cut it short and limit it. People weren't paying attention for a long time, and somebody finally got in and paid attention because people were trying to kick all this stuff up into a thing again as of just a few weeks ago. And here we are. And considering it's been a decade of this, that's the insistence, is that we're not allowed to say anything. And by the way, that's why they were mad, because we said something. We're not allowed to say what actually happened to us. That's mental illness. Sanity is when you let everybody else make up a bunch of different things about you and try to perpetually get you hurt to the point
I think the
that
problem is
eventually
a lot
shows
of
up.
people would say that.
Probably.
That's kind of how most people.
A lot of people
on
don't
Earth operate.
really operate at all right now is the problem. A lot of people are incredibly apathetic and will allow someone... The thing I just mentioned earlier, guy getting smacked on the head and ends up standing up and just kind of laying down to it. A lot of people just don't want conflict, and they'll be desperate enough to do whatever it takes to not have that, which is why this kind of pressure is also impacting so many YouTubers and influencers. If anything, there's also kind of a little bit of an amusing factor to it that it took this long for people to even kind of kick this up, considering how many, discussions we're able to have about telling people ahead of time that, yeah, expect this exact thing that happened tonight to happen in the future. I just thought it was going to happen when I posted the trailer for the website existing. I thought that was when people were going to try to strike at us again because they remember that we exist. But being upset that the same things we had already talked about and that they're able to realize, like, things a little bit better off of that being the thing doing it, whatever. I guess I can't be that surprised. It's what we always knew since the start. If it's not blame Aaron Hansen for literally everything and that Aaron Hansen was, like, 15% of it, yeah, that's going to be a whole thing within itself. And like I said with the behind the scenes, I even said it during that stream. No, people had already talked behind the scenes. A lot of people really do just want to be able to move on and move forward. You guys don't. And you're going to blame us while you continue to double down and do this and then insist that someone's controlling my mind right now. I can't help it. My hands are typing the words. I must keep going. It's your fault. You're typing the words. You're the ones making it continue to go. Like I said, it does get to show a lot to people who were following all of this since the start and understand a bit of this already. But, yeah. That's why there is such a desperation now to shut it all down. An intense one. Oh no, Wednesday will be impacted. Like I said, it's gonna be
forever.
It's gonna be really bad tomorrow, and it'll be even worse the next day. It'll continue to be bad.
I'm very sorry, everybody.
If they want to prove me wrong right now, though, and say I'm mentally ill, then maybe it won't be bad. Look, it's that reverse psychology.
Ooh,
but now I'm layering the reverse psychology.
Don't bother us, it'll make us look more
Now it's the
crazy.
reverse psychology, and if you want to one-up that, then you have to do a reverse psychology. Yeah, you guys are being insanely predictable with all of it, too. But you're really angry for the fact that somebody is willing to just kind of point it out for what it is, because, no, the intimidation is supposed to work. I'm sorry, but we already have lived this too many times over. And the only reason, briefly, someone was able to give it wiggle room is because they wanted to blame it all on Aaron Hansen, and even then, they still mocked us for all of it during it anyhow. They were hoping we could be useful tools to swing at somebody else. Understanding that, once again, everybody made mistakes, including ourselves. No, that's not fun. That's not good enough. That can't work. That's why you need to even try to recontextualize yesterday into being exclusively one person it was about again. They're impossible to, like... Sorry, it's impossible, rather, to see that something is broader than that, and that things are a lot more personal than that.
That's a pretty long way.
But we're gonna just do Wednesday tomorrow anyways. But, like I said, too, yeah, it's gonna be absolutely fucking terrible from this point forward. I can't say, like, for a few weeks. No, from this point forward. It was already pretty bad. It's going to be as bad as possible from this point forward. And a lot of the stuff you guys are now witnessing tonight was already happening this whole time anyways. That's why we were still getting raid attempts as of just a few weeks ago. They were trying to push it into this, but ultimately, it's not a thing that we really care about, that people still know the same things that we already had talked about in the past, too.
Who's gonna get what? I don't see anybody. Oh, the bridge. Too late. I could have saved him.
Yes, Moral Fangs, yes. That's what's currently happening right now. Kiwi Farms, 4chan, a bunch of other places really coming down on it hard at the moment. Someone clipped up the stream and tried to make it seem like it was a trash-talking stream all aimed at exclusively Chris, when it wasn't. But we did talk about experiences we had with Chris in the past and why both of us have been wanting to move forward. And people are really mad over the fact that they hadn't been paying attention this entire time, and they kind of hoped that we had already gone away. That's why a lot of what people are just leaping into at this point is just shrieking out mental illness over and over again.
Everybody watch out. I'm going to move the mic.
Oh. And trying to figure out whatever they can do to dismiss it all and just insist things didn't happen. And then, of course, we just showed earlier that the shooting incident, someone trying to come out with a gun, and at least thankfully went to the wrong place, did happen. But then the excuse that came with that one was, it's just one person. Moving the goalposts happened tonight probably, like I said, maybe like 20 times now. That's why now the insistence on this has to be engagement bait. It's that thing people do when they feel like they're lacking in confidence for an argument, that you just start making up things and pretend that you're like in a courtroom right now and that you're like winning the case all of a sudden, that you go, admit it, you broke into the room at this hour and you killed them, didn't you? Oh, you didn't? There's a lot of that happening now. Just people insisting on things and just coming up with their own story because they don't give a fuck about anything being said anymore. That's why even the calmness of how this is being discussed at the moment, still being referred to as a meltdown. Because, yeah, no, like you said anything.
Because I've heard that before.
And it makes people want to side against you if you say meltdown. What do they always say now? And like stupid clickbait articles related to like world politics, it's always like, oh, a politician slams other politician.
Yeah, exactly.
It's that.
Yeah.
And they're trying to deny Sleepy Cabin 1 happened. You know, I'm not going to post the entire thing, but I can just go get that one if you want.
You could do that.
I do have that one. If I post the whole thing, we're doxing ourselves. I think that's partially why they're saying it. That would be the bait on that one. But no, I'll go get it. I sent it to Zach. I talked to him about it like a year back. I can go get it really quick. And by the way, I'll do the same thing, the spoiler thing here. They're going to say it's not real. They're going to say I somehow photoshopped it completely on the spot. The same way that I made up a whole contract right on the spot, too. Let's see if I can find it. It's a really big-ass image, I remember. Let me see. I don't know if Werma is there.
I find it. I don't know.
No, I'm gonna have to actually go through my files a little bit on that one to see where I saved it to.
I've always been worried about how to keep everything in one folder.
I keep things in multiple folders, but I definitely should split them up a bit more. How do you specify in Windows 11 when an image is bigger than a certain size?
Oh, I would. You're asking me.
Let's see, I'll look this up really quick. Can I really do that? You can just type height greater than? Yeah, you can. Okay, cool.
I probably would do it.
That'll probably do it. It's the biggest, like, tallest image I have saved.
Is it really?
Yes. No, because there's a huge
I would have
thread.
figured you'd have others.
No, it was a huge thread. I don't know if the mic got bumped again. You guys are going to have to accept that's happening tonight. Our mics are very old at this point, too. Keep that in mind. See if I can find it. Well, no, what Zach told me to do at the time was that I should be contacting, like, FBI on that one. And once again, had even the response of, like, why the fuck are they bringing up Sleepy Cabin? What the hell does they even have to do with this? I guess that's what I'll do. I'll go over and just get it from him. But I remember when I talked to him about it, I think
I still couldn't find it.
I'm searching right now. It's searching through a lot of files. It's going to take a bit. But I'll go get the one that I at least sent to Zach at the time. Yeah, I can even read what the messages were on it. They said, yeah, what the hell does Sleepy Cabin even have to do with you guys? I don't see the connection at all. That's actual schizo shit. What website was this posted on? If you're getting regularly harassed, you should totally report it to the legal authorities. That's insane. Do you have videos and screenshots too? If they had weapons on them, you should report that to the FBI. Yeah, you should definitely contact the FBI. That's insane. Sorry you gotta deal with that. Yeah, even if that's your old place, that's still a direct threat. If they had weapons and everything, that's scary. Okay, followed by now someone going, you gotta screenshot it? But let me see if the search finished here to get the actual image. You have it too, I think, and I could also ask Werma. Werma, do you have it on hand? The thread?
I do have it, but like, yeah.
I just forget what I named it when I saved
It's gonna take like 20
it.
minutes for me to start up my computer.
Yeah.
Send it to you, and then put it on Dropbox because it's too big.
Werma, if you're there, do you have the old post and everything? Or if anyone in the chat knows how to help me with this one. I'm on Windows 11, I searched for it, and literally nothing is happening. I hit enter and just nothing is happening. It's just not even attempting to search for it. I wish I remember what it was that it was called. What would I have titled it when I saved it? I need to find that really quick. I swore I saved it in this directory. Certainly gotta clean up my hard drive. I got all the video files too. So just think that. No, that's what I just said. I'm trying to search for it. Windows does not do anything. It might be because I'm using PowerShell, and that might be interfering with it. I've actually been having some issues with that. I have to just remember the name of it. No, Zach was genuinely concerned about it when we talked about it at the time. I do think he also told Chris about the fact that, I was bothered by some of this stuff that had happened too. But at the same time, I didn't really mind that. It's why I was willing to just go into it pretty honestly with him, because he also understood that we were already having tension for a long time. Everybody knew that too. Michael was really friendly about it years and years ago. You okay? Did something mess up in the game? Or is it because I said that Zach was concerned about it? Okay. I think he's upset that I said it because Zach was concerned about it. Well, yeah. It's at least searching now. I'll try to see what I can at least cut from out of it that doesn't just have doxing details in there, but let me see if I can get it to pop up here. They're so caught up in making conspiracies, they think the jumping Flash Kiwi is predicting this moment. Yeah, no, they did that back at the time too. I put it in the intro of one of the videos and they thought that it was supposed to be like a signal to Kiwi farms. That's why I said these people do very much live in like another reality. It is like you're talking to people in Bizarro World. I don't smell anything.
It's really weird.
Something outside, maybe? Maybe it's my laptop heating up because I'm trying to search right now. Is Werma still there? Werma, are you still there?
I don't think Worm was gonna have it.
We might want to boot up your
should've
computer.
just-
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, Julian will boot up his computer. We can get that. Just give us a bit on that one. He's booting up his computer. But spoilers on that one too. The response is going to be, you photoshopped that because it took too long. He's going and turning on his computer to go get it. Oh, Werma said they're out. Okay. No, that's okay. I don't want them to have to deal with a lot of this too. Also, sorry, one of my friends tried to message me actually just a bit ago. I'll try to catch up with them in a bit here and everything too. Because, yeah, they're saying that they don't really understand any of this either. Because they said it's really, really strange that it was only acceptable to people when it was exclusively Aaron. That it is really weird that, this is becoming such a big problem when it was something we already talked about years ago. And we already said that it was beyond just Aaron. But, you know, going back to some of the stuff, like I said yesterday too, that we talked about. Hey, so when I said that there was a lot of people who were hovering around these kinds of areas and there was a lot of nastiness following these things, why do you think they were so quick to get in on these things, and now they're even screen capping you guys in the chat right now? Why do you think they're even going after you guys just for literally being here? All of it, because there might be other things I might have to, like, I don't have to say have to, but things that I could show. Okay, thank you. That's the one, though? What is it called? Okay, let me see if I have that on here. Okay. No, it is! I found it. Julian told me the file name. I found it. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you for at least locating it. Yep, found it. You can turn it off because that was kind of one of the only things. Yeah.
Another sleepless night.
The other one. Yeah, I'm not gonna go into a lot of these. A lot of this stuff would just be docs material for sure. I think that's what they're trying to bait, obviously, too. Okay. Got two. Now we'll throw in here really quick. Just to show severity of it, I guess. And once again, to the people who are trying to get us hurt tonight, obviously they're not going to give a shit. I know that already. I don't care. More so, if anything, it just gets to show how preposterous it is, the desperation to try to just, like, shut this out at the moment. There you go. Hey, guys. Look at that, a slur, too. That's fun. But I'm not going to get into it much deeper than that. No, it was not a fake thing. Let me see what the others are, though, in there. There is anything else I can show that's not going to be literally just a dox.
Why is it called that, by the way?
Doxing? I'm not sure. That's a much more interesting discussion than anything we talked about tonight. I'm not sure why it is.
Come on, Moss, you can do it.
And then throw this one in, get ready for some more slurage.
Content warning.
Yeah, content warning.
Being mean.
People being mean on the internet and saying naughty no words. People doing a Carlos Mencia.
Yeah, that's it. It must be coming from outside. It smells like skunk or like fart or something. Like it smells a little poopy.
You know, I can kind of smell it. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, shit. The mic is, like, having something. Let me adjust this. Oh, watch it keep happening here.
It's coming from outside.
Okay, I can get that off the screen now. But yeah, that was, like I said, that was just a couple of years ago. That was a year and a half ago that happened. That's because Julian's moving around a lot right now.
Sorry.
It's okay. He was trying to investigate whatever the smell was.
There it is again. Seems like it's closer to this side of the room.
Oh, I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't know what to
I'm
tell
not
you on
asking
that.
you to investigate.
Okay.
I probably should investigate. Oh, I hope it's not drain again.
What, in the basement?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be really bad if
Coming up through the vent.
yeah, if it flooded again, that'd be really bad. But yeah, that wasn't for, obviously, any of the people insisting it was fake. They're not going to accept it anyways. They're going to keep trying to bait for more. Okay, Julian will be back. He's investigating wherever the smell thing is. No, more so, I think it is important to show these things to you guys, too, and get into these things, and why I even had to even just read those messages that Zach was having with me. I need to let you guys know that this was a whole thing that was going on this whole time, too. That's why if we're trying to get into a whole thing about everything was a lie, no. And I think it's pretty obvious, goddamn obvious, no. There's always been a lot of fear about how to handle this all as a situation because there's a really vicious crowd around these things coming from these places. And now keep in mind, coming off of that one, what you just saw there, that's also what gets to be paired up with mental illness as the statement over and over again. And by the way, the person who came out and did all of that, I'll say it again, it was on Christmas Eve. I showed all those messages. We already had people warning us about it at the time because they were in the Discord call with that guy. But that, yeah, it was on fucking Christmas Eve that they did that. They drove across country to go over there on Christmas Eve. And now with everything that's coming up here today, keep that in mind too, that even with these elements coming up, fury and rage towards us anyways, acting like it's deserved. As you guys are seeing here, this is not a genuine thing that we are really dealing with tonight. It's a desperation to really try to make it into a bigger problem. And try to really kind of go now for the jugular and just put an end to a lot of this. That's also why with that as an incident, you get to have people saying now, it was only one person. Gee, there were a lot of people posting in there too. It was kind of more than one person. It was one person that time that came out armed, and we've also had people come out to our home numerous times in the past too. And after tonight, like I said, guaranteed it's going to happen again in the future. There's going to be a heavy insistence on trying to get us hurt at this point. They feel like they've been given the go-ahead now, because if their, like, favorite creators are not necessarily on board with us, then we're defenseless, and that could be even easier here with this too. I guess that's true. He spent Christmas like any other Christmas, surrounded by the people who love him. It's an uncomfortable thing, and why you also have to say mental illness a bunch of times through this too, and do whatever dismissal that you really need. It's why you felt so fucking threatened that people talked about all this, because it also exposes a problem that was coming from the community aspect. The part that they didn't want you to talk about, the part you were never supposed to acknowledge, the part where they say, can't you just ignore that I'm doing this to you right now? It was happening the entire time, and it was there the entire time. And no, it was never an exaggeration, and even behind the scenes, like I said, people were fucking concerned about it. Some other people were feeling like, okay, you're gonna get me, like, hurt too, and that's why I need to, like, make distance here. No one really knew how to handle this one when you get to a point like this. So, I don't know, I guess that gets to be a fun thing to go with everything here tonight, too. Alongside, trying to, like, once again, even get you guys in the chat lumped into this, and you're supposed to convince people externally right now that also all of you guys did something too, apparently. It's interesting how there's a desperation to now try to get anyone who would be here for any of it hurt in some kind of way. I thought we were the ones who were mentally ill. Why are you going after everybody else now, too? Gee, is this just a really forced raid attempt trying to get everybody hurt, and there's nothing else to it, and you're forcing outrage? I know, it would still be the thing of going back to the subject matter, being like, but you talked about these things, and we did years ago. And also, with a lot of the things that we talked about, too, Julian even just said it earlier tonight. He was given a direct thing that he was told by Chris, like, very openly. He's free to talk about everything. Chris wanted me to talk about a lot of this stuff in the past, too, and I didn't want to. There were points that I felt like things were petty, and I didn't want to get into arguments and fights. There were sometimes moments where everyone was taking shots at each other, and I didn't really want to feed into any of that. Through all of it, I always wanted to see everyone get over some of these things, and also realize when they're being fucked with by people in these kinds of positions, making them fearful of each other, so now that I all have to now feel like they're competing against each other. It shouldn't have to be that way. You shouldn't be pressured by a bunch of these people because they're gonna, like, threaten your livelihood if you don't force conflict like this. I knew everyone could have, like, had the potential to have been able to do more creatively with one another if there really didn't have to be all of these different layers of things to be paranoid about and get, like, freaked out over. And that was the thing that happened off of it. I'll say this. You know, if we didn't get the blowback that we did at the time and everything, I actually kind of wonder if people would have been more open to just talking about what had happened too. I think because people got to see just how far it all got taken, that they were afraid to even do anything then. That they knew they were going to get hurt too. It's why some people were more concerned about losing their job and everything. It's why some people were concerned about all these other elements. But, I don't know, do I have to repeat it again? The idea that everybody made mistakes, including ourselves? Oh, are they just angry about trans people being here now? Man, why do you guys keep playing into the things we're talking about? You were trying to make this about Chris earlier, and now you're making it about trans people. Why are you making it so fucking obvious through this tonight? You guys wanted to, like I said, go for the jugular, but now out of desperation trying to make anything stick here, you're just showing all your true colors and making it clear this was always about LGBTQ. And I would assume maybe the reason why they don't bring up Julian in some of these regards too, even on the things that he says, and then they act like I say it. Maybe it's because they were hoping that I wasn't gonna be gay or something. I don't know. It sure shocked everybody back at the time when it was revealed. Hell, I still remember that when I talked about it on the stream that I briefly mentioned it for seconds, someone uploaded a whole video and even titled it, "Ding Dong is gay?"
Maybe you're onto something.
That would be really ridiculous, though, if it always was just as simple as that. I always did want to give it more than that.
I think I'm weirder than he is, but whatever.
Super Scratch Cat, what they want, once again, is not something achievable. What they want is for us to go away forever. That was kind of the intention. That's why if it wasn't like clear enough even earlier, trying to dismiss the fact that we did have someone try to come out to kill us, yeah. They're not being very serious right now. If anything, they're kind of thrilled something like that happened because they would love to see it happen again. They're much more deeply concerned about the reputation of a YouTube channel, which, by the way, they're the ones also trying to hurt at the moment. That stream went by the way. Just like all the streams in the past went by, too. And once again, as well, all the discussions during that stream are just repeats of all the stuff we already had talked about. It's just recently everyone's been trying to reignite all of it. That's why I'm not going to act like these things didn't happen, and that's why I'm not going to try to change a narrative all of a sudden, because I don't want someone to come out with a gun to shoot at us. This has been the reality of it this entire time, and they're trying to force a loud cow situation by going as far as this. Like I said, I think it's a lot more embarrassing to me that someone dedicated their Christmas to doing that, and they even ended up going to the wrong place and wasted their time. You know what? I still have that open. You guys want to see that? I can show the final post they made about it, where they were insisting to themselves that
That we were cowards.
that we're cowards, that we wouldn't come outside, not even realizing they went to the wrong place.
I think they realized it. They just have to save face for the sake of the thread.
There we go. Get that really quick. That was quick. Okay, this one. One sec.
Come on, come on!
No, if anything, tonight really opened the door to be able to just really showcase now what the biggest problem truthfully was all along, because all these guys are acting this way. They exposed themselves tonight, so at least you guys are going to be a little more informed about why we were warning you, why there were raid attempts, why this stuff has been happening. Right here. Oh, right, slur warning, by the way. So they didn't pick up on it the whole time, and they were trying to act like they were still victorious.
Too bad. I felt like I was doing pretty good there.
No, MetaJ, they very literally called me one of the good ones. I had that said to me a few times. When I was openly supporting LGBTQ rights and I was warning people about, you know, like Proud Boys coming to Pride rallies and everything, that was when we had people then making impersonation accounts and trying to, like, talk to publishers and refuse to have them work with us and all these other elements. They're trying to make it into a big thing off of it. TB, I mean, that's the thing. I don't really care if they do. They're going to, probably. I just don't want to really throw it up here on stream is the thing. All they're gonna come away with is, yes, we had this happen to us and we got impacted by it. We already talked about it at the time that was happening, and we've already been doxxed numerous times anyways, and we've already had, like I said, pretty much everything under the sun happen to us. When you're doing this for almost a decade and dealing with this for almost a decade, like I said, you kind of go numb to a lot of it. You just sort of expect it, and that's why, once again, we're always being so upfront and direct and forward about things, because we felt like, you know what, at this point, whatever. It's already been so much anyways,
Yeah.
we may as well just be ourselves. Even if it means we're going to get hurt through it, we're just going to get hurt. They're going to hurt us no matter what we do. Sorry if tonight had to be the revelation of just how serious this stuff was for some of you guys too, though.
We have been saying it over and over for a really long time.
Yeah.
But I think
I don't want to frighten you guys.
I think people don't. I think it makes people uncomfortable and they block it out. That is even part of the absurdity of this happening, is that, yeah, we've been frank about this for so fucking long. And they're trying to pretend like it's a brand new thing. Oh, I missed these guys. I missed all these guys. That's bad.
It's maybe I'm sheltered, but I haven't seen the N-word this many times in a row, possibly ever. Well, now you know who's mad at us. It can be a bit of a clue into the situation. They didn't have to show their true colors tonight either. That is something I can add onto it as well. That is what got to come away with this one too, is that they really showcased the fact that they're fucking angry that some of you guys in the chat are trans now. And that, yes, they're kind of happy about the fact that this incident that happened earlier did happen. They do want us hurt. They've wanted us hurt since the beginning. They want you guys hurt now too, just through association. And when you guys have all those details, hey, doesn't the stream that we even just had the other day make a lot of sense now? Why I was talking about people being afraid of all of this? Why people were acting in paranoia? Why everybody was really afraid and didn't know what to do or how to handle any of this either around us at the time? That's why some people wanted to stay out of it completely since the get-go. They didn't want to get hurt too. Because there isn't an easy answer to this one. People are going to do this kind of thing. When you're targeted, and you don't stop being targeted. If the idea was supposed to be, hey, move on already, we did. You guys don't want us to. You got it going again. You kept breaking it up again for like a little while here, and even then, on the stream, it was coming up again. And just a few months ago, we had a raid attempt again. And they were lashing out at trans people in the chat. Hey, so now we get to talk about the fun secondary side to this, because, you know, we could do the loop again, but that's not very fun anymore. You know what's more interesting is getting into, here's the reality of the situation and why anyone was trying to make this into a drama tonight anyhow. Now that you guys have so much context for all this anyways, and that all this is a like, consistent track record, what you're getting to see is why a lot of people were actually angry and why they're trying to act like the website's evil now.
Since 2017.
Yes, since the very start.
Since the beginning.
And why they're even getting mad at you guys now just for being here. Isaac, stay safe yourself. I hope you'll be able to be okay through this too. They're, the fact that they want to go after all of you guys right now says something. screaming loudly and stomping their feet is what they've been doing for years, and they want to intimidate people and threaten people with it. They want to scare people back into the closet. They want to be able to scare people forever being willing to be open about anything. Flab 97 because it wasn't a joke when people were saying it. That's the issue. They said one of the good ones can be a joke or just a small tease. But the way you talk about it makes it seem like they believed what they were saying, because they usually almost always are.
You've been tricked.
Yes.
You've been bamboozled.
By calling it a joke, it makes people go with it. Kind of like tonight insisting that we're just crazy, except why are they doubling down this hard, and now they have to pull you guys in the chat into it. I thought this was about us. Why is it about you guys now, too? Like I said, they felt like they had their opportunity to strike here, and that's why they're even now trying to pull you guys into it. And just wait, they're going to start calling all of you mentally ill, too. Everybody's mentally ill who disagrees with me. No, it's just a whole thing that they've been trying to force for a long time now. They felt like they finally got the ammunition they needed to be able to make a bigger problem. And because we weren't saying anything a while back for quite a while, that's why all those videos started popping up where they were trying to aim it at Aaron. Those started popping up when I wasn't online because also they were hoping to run with that one. If I'm not here to be able to defend myself, then they can just make up anything. Even though, once again, you can still find those streams. And by the way, the comment sections look exactly like the same video that just got uploaded today. It's almost exactly the same. Slurs, oh, you got them. People saying that every last thing that happened to us is deserved, even though they're trying to also pretend that they're mad at Aaron. Oh, you got that too. Ignoring it and not being there to say anything got them to double down on it harder. And that's really interesting that as much as they were acting like they cared about what happened to us, now they don't, and they're even happy that somebody was trying to get us killed. Because once again, this is not honesty, and you guys are going to need to learn about that a little bit, that a lot of these jokes you had getting run past you online in recent years weren't jokes. It was a thing we had to learn ourselves over time too, that some of these things are just not jokes. People are being dead serious about it. You think that they are, but they're not. I think that's why they're also getting caught up on that one right now too, that they're trying to make it about offensive humor, because they live in a bubble and they can't think of concepts beyond trans bad, and I think you're trying to say edgy bad? Man, we talked about like Drawn Together during that stream too, and like Xavier, and I said I can find them funny on occasion. I shouldn't say that on occasion with Xavier. Xavier's like rapid fire funny. But no, that's not what this is about either. Like I said, the goalpost has moved like 20 times tonight. There's just sheer desperation now to really get people on us, and we're going to be the focused down target for quite a while. Especially that they know that we have a community here that, once again, even has, like, you know, trans people within it. We're going to be targeted for God knows how long here, and they're going to be doing kind of whatever doubling down that they want to be doing off of it, too. Kiwi Farms is tuckered out. Are they? I don't know. I could bore you guys more. Do you want me to go into a long extended history about like the CPS-1 hardware that Capcom used? Like, we could do that. Well, do you want me to do the loop again? I could do the loop again. Oh, is it boring hearing about the same thing over and over again for a decade? We could do it again. You guys seem to really want to. Oh, now you're tuckered out? Now that the evidence got shown towards these things too, and you guys exposed yourself really blatantly, and that you also started harassing random people in the chat thinking that was going to make you look better, now you're tuckered out? Yeah, you got to pick your battles better in the future when it comes to that. And if you actually want to watch, like, us just do kind of the same sort of jokes and stuff and everything that we had done in the past anyways, if you were honest about that kind of thing, then this wouldn't be what would be happening tonight anyways. If anything, we would just be going back to doing Wee Wednesday tomorrow, and things would just be, you know, gliding across normally the way they already were. But that's not what this was supposed to be. This was supposed to be about ripping us up. This was supposed to be about finally tearing us down once and for all. This was about trying to burn everything to the ground with everybody around us, And I think they were expecting that we were going to be weak-willed enough because of how things went in the past that we weren't just going to be upfront about what's currently going on, or even willing to showcase things like that, like the fact that we did have somebody trying to attack us like that even just a year ago. It's why I'm not going to back down on these things. Intimidation tactics aren't going to force somebody into saying that a thing didn't happen now, when it did. You're just strengthening a lot of what was already being talked about further, and you're upset about the fact that somebody is willing to just keep going even though you're trying to be so threatening. You guys have been doing it for almost a decade, so it's not a thing that's even scary. It was unfamiliar and scary maybe the first time, and that was also a decade ago. And by the way, when you guys keep up with this 20 years from now, it's not going to be any scarier. In fact, it's going to be less scary because now you've been doing it for 30 years. It's really ridiculous it has gone for this long, and it's really ridiculous that that's what you guys were hoping to strike with, and that you were trying to make that happen. Especially on repeat subject matter, and trying to aim it at someone like that. No, I'm more into the CPS2 hardware, but it's only kind of a slight change in some ways. Protection was a factor that they were trying to really look into. The CPS1 didn't have a lot towards that. Oh boy. But yeah, it's going to be exhausting, like I said. Next few weeks here. I'm sorry that you guys in the chat are going to also get targeted now too. Swinging at everybody around us. Hey, going back to some of the stuff we were talking about with Chris, that was why he was saying things about reading these threads and like seeing that it was always about us and everything, and that he partially wanted to disconnect from it. I'm not going to give a lot of room to that necessarily, but I can acknowledge that I knew where it came from. He understood that he was going to get hurt too. That's why a lot of the people around us didn't know how to react to these things or how to handle these things. That's why some people were just beginning to become frustrated how often this was happening to us, even if we weren't doing anything. And sometimes doing something just means literally streaming and being willing to talk about like a current event or something. For example, talking about tariffs on a stream got somebody really fucking angry. We were talking about, you know, LGBTQ rights one night. We were talking about specifically how trans people were getting scapegoated for a lot of things, and immediately someone blew up and tried to make a big fit about it, and then took to everywhere that they could over it. I just mentioned that a week or two back, Julian had timed somebody out in the stream for 10 minutes, and they immediately ran over to Rant Grumps to post about it. And people there went, who's Julian? Like, here's the other thing about this, trying to hold on to this for so long. A lot of people don't even know who the fuck we are because it has been so long. I think that's the angle they wanted to work with here. They don't know what's been happening, and maybe they didn't hear all these discussions in the past, so act like it's a whole brand new thing, and get people riled up about it again. But some people never really knew who the fuck we were. It's a really form of desperation coming through it all tonight. It is. But yeah, I'm sorry to everybody who, like I said, is coming by here and now getting targeted. And I'm sorry, too, that you're gonna also have some people try to, like, start lashing out at you in a similar way that they are right now to us. Nobody should be going through this kind of thing. Nobody should have to be dealing with this kind of thing. None of this is fair. By the way, that person who was trying to call us mentally ill, even just earlier on Blue Sky, here's a post that they also made. With the recent stuff about Ding Dong and Julian, I've learned I can't support them or Game Grumps. How does that make any sense? That doesn't make any sense! That doesn't make any sense! Once again, there's a designated exception case to all of this. It was all well and good when only Aaron Hansen was being targeted. Wouldn't you say you can now support Game Grumps and you wouldn't support us? That doesn't make any fucking sense. None of this was genuine today. None of it. But goddamn,
I guess
was there an attempt?
That does really flavor it, because at the beginning I was kind of like, okay, maybe there's a little bit of room that they're actually just legitimately confused.
No.
That does really go to show
They made their exception case. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, be careful, Linkstar. Apparently they're trying to threaten Linkstar now.
What, in what way?
I don't know. Someone brought it up, though, and so they're bringing up Linkstar repeatedly and are now threatening them.
What did Linkstar even say that they screenshot?
I have no idea.
I don't remember.
I mean, they've been going after lots of random people. And by the way, when we were having 4chan raids happening during our streams last year, you guys remember that they were even starting to screen cap some of you guys and then lash out at you in the chat? They want to hurt anyone who's also willing to be there for us. The goal is to hurt everybody here. I am sorry that, like I said, random innocent people here now tonight are getting pulled into this too. It's completely unfair to all of you as well. None of this is supposed to be fair by design. It never was since the get-go. And like I said, all of this has just done now a phenomenal job of really showcasing everything. Even a comment like that. It doesn't even have to be a thing about I was just saying stuff in a video now. Now you're just getting to see it on display that the same thing I was mentioning about exception cases and just trying to make it all about Aaron Hansen, it's completely true. There is some weird-ass obsession with him. People were just interested in trying to weaponize us towards him. And if they understood that that comment we made when we said everybody made mistakes, including ourselves, actually meant everybody, then yeah, no, fuck that. There needs to be a hero in this situation. If you're not going to say that someone else was a hero, that I want to be the hero, then I'm not going to support you. Oh, and also I'm not going to support Aaron Hansen. Because, yeah, it wasn't about any of this. We were supposed to be good little tools towards getting Aaron Hansen hurt, which, by the way, is why the Dream Daddy mess happened to begin with anyways. You guys have been getting led astray through a lot of this over the years. And while, yes, like I said, we got impacted by Aaron, and we already talked about the things that had happened even recently with him, I also just talked to him right after that stream the other day, and he understands a lot of this too, and even apologized to me for some of the things that he had said, which he already had done a while back too. But he got into it a lot more with me too, because he said he probably was just going way too innocently about this, thinking this wasn't such a big deal. He didn't know how far so much of it went and how his own language was even coming off. There's a lot of people I've been talking to after that stream yesterday, because we could tell people are trying to make fights happen all over again. If you want to know why, by the way, someone came by to record a stream, it's because something was already going on. Why would that be the only stream out of all these? No one's going to have the spring break marathon saved up, but they're going to have that. Now, why would that be? Because already there's been conflict. Already for weeks now, people have been trying to bring all this stuff up again. And they also get very angry anytime that Julian times somebody out around this or has to restate again that he doesn't want to talk about these things. No, if you even hint at the idea that you want to move away from these things and you're not supporting these things, you will get lashed out at. That is what's happening here. People have created, very strangely, an exception case. And that's why I mentioned it during that stream, too. Why is it everyone can give Gooseworks exclusively a hard time on some of this stuff, too? But the same things being done by other people, it gets heavily defended. People choose their targets for a reason. People do this kind of thing for a reason. And it's not just as simple as, you know, what it was trying to be framed as earlier. They were really bad friends. So that's why we should go after everybody in their chat. You guys, unfortunately, are now kind of getting pulled into the world that we've always been living in for like the past decade now. And like I said, I know how a lot of these guys tend to operate, which is why they didn't even hesitate to just make themselves look more and more blatant about this as the night went on. Like I said, it will still be effective. Because also right now, LGBTQ is insanely unpopular online. They are going to be very successful with a lot of this too. Don't get me wrong. It's not going to change what we're going to be doing, but it's also why we're going to still be seeing threats. We're not going to have very clean streams from this point forward, and it's going to kind of just keep up that way. Apple Green, yeah, it was a slow thing over the years. Even if I'm not heavily talking to a lot of these guys, and, you know, almost everybody stopped talking to us as soon as we moved away from LA. No, here and there, I had people reaching out to apologize. Here and there, I had people just worried about their image and nothing else. But here and there, I also had people reaching out to apologize, too.
It was always in private.
Yes, it was always in private.
To that.
Yes. And it's always in private, too, because they're afraid that you guys are going to lash out at them as well. They're afraid that they're going to have everything that's happening to us because, look at this. You guys are in a chat room, and you're now getting attacked, too, just by being near us. That's where a lot of this is at. It's really unfortunate. It is. It's really sad.
You know what's really unfortunate is that this probably happens to a lot of other people. I've never been able to talk about this, but this probably happens to a lot of other people too, and it flies under the radar because they're not as lucky as we are.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what we can do about the mic popping. I'm sorry, guys. You know, I know one thing.
I moved. I shifted a second ago. I don't know what you could do about it.
I'm gonna just fix this once and for all.
That's not gonna work. I suggested putting it behind your computer. This also means that it's like way down here. I hope it works.
Yeah, does that work for you? I'll adjust mine too. Yeah, Melephant. I mean, once again, if people were genuinely hurt by all of this, they wouldn't be going after you guys too. They wouldn't be hurling the slurs around so wildly like this too.
It's the thing of, it's the lolcow culture, and not even necessarily just the idea of, oh, it's mean to make fun of people. It's that they've been waiting this entire time. For all these years, they've been waiting for the go-ahead because they just... It doesn't matter who it is. Anybody who's okay to bully.
Yeah.
That's why it's so indiscriminate, and that's why all the excuses don't make any sense. They're just happy that they have some meat.
Yeah. The words they're saying don't need to be genuine. They just want to be sure that somebody can get hurt.
As long as there's somebody out there who it's okay to hurt.
No, TB, it's why even when we were doing the game dev stream that was regularly scheduled tonight, it was really crazy, for example, that we can even get back to the title of the stream. I actually kind of forgot about it.
What, the macaroni?
Yeah, Julian mentioned that he was eating macaroni and cheese and it upset his stomach because he's lactose intolerant. And then somebody in the comment section of that upload immediately said how he was, he's like trying to bait people that's supposed to be code language and that's supposed to be like a suicide thing that he's doing for the sake of getting people to feel bad for him. That's why you had someone earlier trying to come in acting like this was baiting towards something too, about negative engagement bait, when you were the fucker who just came in and registered and, by the way, had to say something in the chat. So if you're saying that, then why are you falling for it? I think you don't actually believe in that, and that's why you came over here to have to argue something like that too. They don't like the fact that somebody is also willing to call it out very directly for what it is, because we're supposed to be caught in a perpetual loop with this. And this is why the people around us had a really difficult time, too, figuring out how to navigate it. And that's why in some cases they were willing to just kind of let whatever happen, happen. In some cases, it's why there was the awkwardness of trying to act like, okay, I'm getting hurt because of you now, and that's a problem, and I don't want to be around you. That's why a lot of these different angles came from it, too. It's why in the midst of so much of it, no one knew how to really handle it. And on our own ends, we also made the mistake of thinking just being upfront about things and just being honest and trying to get everyone to be able to work through something, that was going to work out when it never was going to. Because this isn't a world that we belong to. We're not like major YouTubers. YouTube was not our priority even. All this business stuff wasn't our priority. Are there no green Pikmin? There is in a special mode. Those like glowing ones.
Oh, the nighttime Pikmin.
Yeah.
Man, I'm closer, but I still am not.
Like I said, we'll see if they get bored with this one, but they are really desperate here. This is actually the most desperation I've seen. I would say this rivals anything that even happened back in like 2016, 2017. I think this is the most desperate I've seen it get. Because at least in a lot of these instances in the past, while they would sometimes target you guys in the chat, not to this point. Where now they want to like scrape the chat and literally like save every last thing, screenshots of everybody, and now they're even going and trying to find you guys and harass you guys. And if you're trying to show right now how somebody wasn't actually a victim, I don't know how any of this is supposed to prove anything towards that either. You're creating victims literally with every passing minute right now, while simultaneously trying to claim that nobody is a victim. They're doubling down out of panic because somebody even just mentioned in the chat, yeah, when everyone immediately realized they had a thread up, it seemed like they were all really panicking in the thread too and like starting to like lash out at each other and get more aggressive. Because they do it every time. They think that they're slick and they think that no one is aware of these kinds of things, when of course we are. We know what this has looked like the entire time. I think that's the scary part for them, is that we do have awareness of these things, and that's why it's important to figure out ways of shutting down anything that we're saying. And the desperation now is just call schizo a bunch of times. The same discussion's being had, but now you're gonna say, okay, I can't support Game Grumps and you guys, when that doesn't make sense either. No one is actually mad about a real situation here. They're mad about a lot of preconceived notions, a lot of things that they assumed on their own, a lot of things that never match with reality, and a lot of things that have been discussed for years and people have already known. But the reason I'm partially going for so long right now, because like I said, I think it is necessary to showcase this in real time, what it looks like, how they're acting right now, compared against what we're actually talking about and what it actually is here. The macaroni and cheese thing is such a phenomenal example of that, and it's seriously absurd that that actually happened. That immediately somebody was trying to insist that Julian's stomach being upset from eating macaroni was some code language. Somebody was trying to insist us using kiwi birds as some code language too. These guys are so so used to operating around dog whistles that they're seeing dog whistles that don't even exist. They're so used to communicating in fucked up ways that don't make any sense that they think we're doing the same kind of thing too. Someone getting sick from macaroni has to be a code message, right? It has to be a secret of some sort, right? These people have completely lost their mind long ago. And the desperation is to pull other people in too, through threats, through intimidation. People want to see people get hurt. It's exciting to them. And if you guys aren't going to feed into it too, they're going to try to hurt you too. And that's what they're currently now caught on because they lost the narrative quite a while ago. I'd recommend everybody probably to go change their passwords, yeah. I feel like I even was telling people when we started the website up to be careful about that kind of thing anyways.
Oh yeah, God. No, I do remember that.
Yeah, because we knew that people were going to try to get everyone here hurt eventually. And like I said, coming off of tonight here, I think this was pretty necessary to showcase what it actually looks like for our end right now, unedited, live, responding to this, as these people are doubling down harder and harder, and how, like I said, they lost the narrative already. Now they're just attacking you guys. What does that have to do with anything? If you were actually concerned about anything, it wouldn't be falling into that. You're furious about the fact that we're still continuing on anyways, and that we're willing to talk about any of this. That's what they were mad about to begin with, that we're willing to talk about anything. And that's why all the slur drops too. That's why all the hatred, that's why all the hostility. That's why even with the stuff that we just showed here tonight, this has been an ongoing thing for quite a long time. No, someone said, I legitimately read someone saying, like, he's trying to kill himself eating mac and cheese because he's lactose intolerant. So remember when I said the thing about half-truths and just kind of taking one minor detail and exaggerating a whole narrative to make it sound as bad as possible? That's what right there, that is. That's what a lot of this discussion has been, and that's also what that video was supposed to be doing. And that's what all of this tonight is supposed to be. It's to try to elevate it further and turn it into something by just making up stories and trying to bait for more material, except the material that we got baited out of everything tonight was just to showcase that how they're reacting right now is part of an ongoing thing, which is why they're even doing this tonight anyways. That's why, once again, the material in the video is things that we already talked about ages ago. If you're gonna start saying, okay, now fuck Aaron Hansen and fuck them, then you never cared about what happened, obviously. You just cared if one person, one creator in all of this was like the shining golden horse, rather than the reality of, like I said before, and what, you know, has been said for years, everybody goofed up. Everybody. We're not playing a serious game here. Pikmin, now that's a serious game. That's the thinking man's game. Don Dory. TB, I'm sure they'll go back and watch old videos, but it's also going to be them still being angry about it, and they're going to keep taking shots at us, and they're going to keep going after you guys, too. I think at least them going after you guys will die down after a while.
It's a bit harder to keep track of.
Yeah. But here's the funny thing, too. That's why I was mentioning I already knew through the web host where some of the IP addresses were coming from and what websites they're coming off of. The reason I mentioned any of that is because, once again, as soon as we started the website, we knew this was going to happen. We knew it was a matter of time, and it's why, once again, it was like 3 or 4 months ago that we had even warned you guys that it was going to get really nuts in the future. The goal was to pin everything on Aaron Hansen and to use those two annoying homos to do it. When that's not the narrative anymore, then it means everybody has to get hurt, and anybody who witnessed anything and was there for anything and knows what the reality of it is, they need to be hurt too. And now you guys get to be hurt for that. Everybody gets to get hurt. Out of desperation. Stunning desperation. Oh, but I didn't read TB's message fully that they said, I guess they're referring to us. They said, I think the narrative is a bit hyperbolic here. They're just losers who are getting a high off new drama and someone to make fun of. That's a bit of a weird takeaway considering what we're even just getting into and the fact that you're also watching right now that they're like starting to go to people's personal accounts and trying to like harass them there, screen capping everybody, trying to scrape every single chat here now and archive everything. No, it's not just kind of clowning around. It's why they're acting the way they did, and why you also just got to see that it went way further than that and has numerous times. And it's interesting now that we're treating it like it's only one incident again, when we said it's happened numerous times that we had people going to our place. Never with a gun to that degree, but always with the hope that somebody would. The thing is, Vortice, that updated description, they updated the description. It didn't say that originally. They're trying to play dumb about why the video got uploaded, because every time they've done this over the years, they try to play dumb about it too. That's why they also start hearting comments on a lot of these uploads of people getting angry with us. That's why it's titled the way that it is. That's why it's also edited down to 40 minutes when, once again, it was like a 16-hour stream or something. They didn't care about all the context behind it or all the other things. I know some of them said, well, we have the full audio. Okay, I'm glad you do. Because, yeah, the full audio also does get into a lot of these things and even brings up the fact that I don't want people targeting them and never did. It's just at the same time, we don't want to be targeted either, and we don't want to be in some kind of position where we're supposed to maintain, like, a falsehood here. No, people ended up moving apart from each other. And it's a bummer how it all happened, the way that it played out. But part of the reason the discussion went the way it did, and even how they're reacting to it tonight, is because it feeds into the final part of all this as a narrative. This is why people were also acting this way. I don't think we'd be having as many issues with Chris, for example, if he wasn't really freaked out about the fact that these are the people following him, and he feels like he needs to upkeep it a bit. I think that goes for Zach, too. I think that goes for everybody, you know, involved with Super Mega. I think that goes for everybody at Game Grumps. I think that goes for all of these guys. Because back at the time, they're all willing to say it, too. Yeah, they know audiences can get intense. I mentioned it at the beginning of the stream. I know that there was an old video where Ross and somebody else was like, they were in a hotel room at a convention. And there were people hovering the doorway and sliding pieces of paper under, claiming to be hotel staff when they weren't. And they were desperately trying to get them to open the door, and were like just sitting there outside the door. They were going and looking through the people and could see them. People get really weird about this stuff. You guys have been hearing it recently too, about YouTubers lashing out at each other, people getting shot, people attacking each other. And all it takes, by the way, is one bullet. It doesn't take 50. All it takes is one bullet. And we almost had one bullet. We got lucky that we didn't actually end up having a bullet go by. That's why a lot of people don't know how to handle an audience like this. We don't either, to be fair. All we've been flying by now on is just being upfront about everything and just kind of sticking to that. And despite doing that, that's what's now getting us pegged as being the most dishonest out of everybody, because we're willing to talk about literally anything. I don't think people are used to this kind of thing in a modern internet setting. Even what just happened here tonight. I don't think any of these guys were expecting that we were willing to just have live conversations through all of it as it was all happening. I think they were expecting fear and intimidation was going to go a long way here towards shutting it all down and shutting it all out. But it didn't. But we'll see how it goes the next few days. We'll see if they get bored of this. I doubt it. Like I said, they seem really hell-bent this time around. I think because they know we're in a really rough spot with everything, they were really hoping that this was going to be the moment of kind of just destroying us.
Yeah,
but
it could be.
It could be. They are going to convince a lot of people. They are going to make a lot of people go after us, and even potentially some of you guys. But, we're going to keep doing what we're doing anyways. We're going to keep making things. We're going to keep creating things as best as we can. And like I mentioned too, if we disappear, it's not because macaroni time happened.
Macaroni time.
If we disappear, it's not because we became suicidal or something or any of that. No, we're willing to commit to everything. If anything, like I said, the Band-Aid just got ripped off today by forcing this. These guys exposing themselves, trying to make this into a problem was, like I said, the final piece of this. And if anything, they kind of took a bit of that I was laying out there to begin with. They completed the story now and just made it very clear why this is happening and what they actually care about and why they had issue. And why, once again, they're going after some of you guys now, too. None of this was real on their end. They really just wanted to fuck up a bunch of shit, get a lot of people hurt, and they felt like they had a good opportunity to do so and try to force a conflict through everybody all over again. On a thing that, once again, has been discussed for years at this point. They just don't like when it's not exclusively focused on Aaron Hansen. They were willing to let us slide a little bit, and even then, not really. We had raids happening all the time. But they were able to let it get a little bit of room. If they at least hoped that we were going to maintain it as only being Aaron Hansen, when we never maintained it as only being Aaron Hansen, the old stream wasn't about that. You just had a bunch of people insisting that that's what it was about, and a lot of people posting videos. I had mentioned it. 2 different people behind the scenes who were already working within a lot of these environments in the past brought it up to me that they knew those video essays were even coming before they got posted. And they knew that they were coming because that was also the intention behind it. Recontextualize it. Remove the aspect where I said everybody made mistakes. And also remove the aspect of where I said Aaron did the least of it. Aaron still did things. Everybody did. And that was what the original discussion was about anyways. But when you have someone chop down something that, once again, is like almost 16 to 18 hours in length to 40 minutes, and you give it your own title and you apply your own editing, man, it's almost not even beginning to resemble the original conversation. What was more important was trying to make a bigger divide happen and try to really instigate more conflict to happen here. We did have really rotten times in the past. And like I was even saying on that stream, they were having rotten times with us too because we weren't just adhering to the business that they wanted to do. Everybody was having a hard time kind of getting along and being able to see through problems once business came into play, as well as the fears of having an audience like this and not really knowing how to handle it or deal with it. That's why sometimes when I was trying to get things to drift away from conversations about this stuff, people get really mad at me saying I'm not allowed to do that. And that was back at like the time. That's why us eventually moving on had everyone saying that that was evil of us doing that too. We've been evil since day one, apparently, on all of it. And that's why we're going to keep, like I said, doing what we're doing. We're going to keep making things. We're going to keep going about everything in the future here. But I'm sorry you guys had to be exposed to all of this in this kind of way today. Really getting to see the messiness that I was already warning you all about previously. And that they're even willing to get you guys hurt too. I am sorry that that's how that is, ended up going. Like I said, this might actually be the most desperate they've ever been. I think this actually does rival what happened in the past. This might be the most desperate they've ever been. Ipsum, the problem with offline jobs was I probably would have been able to do that if it weren't for the fact that during a lot of this when it was happening back at the time, people were panicking about public image so much so that people were getting sat down and we ended up getting blacklisted in a bunch of areas. So offline work is not quite so easy when it comes to that. And because we had to move around as many times as we did, it's also why our budget is so insanely tight because we're still even making up for a lot of the expenses that came with that move. We're still not even over that right now. It's not as easy and clean cut as that. I wish it was. Because no, if anything, I would love to just be able to do that at this point. Most of these guys that we even knew doing YouTube stuff in the past always talked about eventually wanting to have a day to just quit. Because they knew that this stuff was eventually going to get scary if they stuck around for too long. That's why you were even seeing a lot of YouTubers retiring in the past. This is the truth of what a lot of audiences resemble, how far it can go. A lot of creators fear their audiences, and when I say a lot, I'm going to say like probably like at the larger scale at least. Not smaller scale channels, but at the larger scale, I'm going to say like 90% of them are afraid of their audiences. Because of stuff like this. And people who aren't so afraid of their audiences, it's always a back and forth. You guys ever watch Technology Connections? You ever notice how often that he actually has to get into sort of like discussions with the audience, like people in the comments lashing out over things? It's like every few videos. But they're willing to do it because they want to still properly get into the discussion about whatever technology it is they're talking about. Crowds are pretty vicious around their entertainment. The thing is, because yeah, I know that was a new account and everything. The I might get banned thing. I didn't actually do that. I think Wirma did that one. But with that even as a comment being made, even saying that also proves that whatever I talked about on that stream yesterday didn't actually probably find its way into that video. No, we talked about the blacklisting. I wonder if they chopped out everything about what actually hurt us and just focused exclusively on trying to make it, like I said, just pointed at people. When it was a long stream and it was an overall thing that we talked about, alongside me even giving room to it all and still saying people should be watching that stuff and not care about our end. It only left here because somebody desperately wanted to make it leave here, and it's why they uploaded it. And weird, how did you upload that video and the intention wasn't harm, and yet immediately it was on Kiwi Farms and 4chan? Gee, how'd it find its way into the algorithm? Your other uploads don't have that many views or traction. I wonder how it made its way around. I'm sure you didn't post it in these places. No.
Come on, pick up the stupid item. I don't have time.
Pick up cup.
Pick up cup. Yeah, they fucking ignored it.
I'm sorry, the Pikmin are stubborn little things. But, yeah, it'll be a thing, like I said, for the next few weeks or something here, that they're going to go
for
really...
a very long time.
Really hard on you guys, at least.
Your period keeps shifting around wildly.
No, because
we don't know how long.
Okay, let me finish then.
Go ahead.
For them in the chat, because that's what I'm worried more about right now.
Okay.
I'm a lot more concerned about people who have nothing to do with any of this getting hurt. And that's why, at least on that one, I would like to say that's only going to probably be a few weeks of that.
I would hope.
We're ultimately who they're going to be focusing on, and once again, I'm kind of like squarely where a lot of it is going to be dropping. I don't want you guys getting hurt through any of this, because there's no reason for any of you to get hurt through any of this. Nobody else ever should have been hurt through any of this. Chuck cup. It's what Pikachu says. He says pick up cup and chuck cup. But if you're wondering how also are you able to go for this long in this kind of way too, I think that's why some people would want to ascribe that to Meltdown when it's been a calmness felt the entire time. Because I'm used to this kind of thing. I'm used to being able to work shifts for a very long time. Even when we were back in LA, I was working like constantly and got very little sleep. No, if it has to be a war of attrition thing, I'm fine to be able to go and just talk about these things too. I think it was very important tonight to show the contrast here. And on TB's end earlier, even feeling like maybe it's not as big of a thing, then you guys wouldn't be getting picked on here too. Don't discredit the fact that this is all going the way that it is right now because you're just used to seeing people online go as far as this. That's kind of the problem. Part of the reason why the internet is so pissy and whiny at this point. Because people thrive on it and they can make money off of it. Like I said, how much do you want to bet someone's going to try to monetize this situation very quickly? It happened the first time. Well, it wasn't even like a day, right? It's like almost immediately. But we're going to be still, like I said, proceeding along with what we planned for this week. We'll still be doing Wii Wednesday. We'll still be doing PlayStation Fridays. After the stream here, I'm going to be going back to talking to some of the people I already was with yesterday before any of this even happened. And honestly, like I said, I'm not stressed or anything about this right now. More so, the feeling is just like, it's fucking nuts that it played out almost even 100%. I didn't want to get into this part. This is probably the weirdest part of all of it. I even had a dream last night in relation to some of this too.
Yeah, tell me about that.
Because it was already on my mind that it was going to be a thing coming about. I could already tell it was already happening. It's why I was preemptively even saying a lot of the things that they were going to do and how it was going to play out. And why even after talking to people here, they got to see exactly what I was talking about just like hours later. All of this played out almost exactly the way I was expecting. Even the fact that doing a live stream like this and being willing to talk while it was all going on got to very much showcase that these guys have thin skin in their own kind of way of trying to be intimidating. And they couldn't help themselves and eventually make it clear that they didn't have any investment in this as an issue. It was all about just trying to get people hurt here. That's all the goal really was. So, it is a weird feeling coming off of that one. And even with Kiwi Farms people, hey, if you guys are going to be operating in the shadows and still come by the website and everything, if you guys just want to see video game stuff and everything, we'd love to just be, continuing on doing that. But I doubt you want to see that, obviously, with how you're handling all this. But if that is all you ever really wanted to see, if you're also going to insist on that, because I've seen that sometimes narratively coming up too, people going, I just want to hear about the video games. Okay, we were just talking about the video games before. If you just want that, then maybe instead of telling us to shut our fucker mouths, maybe you start shutting your fucker mouths and kind of just take it in and realize that you don't have to scream and bitch at everything. Maybe if you just kind of let something go the way that it could just naturally go, it can continue on. Instead of rapidly and constantly trying to keep things in a loop that you're also bored of because you guys don't have a lot to work with.
Oh my fucking lord.
Do you think people can hurt the people on this chat just because we follow you? What happened is already they were scraping the chat and screenshotting everybody, and people were already mentioning that people were finding their accounts on other websites earlier tonight. People were saying that they were getting a bunch of shit over on their YouTube channels coming from accounts they don't recognize and have no idea who they are. People who left comments on the video upload getting either their comments deleted, which, by the way, why would you be doing that if you're trying to act like you're partial to all of this and that you're just, a neutral party? But that also getting a bunch of people coming over from that too. And in terms of bothering people in the chat, no, it happened during raid attempts too. We've had people coming and doing that kind of thing. I think what's scarier to me is that some people are naive enough around this that after you just got to even see about an incident of someone trying to come out armed like that, people feeling like it still must be some kind of exaggeration, right? I think you guys maybe are just struggling to accept that this is just how far people can really go. I think a lot of people did want to sell themselves on, listen, but if it's happening all the time and it was wrong, like something would be done about it, right? No. Why do you think things are continuously getting worse right now? Everyone's too afraid to do something. Everyone's too afraid to be able to go up against something like this because now the problems become too big. A lot of people don't want conflict, and that's why the solution at this point is just don't get involved with anything, or like seriously, just stay completely silent. But no, we've had people already getting harassed through a lot of this tonight too. I don't think coming after them, by the way, that's not supposed to translate to they're going to show up in real life. That's you kind of extrapolating that from it. No, more so, they're going to have people, like, trying to bother them on their accounts and everything and try to harass a bunch of them, too. Somebody was just mentioning earlier that Linkstar in the chat was specifically having, like, people painting a bullseye on them for a while. That they're mad at them for some reason, like, specifically. Flab, you can reset your password. I added that as a feature. Enough people were losing their passwords, I did add it. I mean, Lovebubbitu, I'm sorry too. You're not telling me anything I didn't know. In fact, in that stream yesterday, I said the exact same thing you literally just said. That they said they're not interested in your games, they're just interested in drama and getting... Yeah, I know. That's what the whole discussion has been. I don't know how I'm directly saying these things, though, and now it's starting to be missed a bit here. Yeah, I've been saying that the whole time. We've been saying that for years, even. It's that people didn't want to believe that one, and now they're also getting to see it on full display here. Yes, that was the hope. That was the intention. And because we successfully did get hurt in the past through this, it's why it's ongoing.
I was down to the last one.
It was one post, they didn't dwell on Linkstar, but felt worth mentioning. Okay, well, I guess you would need to get into it more, TB, because were you the one who brought it up? Because somebody had mentioned that in the chat. If it was you, then yeah, at least it's only one thing then. I'm trying to remember who it was. I feel like it was either Kyber or Apple Green in an older stream, too. People were, like, trying to go on a bit, too.
I don't remember.
Were you just uncomfortable?
What?
Like, sitting down?
Yeah, no, I mean...
It's okay.
I shift constantly.
No, it's okay.
Let's see if I could do this one more time. I'm more frustrated by the game.
No, Arky's spare... I mean, I think this is part of the issue, too, and this is not your fault, even.
What's going on now?
Well, I mean, once again, don't frame it that way. That's not what I'm trying to say right now. More so, it's that... I think because, once again, we're willing to have conversations like this and even be direct with people in the chat in that kind of way. I just said that you're extrapolating something from that that's not what got said. That doesn't mean that now I'm really mad at you or something. I'm not upset with you. If I address something, it's not because I'm upset about it. I'm just willing to be very direct on these kinds of things. You're completely fine. You didn't do anything wrong. You don't have to feel like you did. I was just trying to clarify a little bit more as to what I was getting at. Okay, it probably was Kyber is who I'm thinking of. Because it wasn't an earlier stream. I didn't remember if it was you, Apple Green, or Kyber. I think it was Kyber. It was last year, I remember. It was during one of those raid attempts. So when we were playing Rayman, I think. Oh, I'm not surprised. Yeah, I hope Werma's okay too, because, yeah. I'm sorry about all this too, Werma. Hang on, I'm gonna adjust the mic. I'm sorry that all this got the way that it did, Werma. Because I know you're going through a lot right now too. You don't need to be pulled into a lot of this. No, it was Rayman 2. Rayman Arena was this year. Rayman 2 last year we were playing.
This isn't going well.
But yeah, I don't know. Like I said,
Sorry.
I don't think I could even really do the loop again, even if you want me to be honest. I know they're desperate for the loop while simultaneously saying they hate the loop. But I actually don't think I can even do the loop again. By the end of tonight here, it actually has already kind of become a little bit, I don't know. It like I said, it got too absurd, too blatant by the end of all of this that, yeah, kind of just ready for things to move on from this point, I guess. It's just kind of boring. It always was boring. But, hey, stay tuned for Wee Wednesday. Like I said, it's going to be hellish for quite a while now. This does get to feel like a go-ahead for a lot of them to now just perpetually come at us. They're going to go as hard as they can, so just be, ready for that. Keep that in mind, everybody. We're going to keep doing stuff anyways. We're going to keep making things. We're going to keep on moving ahead. And by the way, on the lol cow thing, for the guys who are also trying to insist, no, this is a whole lol cow situation now. Yeah, because you said lol cow, and you said it's a lol cow situation. You know how a lol cow situation gets started? Someone obsessively keeps insisting someone has to be a lol cow, and you try to pull more and more people into it when you're the weird obsessive one. It doesn't mean anything as a term anymore, lol cow anyways. Sometimes people even try to form it because they have a petty grudge with even just somebody personally. But the reason I bring it up is because I might have actually talked about it yesterday. I said, the thing with a lot of lol cows in a modern setting is actually more so that you're just kind of left-leaning and people find you annoying, so they just keep lashing out at you, when that's not what lol cow originally was. That's not what it originally found its way around. But, yeah, funnily enough, that's what by the end of the night we're even getting to see through this too. Wouldn't you know it, it wasn't really about anything that happened. We're just starting to now get mad at people for being trans in the chat here. Go figure, huh? Oh, sorry. Adjusting mic. Adjusting mic. Adjusting microphone.
So it's okay if you do it.
No, it's not. It's bad that I did. But when I admit that I made a mistake, that's very hypocritical. You're supposed to never ever back down on something. That was a joke, by the way. I'm sure someone else is gonna go, he admitted! Now you have to marry your mother-in-law! TB, if anything, I'm concerned you give too much to web culture now, based on a response like that. They said the point of looking at what another site is saying is to make fun of them, not give them ammo. Even Kiwi Farms get that. I think a lot of people here gave them ammo, unfortunately. You know what the ammo was, by the way, tonight? Using our chat. Hey everyone, just stop using the chat, okay? We don't want to give them what they want here. And can you stop posting online too? And can you stop using your accounts?
That's pretty uncool, TB.
Yeah, you're feeding into this now, is what you're actually doing. You're giving it room and going, if we all cooperate and just, give them what they kind of want here. You're right, they don't want this because they also don't want people to also call out what they're doing as it's happening, and that's why they're also unleashing a lot and making a lot really clear through this too about what their intentions were from the start. No, it's not going to stop them. I think that's your concern, is just about the idea of getting them to stop when they're not going to stop even if you do ignore it. That's why they kept doing things anyways.
Have you been participating, TB? Is that what this is about?
Yeah,
it's like a really weird thing to say.
It is weird to say in the midst of all of it. I will admit. It's pretty weird to get into. I know somebody was making jokes about bullets going through us earlier, too.
Is like weird. I don't know. I guess, I'm not necessarily surprised. I get the impression a lot of people that come by were already participating in that kind of thing, but...
Well, that's why I'm asking for TV to elaborate even, because Apple Green said, I feel like that's not exactly what he meant.
But this is the second time that they framed it as...
Yeah, it is. That's why I kind of need them to elaborate further what you mean by that one, because it comes off that way. It comes off what you're trying to say here is that just nothing should have really been done.
Let me look. I'm looking at... Another site is saying is to make fun... I mean, I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, it's phrased a little bit rough. No. Don't do that, Roy the Boy. In fact, we gotta time you out for 10 minutes on that one. Don't lash out at TB. I hate the idea that this is, like I said, modern internet. Me trying to be direct and have a conversation about something has to always be taken as like an insult or something like that, where someone's like, hey, he said a thing about somebody else. I think that means they're on blast now. No, you guys are like used to combative like streamer culture. No, if anything, I want to work an understanding here. I kind of want to know what he's getting at, because it is really iffy how that read. Kind of need to know a bit more about it, because unfortunately, yeah, I know a lot of people succumb to this kind of thing too on modern internet, because they get overwhelmed in fear and they don't want conflict. That's why I said, if we didn't say anything here tonight, do you guys actually think it would have went better or worse? Because admittedly, I think it was actually going to go a lot worse. Yes, obviously, because this is happening too, people were coming over, but they were coming over anyways. We weren't even streaming, and there were like 170 people parked here on the website. The goal today was going to be able to just make harm happen no matter what. No matter what got said, no matter what happened.
And take a look at what they said. A lot of what they're taking screenshots of is people giving semi-personal information. Other sites they use. And so I don't understand why that's something to be laughed at. What are you trying to say? The point of looking at another website is to make fun of them.
That they're referring to that as ammo. Because anyone is willing to say anything that's too personal or anything about like likes, interests, or just having account names, that's ammo, which is why I was saying it's coming off like you're saying everyone should just stop using the website, or everybody should stop using the chat and just let them get whatever they want. Which is why, yeah, that is a weird response if that's what you're coming at with it, and it kind of sounds that way. Considering the seriousness of some of the things we even just went over here tonight, it is a bit odd.
Yeah. Well, so, Sugar, what I'll say is, at least I did already say earlier, don't antagonize them.
No, don't. I wouldn't say that.
It is bad to paint a target on yourself and create conflict where there doesn't need to be any.
It's why even with leaving comments on the video, they were already deleting the comments anyways. I don't want people to get hurt over that one either. I
tried to discourage people from engaging as soon as it came up.
That's why with the Roy the Boy thing that just happened there too, I don't want you guys insulting TB either, just because we got confused on this one. Hell, I said it yesterday. I also didn't want people going and giving anyone a hard time about who we talked about. Like I said, I don't know if they chopped that out of the video. They probably did. No, they included it because somebody had already mentioned that somebody was saying you can't say that while being willing to talk about these things. Too bad I did it. No. I don't want anyone to be fighting ultimately here overall. It's just when you get forced into a spot like this and it really is supposed to be, you know, if you lay down right now, you die. Then you got to at least say something and at least just kind of go in there and just kind of keep it going anyways. No, we didn't need to have any of this happen tonight. It was a very forced thing. There's a lot of intensity and a lot of demand, and it's going to keep up because they were already making this stuff happen for a few weeks now. It sucks. It sucks really hard. Life is going to significantly get harder coming off of this one. Because like I said, I think this was tonight the plan was to really go in for the kill. That is what it seemed like. But if the response is supposed to be, don't ever talk about anything that happened to you, because aren't you more concerned about like the ammo being out there? Man, once again, we already had people come to our home God knows how many times. We still have people going after us purely on the basis that we did make distance. And now they're pretending to be shocked that we made distance when they knew we made distance and were mad at us for making distance. About all the exact same things that we talked about once again like 4 or 5 years ago. It sucks, but it is how it's gonna be. No, people do need to protect themselves right now. That's why I was saying, you know, if you guys are using account names that are linked to other accounts that you have, you are going to probably have some people now go at you. And that's why, in terms of don't give them a paper trail or anything, that is part of the issue, TB, and that's why I was saying it was coming off a bit weird. Part of the issue is people already use this website anyways. We couldn't have a day where we forcibly get everybody off of it, and if we did that, do you think that they're ever going to let up if they were able to make something like that happen? That everything had to shut down over this? That's why I was saying, there's not supposed to be a winning move. When people are going to give you a hard time, they're going to give you a hard time, and if anything, I think it's a mistake to try to apply logic to this one and act like there's a rule set, and that if you give the people the things they want, that maybe they'll go away. No, they're going to keep going. Also, if you do the things they don't want, they're going to keep going too. The problem is that they're going to keep going, and they've been going for about a decade now. Oh, they're mentioning TB.
What's up?
Now they're trying to mention TB, apparently.
Hey, who?
I don't know. Someone said in the chat.
Well, then why is it funny if you don't know who it is?
Because it's the absurdity that TB didn't even do anything here and was even, if anything, trying to make room for some of this, and now they're becoming a target. And it's not really funny, but it's more so the absurdity of the situation. Sorry, I don't know a clean way of, like, explaining that one, I guess. Like I said, it's adding on to the absurdity of all of it.
But then that makes it sound like you know who they is.
That
it's the bad people.
Yeah, the people that have been giving us a hard time tonight. I get that. I don't know if it's specifically a 4chan thing or a Kiwi Farms thing.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. It was unclear.
Okay.
It was phrased in an odd way.
Okay. I mean, I didn't say the they comment to begin with. The person who left the comment did. Now, TB, yeah, I think you at least know better on that one anyways. It's not that big of a deal they brought TB up in that kind of way, because if anything, I think that's what they're going to be insisting, is that because we even just had a disagreement, now it's the kind of thing of like, see? When the disagreement we had was actually more so we didn't even know what they were fully getting at. The original comments were kind of confusing. The fact that they just went a full day on this kind of thing too will also get to showcase to you guys that, yeah, just expect, like I said, the weirdness that we had warned you all about to go for quite a long time. We're about a decade into this. The things that also came up once again today are things from about a decade ago. Things that already were discussed from about a decade ago. The desperation is that we're still around, and the desperation is to perpetually make things uncomfortable for us as long as we're still around. We don't have to do anything. In fact, when all this was starting to come up again, we didn't do anything. It's not like Julian posted, for example, his comic from 2017, literally like a few weeks ago. Somebody else posted it, and it got a bunch of people lashing out at us over it, acting like it was a new thing. That's what this was too. It was to try to act like an old thing is a new thing. And once again, like I said, the frustration of it didn't get to all be pinned on Aaron Hansen exclusively. And even with it as a stream that happened the other day, I was telling people that they're free to unfollow me and they don't have to like my end. They don't have to stop watching any of these people either. Even if we had conflicts and even there was a lot of messiness and we got hurt through some of it too, I don't think people should abandon something if it was something that they were enjoying just because of something like that. A lot of people were taking in as entertainment purely anyways. It's why a lot of this is being treated with such unseriousness. TB is right about that one. This is just supposed to be entertainment, fodder. This is supposed to be fuck up, a bunch of things for somebody, try to mess up their lives further for the sake of entertainment. And the thing that sucks about it is just that it's unfortunate, like I said, that it's not even off of anything new. It's just the same things again. They haven't even been able to come up with really new angles. It's just a continuation of the same thing. And lacking the self-awareness to realize that they've been maintaining a loop that they don't even like. When ultimately, yeah, things could move forward and ahead, but that's not what they would really want either. So tonight was just kind of a desperation night. A lot of scrambling to make a problem. But there's been scrambling to make a problem, like I said, since the very beginning, and in recent years, quite a lot of scrambling to make issues. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know Werema was directly responding to Kiwi Farm's post.
Oh, boy. Wow.
I didn't know that. I'm sorry, Werema. Yeah, Werema, if that's what's happening, yeah, be careful on that one. I don't want you getting hurt right now. I know that you're trying to, stand up to the situation and everything, but...
Please don't antagonize.
Yeah, don't get yourself hurt through this one. We don't want random people in our own chat getting hurt either. We don't want anyone else having to get hurt through this. Right now, I'm going to be the focus on it. Don't try to give in to that.
I don't think you're going to be able to reason with. I don't know. I don't know. What
reason is, like I said, reason is out the window.
I don't know if they're trying to reason. I don't know if they're just being insulting. I don't know.
But yeah, I didn't know that if that was the case. I know Werema was probably trying to help by doing that, but that's the thing, Werema, is it's gonna get you hurt. I don't want you getting hurt. You're dealing with enough right now anyways. You've had a lot going on. I want you to be safe. So please try to stay safe through this. No, the same goes for all you guys. That's why I don't want you guys going in and getting yourselves hurt by, diving too deeply into it too. But you don't have to stop using the website either. If people are trying to make you feel intimidated right now for doing so, don't let them do that. It's going to be dangerous over here, like I said, for a few weeks. And obviously this stuff is never going to stop, whether we acknowledge it or not. Because we don't have to. It continues in the back no matter what we do. For example, when we had the raid attempt during the F-Zero X stream, it's because, once again, we were having discussion in relation to things about transgender people that got a lot of them dogpiling their way in because they were angry about the fact that we had a discussion about that. We're going to have conflict no matter what because we're not aligning with what a lot of these guys would want to see. And that's why this is happening tonight the way that it is, too. Roy the boy, it's okay. I didn't want you lashing out at TV because we're trying to understand what he was talking about. Just because we're talking to somebody directly in the chat doesn't mean that they're a bad person for it or anything. And TB, I'm sorry too if it was feeling that way.
We're gonna have some readjustment in teaching people how they can work.
Yeah.
Because it does seem like this happens a lot.
Yeah.
It seems like it's maybe once every 5 streams or something.
Yeah. Even when we tell people not to, yeah. It's still kind of a thing. Some weak, huh? Man, oh man, though. At least what I can say, once again, coming off of this one, by trying to force this as hard as they did, I feel like people are going to understand now why, you know, everybody had gone their separate ways. Kinda. They're still gonna point it incorrectly and everything, but, you know, I already accepted that even during that stream. The reason those discussions were even there is because it was supposed to be the idea of, hey, let everybody go their own separate ways here. We didn't have a good time through a lot of this. They weren't having a good time with us either. People weren't getting along. The whole throwing under thing is obviously, like I said, an exaggeration. That really does just fall back onto the thing of it needed to be Aaron Hansen exclusively. There's a lot of difficulty accepting the openness of everybody did something wrong, including ourselves, and there's not a hero in the story. Because when there's not a hero in the story, then you're going to probably lash out at everyone else at that point then. The only use that people felt we really had was to get Aaron Hansen hurt. And even back at the time, that was part of the reason some people were even trying to push us into talking about Dream Daddy, was to get Aaron Hansen hurt. Some people weren't. Some people had genuine concerns and everything. Like, if I'm gonna go back to, if you want me to do a name drop moment here and be very specific about an example, Ross was direct about the entire thing. I talked to Aaron about it. Ross even did send the email that he ended up showing me and everything. He was direct about the whole thing. I haven't spoken to him in a long time, but he was direct about all of it when it was happening. Oh, yeah, don't try to stay up for an entire stream here, especially with this tonight. If anything, this is kind of an experiment to see, can they even tucker themselves out, or is this really, like, how dedicated they kind of are at the moment?
The cursor moved! I didn't even tell it to move! God.
You said that, like, there's weird stuff with this one,
there's
right?
Fucking auto-aim, it sucks.
I'm sorry. They wanted to be more accessible. That's why they did it.
Oh my god, that ruins the whole fucking run!
But Lavable 2, no. When we do these streams, don't think of these like streams that you would see on any other website. They can go for any length of time. We've done intense marathons even. When we were doing the spring break marathon, there were streams that could go anywhere between like 5 to 12 hours, and they were all week long. We'll do long streams. We've done 24-hour streams. We've done 48-hour streams. The longest was like 70 hours or something.
You have. I don't think I was there for
No, you weren't for that one. But streams can be very long sometimes. There's not an expectation for people to be there for all of it. Don't worry about it. These were meant to be very casual and laid back in general. That's why small, irrelevant website blowing up in this way, too, was the thing that it was. It was small and casual, and this is to kind of crack down on that and not allow it to feel that way anymore. And I think you guys were even bringing it up just as of a few days ago, how different it feels over here from a lot of places online at the moment. Yeah, it was pretty calm over here. Raid attempts are the things that, you know, shake it up maybe briefly, and even then, not really much. But today was not about a raid attempt, even. Today was supposed to be about outright just destruction. Today was supposed to be about getting us severely hurt through it. Because we once again had a moment of talking about things that we've already talked about before. Because people were trying to reignite a lot of this again. Someone said you can turn the auto aim off now, can you? is under controls or something, or settings.
Okay, cool. You can turn that shit off.
Yeah, auto target lock. That's handy. That's cool to have there.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, Dark Angel. I know they're going to outpace it. I know that they're going to still last and hang in there. But that's why I said, too, really the biggest part of it is not to just see if they're going to tucker themselves out. That's a component of it. The biggest part more so was just so people got to see kind of the two sides going together at once. What the forced angle for it is supposed to be compared against what the reality of the situation is and how it was all being handled here today anyways. Someone's saying meltdown and then coming over and there's no meltdown. Once again, someone insisting that Julian was trying to commit suicide by eating macaroni and cheese. People are just desperate to make any fucking thing happen here, and that's what a lot of this was. Sorry, I swore. I said a cuss word.
What did I miss? Oh, that's in the front. Let's try this again.
No, it's what it's been since the start, because someone said they definitely just want to control the narrative. That's why they're mad that we're streaming right now. Yeah. It's also why they're trying to outlast at the moment. That's why all this was happening today. It was just about getting narrative control going, too. I guess I'll just ask this directly to, like, some of the Kiwi Farms people right now, too. Do you guys actually want to fight? Because, like, it's been a really bizarre one to watch, the endless spiral, while throwing it off onto the people that you're spiraling about. For example, going back to Chris Chan as an example, is there actually a lack of self-awareness about the fact that that's been a 20-year-long thing as an obsession? I get it. I get that there's long-running obsessions, the bitterness and everything, but if you actually wanted things to kind of proceed ahead, you guys do understand in situations that if you don't lose your shit over these things, things probably would just continue on, right? And I think you know that, obviously. You're not gonna plead to something like this. Even talking in this kind of way, I know is the thing that people would be like, you know, they're not gonna care. I know they're not. No, if anything, this is what they're getting their jollies from tonight, because they were really excited, feeling like this is the new big thing they can have to focus in on and make problems off of. But if people actually wanted to really insist on the idea of feeling betrayed through all of it, or how this is a horrible thing or something, if you really did just not want this loop to continue, you guys do know that you have the power to not make loops continue, right? You guys are all about loops. You love your loops. You love your circles. You're still circling around somebody for 20 years. If you guys do just want to move ahead on this one, obviously everybody could, but that's much easier said than done. No one's going to want that shit, obviously. The desperation is to make this the biggest problem you can, because you want to see the most harm that can come from it, because that's what the entertainment is supposed to be. But through it all is a thing, like I said. We were going to be doing Wii Wednesday and everything. We're going to be doing PlayStation Fridays. We're just going to be doing our streams and continue on doing the stuff we're doing. Despite this all happening, Julian was still working through all of it anyways. We're going to just proceed ahead and keep making and doing things anyways. But, you guys talk to yourselves a lot, which is kind of goofy. I have to talk in this kind of way because you guys handle things the way that you do too. But you guys talk to yourselves a lot and rile each other up a lot and just amp yourselves up on a lot of things that aren't currently even happening here. And that's why I would just want to very genuinely ask, Do you actually want to see things move forward or not on that one? Do you guys really want to live in this forever and then complain about the loops that you're creating intentionally every time? Or would you like to actually see everybody move ahead and probably do a lot better? Chris would be a lot happier, I know, if he was able to just be able to move ahead from this shit. He doesn't want to deal with our end. And likewise, we wanted to move ahead from a lot of this too and have wanted to for a long time. I don't think Chris would have given Julian the go-ahead to be open to just talking about everything, you know, years back, if it weren't for that either. Even if he was getting mad at us about certain things and in certain cases blaming us for a lot of stuff too, I also don't think that he also would have been parrying that every time by also telling people to leave us alone. There were a lot of situations where he lashed out at us hard in the past, sure. There were also situations where he was able to come down from it, because the thing is, he's kind of just a sensitive guy. Stuff can rile him up pretty easily, and he's really worried about how he's going to end up looking in a lot of cases, because once again, everybody is kind of worried about this kind of thing. Before we even went to Game Grumps, everybody was already scared, like I said, about, you know, crowds and audiences. And I think you guys know that. You guys were contributing to some of that. I think you guys know that. I remember the whole thing that happened with Dan, for example. Like, I know you guys know that. But this one specifically, like I said, feels just especially desperate because you don't even have new things to really work with. You're just kind of working with the same things again, and even getting disappointed a little bit that it's just the same things again. It is just the same things again. You know, this isn't milking a lol cow. This is beating a dead horse is what it is. And it's not even a lol horse. It's just a dead horse.
It made me smile with the term lol horse.
I'm sorry, there's no such thing as a lol horse.
Can it be the horse from, do you remember the old meme where we're going like that?
Where he's gritting his teeth.
And he says, what does he say? He says, like, lol, I'm a horse or something. I want that to be the horse.
Oh my god, Flab, that's a horrible idea. They said you should get into a call with a bunch of them. What? Even me talking about this right now, I'm trying to be, you know, collected on it, but you guys also probably recognize, why are you saying this? You know they don't give a shit. I know they don't. I'm saying it because I'm willing to just say it anyways, even though I know they don't give a shit. Because it's more so to showcase how, through all of this, if anyone genuinely did want to see progress happen here, they would just let it happen already. Rather than perpetually trying to stall everybody out and get everybody insecure about one another.
I think this fucking auto-aim might have been in the game on purpose because the cursor keeps breaking now.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, that's why auto-aim is in a lot of games.
I don't know if you'll be able to see. There's an invisible object that it's snapping to, but that invisible object starts to drift away.
That's really weird.
Like, okay, you want to target this dinosaur?
He's holding a plush.
Your cursor is targeting this, and this is happening. Do you see what I mean?
Yes. Remember the headshots in Killing Floor that the hitbox is like a mile behind their head?
I do. Oh, motherfucker! Oh my god, I'm so mad. Oh man. Do I still have to beat the thing?
But like I said, the point of tonight ultimately was, like I said, just to kind of showcase the contrast between the two things here. Where we're actually at, and being willing to talk about these things, and still continuing to be open about it anyways, and standing by everything anyhow. While simultaneously, the desperation to make this sound like the worst thing ever. Because the idea was to force a conflict. The idea is to make this website feel unsafe. The idea is to make everybody kind of feel a little bit unsafe right now. And to make us, especially, more than anyone else, feel unsafe. But, today didn't even have to happen when it comes to that, because, no, this has been on loop, like I said, for years. It is really a dead horse. I'll let you guys know if we get new stuff or something. If we do something...
Look, watch. You see it?
I'm watching. That some of them fell.
No.
Oh, well then I didn't see.
That I was saying about the cursor.
That's snapping onto it right now.
No.
Oh, that's like wobbling.
Drifting away.
Oh, do you have to like hold down to keep it on it?
No.
Okay.
It's just broken.
Okay. Oh, we want to play Killing Floor again. We really would love to play Killing Floor again. It'd be a good time.
It'd be nice to do a lot of things.
Oh, yeah. Someone even just said in the chat, you guys are really good at being blatant. Yeah, the brand new account again. So they said, well, if Ding Dong gets himself out of these loops as he perpetuates the loop, you first. Ladies first. Go ahead.
Don't you mess with me. I'm the master of obsession. I'm the obsession master. When I create a loop, I say it's your loop, yours.
Sorry guys, I'm not gonna buy that one. Especially with how asinine you all behave tonight. But I know that's why you left the comment. You didn't mean it. I think that's the magical thing with a lot of it too, is just understanding none of you mean anything that you say either.
Stop.
It's why the words don't hurt or do much. It's also why I'm willing to still talk anyways, through it all. You guys could just mellow the fuck out, too. You've been needing to kind of mellow the fuck out for a good long time here anyways.
Moving moss.
I heard that Sweet Baby Inc. is actually pairing now with Sweet Baby Ray's. You guys could get on that one. That's a pretty scary one. Could you imagine? Oh my god. Trans barbecue sauce?
It comes out as the colors.
No, it comes out as ketchup
fuck
because it
you.
transitioned.
Look at that. Look at that.
That's a big mess. What do you think of this drone? Does it drone?
It's funny that they had to put one in the Nintendo game. Cool. Great job, guys. Great job. Yeah. Attack. Wow. Look how fierce you are. Oh, you can fight. You can fight.
Someone said, are you using gyro because the Joy-Cons have... No, he's using a controller right now.
I didn't know there were gyro controls.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I mean, to be fair, in general, in recent years, people aren't a fan of the lol cow phrase anyways, too, because they know where it comes from.
I'm just kind of done here.
That's okay.
I don't think I'm going to be able to make it work tonight. I'm too tired.
That's okay, and
too
I'm pretty
frustrated.
tired, too.
What would you like me to do instead? I don't
Well,
know.
we can wrap up.
Are you really sure?
Sure.
How do you want to handle this? I don't know what you want to do.
Like I said, if anything, tonight was just supposed to be more so kind of people getting to get a good experience seeing what was going on the entire time. These guys got to expose
You do have
themselves here
this one
tonight.
saved.
They're saving it, so it'll be saved. They're gonna just post it on their own anyways. You have yours saved too.
You're saying, no, I'm talking about this thing.
This stream, I know, you're talking about this one. I clicked record at the beginning, but I don't have much room on my hard drive, and I stopped it after a bit. Because we are just looping a lot of the same conversational points anyways. Part of the point of doing that was to also showcase to them how exhausting and tiring it is. To kind of just indicate, if you guys are bored with this, you've created your own issue with that, you should get over it then, and then you don't have to hear a loop over and over again. That's why I said, I don't think you truthfully believe in the concept of lol cows anyways. You do believe in the concept of dead horses. You lost your cows long ago. The beef industry is really collapsing now. It was just a desperate attempt to try to get everyone into a fight, and it didn't fully work out here. They're going to still double down. It'll still be a thing for a few days here, because if you're going to be direct and just acknowledge things like this anyways, that's supposed to be the failure state, because they're angry and they're just going to say it's the failure state, but you guys don't run the rules of the world around you. I know that you're able to take over the quickie and everything, but you guys don't run the entire world. You don't create the rule sets that every single human being abides by. That's why the desperation here tonight as well. If you want to escape the loop, you guys are always free to escape the loop. And if you don't like me looping onto you guys intentionally right now, then stop making the loop happen yourself. We can all move forward. And I'm willing to, and I'm ready to. We've been ready to. But I know you guys are mad that we distanced and you feel like that has to continue the loop. Just accept that fact that everybody distanced. Accept the fact, too, that everything that has come up, even with the attempt at trying to manufacture this one today, everyone was already aware about a lot of this as of years ago. The only missing component here was that, once again, people wanted to recontextualize it and make it exclusively about Aaron when it never was. We're through all of that at this point. People knew a lot of this already. And I know, like I said, there's an intense demand to really try to keep this all going. That's why you're trying to say lolcow over and over again, too. You need to insist that there's more milk in there, but why do you think you're looping right now? 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 Because you created it. You can get off of it too. Let's all get off of it. How does that sound? But no, once again, the fact that there was pushback tonight and we didn't take some of this very seriously either, I know it's going to bring some intensity. If anything tonight, I think that's the one I'm a little bit disappointed by. I didn't know that, like I said, Werema was directly responding to posts. I will talk to them about that one. I don't think that was in good taste. I didn't know that. I wasn't even trying to get like a fight going off of some of this.
We don't know what they were saying.
No, it's true. I don't know what they were saying either. I didn't understand some of the stuff they were saying in the chat. I didn't know what it was a reference to. But yeah, we're gonna keep proceeding ahead anyways from here. That's why we'll see who maintains the loop, I guess. If you guys are gonna keep spiraling on it, or if we are. But we're gonna be doing Wii Wednesday later. We'll be on Friday doing PlayStation Fridays over here. Tuesdays and Thursdays are Julian's game development streams. So for a lot of the new faces coming over, even the ones very angry right now, he's been doing them for actually quite a long time now, and we just had one earlier tonight too. So you can find that over on his Twitch channel. Does it every Tuesday and Thursday. We're gonna just keep up with everything anyways. Yeah, I know that there's going to be attempts to try to stop that while blaming us for the things that, once again, you guys are looping out on. And as you act like loop-de-loop-de-loos, like I said, we're going to keep going.
La-la-loop-see.
La-la-loop-see?
It makes me mad.
Why? Why does la-la-loop-see make you mad?
Because, I don't know, it sounds really, like, fabricated. It sounds really fake. It doesn't sound like a real thing.
Like a phrase somebody would actually use?
Yeah.
To be fair, I don't hear people say it. But even with this all, the reason I even knew this was going on tonight is because Werema did bring it up to me. I will, I guess, have a talk with them after the stream. Because if they were directly butting heads with people, I don't want that. In terms of a lot of the bans even being distributed tonight, I wasn't really banning anybody, but I know Werema was catching some people. I'll look into some of those after the stream too, but tonight was a night where obviously if there's going to be new accounts, it's not coming from anything we're doing. It's very blatant. That is kind of the nice thing about having your own website. It's really easy to keep track of things like this too. Like I said, I kind of feel bad that people around us are going to have to deal with this kind of thing too when everyone's already talked about these things. And once again, it's not even new stuff either. But I already talked to some of them already, like I said, just like right after I even streamed yesterday. Oh, you got a headache? There's ibuprofen downstairs if you want some. Yeah, I might want to take some too, actually.
I wish there was a way to put on a video on the Switch, but I don't think there is.
Put on Blippo.
Oh, good idea.
Here, let me go to the be right back screen as you get that. We're gonna be right back. Julian's gonna put on
I'll just
Blippo.
do it. It's right here.
Oh, is it? Where?
Unless, did we uninstall it?
I don't know if we
okay.
did. It's right there. There's Blippo. You can put on Blippo. We'll put on some Blippo. You guys heard of Blippo? Surprise! Do you know why we were streaming? We actually just wanted to plug Blippo TV. Okay, I intentionally paused there because I actually wanted to see if someone going to get really angry and think that I was being serious. No, we're it's just something we could put on, which would be good.
I hope it's the cooking show.
You like the cooking show?
It's probably my favorite, which isn't saying much.
Yeah. No, a lot of it is just kind of filler material.
I bet it looked really good on a play date.
Yeah, I bet it did.
What happened with the play date? Something bad happened and people don't like it now.
You're tuned in and turned on to Blippo Plus.
Somebody just lashed out an hour ago and said, I can't imagine Julian like seeing you like this either, especially given his current situation. Just let shit go and move on with your life, man. This is sad. What would you say, Julian?
Hot enough to burn the tonsils.
Down with video.
Hey, he spoke for you. Hey, he spoke for you. Come on.
Clean the screen.
You're supposed to be nice to Kiwi Farms, by the way.
Tolerance to recreational
I
substances.
fucking hate this shit that
You
people
say that
do where they
again. Look at the
pretend
mess
that they
they
know
made.
what I'm saying.
Where am I going to get another bottle of finely
really
aged
frustrating.
Kaorian brandy?
Especially that earlier you were even just indicating that you even feel
They
more
very
strongly about
blatantly,
this.
they very blatantly know that that's not how I feel. But if you
and set our
phrase
temporal
it like
nexus for
you've already
100
heard me
lists,
say it,
then the
maybe
brandy
you'll
will be
fool somebody who's not
appropriately
paying
aged for
attention.
consumption.
Go away.
So to set
You're
coordinates
bad.
to Kaor.
Already on it, sir.
They're gone already. If it was an hour ago,
No, it was
they
it
didn't-
was an
they
hour
didn't
ago. It was a
stick
Blue Sky
around.
post. It's an account I've
In
never seen
science
before.
news, we have an update on the anomaly in space that has connected planet Blip with a sister planet across the galaxy.
Also, last post from...
They said Blippo's really loud. You're gonna have to.
Oh shit, I'll turn down Blippo.
Dr. Zeph Boeing of the GCC Observatory.
There we go.
And too bad they didn't hear me swear.
Welcome, Ned.
I'm sorry.
Happy to be.
Yeah, I'll speak to this again. We can redo because tonight's a night of loops.
Why, yes.
But somebody said, I can't imagine Julian like seeing you like this either, especially given his current situation. Just let shit go and move on with your life, man. This is sad.
You're being disingenuous.
It's abandoned.
You're intentionally lying about
It appears
trying to
stable enough
portray
to
who I
support
am and what I
visual
believe in.
communications.
We could theoretically send
And what would you say you believe
through
in?
it.
We already are.
The opposite
As
of
soon
what
as
they're
the
saying.
discovery was
Okay.
made, I was able
I'm
to
happy
adapt
that you're
my
like this, and I wish you were
protocol
like this
to
earlier.
de-interblip our signals and send them.
So, what's happening tonight? You would have wanted to see this happen sooner.
No, I would have rather it not happen at all, but I don't think that is.
But you mean at least the idea of just doing this and standing up to a lot of it?
Yes, for you to actually be honest.
All right. Well, there you go, guys. That's how Julian feels. So don't speak for him.
Once you've obtained the word, worms, lay them out on a traditional drying slab. Now, crack the mallow sphere into a vessel and jostle and stir until it reproduces, providing you with a bountiful supply, tiny, flavorful spheres.
Sorry, I was trying to get lost in Blippo here.
I
I like their fake cooking show.
To watch TV.
Yeah, I like their fake cooking show. It's entertaining.
The flavors, well, fornicate. It's really quite marvelous. This is all very wet, so allow the beans and bumps to dry before eating. Voila!
Someone said, "Can you loop that again?" I was watching Blippo. That's okay.
Relies on the revolutionary technology of Ned Telson as a lifeline to the wisdom of yesterday.
Even with the end of the stream here now tonight, because we're going to be wrapping up pretty soon here. This was an interesting experiment.
Network executive.
If somebody is going to express their disappointment that somebody was reacting very calmly to a Kiwi Farm situation like this,
Telson's lab to
I think you know where they're probably coming from a bit too. This was a pretty absurd day. By design, it was meant to be. There's a lot of desperation to try to get us pulled back into things. And there's a lot of intensity around the idea that I'm not supposed to say anything. And also, by the way, too, still pretending that this is a one-way street.
Now I can't shut them.
Now even trying to speak for Julian again and acting like Julian doesn't feel anything towards any of this when he was even just talking about it himself earlier.
innovative Yasu protocol, the Cosmic Switchboard, is open.
If you guys are willing to let us move on, we're ready to.
Duo. CEO.
But if you're caught up on the idea of still needing to, once again, lash out really hard and insist that we need to get hurt here through it, no, obviously we're not going to stand for that necessarily here. We're going to stand firm in what we do believe in, and also we're going to be willing to just be upfront and honest about things, even moving forward here. It's just how we are going to do it. And I know it will be a problem, like I said. I think tonight is a night that's going to indicate that, yes, there's going to need to be more of an effort again. It's bad if I say anything, even if some of the stuff I'm talking about is a shared feeling, in fact, even just beyond us. There was an intense priority right now to get everybody hurt through this, while simultaneously playing dumb and insisting the situation was something that it wasn't.
Thanks for making small talk.
I'm very glad that at least a lot of you guys are kind of all right through this, because, yeah, it wasn't going to go too far anyways.
Snug nuts.
It was just ridiculous to be ridiculous. I mean, look what we're doing intentionally on stream right now, by the way, if you can't pick up on the jokes sometimes.
What do you think this thing is?
I don't know, but I like how it looks. It's a neat visual effect.
Still know how to throw a fantastic party.
Last night's data suggests the life forms in this quadrant have not yet developed a tolerance to recreational substances.
You could say that again. Look at the mess they made. Where am I going to get another bottle of finely aged cake?
Well, that's also why the absurdity of also trying to act as if, like, lashing out right now with... We're just watching Blippo now. No, all of this was hard to take serious in any kind of way here tonight.
Soda set,
It's just, if you're going to stand up to situations, or you're not going to let people just kind of control a narrative on you and get you hurt again... You're going to have people mad at you for doing that then. And through it all, too, it is really absurd to be in a position that all, like I said, the same things we talked about. It's an absurd position to be in, to act like it's now all invalidated when you realize it was multiple people, when we said since the start it was multiple people. People got their vendetta against, like I said, Aaron Hansen, and... Aaron's right over there if you guys want to go, be assholes, but that's the thing with it too. Aaron's aware of all this, so is Chris, so is Zach, so is, everybody. None of this was ever really a secret or anything. It's just everyone has kind of had a hard time of figuring out how to just move ahead from it. And we're gonna just keep moving ahead. Tonight was just kind of a thing within itself. And it's why we also want to indicate to you guys that we're going to be still, going and standing firm. We're not going to be in some kind of position that we go and, run away or something. We're not going to get ourselves hurt again. And we most certainly are not going to chop down the things that we believe in or say, especially out of pressure or something. I'm not going to lie about the things that happened to my end.
Directly to you.
I'm not going to lie about the things that happened to Julian's end.
Want to share? I mean, your aliens.
I'm willing to be honest, and if that can't be accepted, okay, but I'm still going to do it anyways.
Comes from Cairo from New Gax.
We hope you guys, if anyone can accept that, and if not, you probably were just in the wrong place anyways off of that one.
Also, how many fingers do you have? Love, Cairo. Good question, Cairo. I was wondering.
But I think that, like I said, the stream got its usage too, not just to showcase the contrast between the two things here and the willingness to misconstrue things as they happened, such as the Macaroni Incident. But also,
is a rocky planet because it is sandwiched.
I knew people weren't going to resist going way too far with it to make it clear where this is coming from too.
It is part of the twin lent.
This was a good way to get people kind of informed on what's been happening the whole time. People gave very good exposure to that here through this. And that's why we are going to move forward. We are going to move on. I know they're not. But because we're at this point now, and because, like I said, the Band-Aid... I really like how this one looks. Now that the Band-Aid is removed and everything, I don't have to ever really truthfully talk about this again.
As far as we can tell.
I don't need to get into these things ever again.
Yours, Planet Blip.
I can just keep doing things now anyways, because it's going to be people trying to get us hurt every step of the way from this point forward off of it. And you guys got to keep in mind, again, because, like I said, the narrative sure shifted around here tonight, too, didn't it? Now the anger is about us being willing to respond to something like this, and that's why I don't think it ever had anything to do with the original statements.
1, 2.
The goalpost has moved far too many times now. The goal was try to get us into a fight again. Try to make something happen. And if you're willing to acknowledge the situation through it all and not be pressured by any of it, that's still bad because you're not supposed to do that. Oh, shit. Oh, well, I did anyways. We're going to keep going. And we hope that the people who are here at least will be able to still feel safe in the future. I'm sorry, like I said, I'm adjusting my mic. Sorry about that. Sorry it's going to be rough for a while. It is. There's going to be a really high demand to keep this rough for a while. But we're going to continue on, do what we can here. We're going to keep making the things that we're making. Yeah, we're still going to get people lashing out. We're going to still get people attacking us and everything. We're still going to have people giving us a hard time and everything. But we're going to keep making things and just doing stuff anyways. You guys are never going to hear the end of this one. That's why I said we'll see who gets trapped in the loop. But Wednesday will be later tonight, and probably a lot later, because we went pretty early into the morning here. But yeah, it'll be kind of shaky for a while. So just bear with us on that.
Stripes.
We do want to thank you guys for, being there over the years and everything too. I stressed it the other day and I'll stress it again. I don't care if it got chopped out of the video or not. You guys are the reason we were able to survive through a lot of this. And hell, even at the time, some of those people who were willing to give us the warning that somebody was coming out to our place, even if a couple of those comments I could tell were supposed to be trollish comments, we were able to get through a lot of this because there have been people there wanting to at least allow us to be able to get through all of this. If the problem is supposed to be, though, that we need to be married to certain creators and that there is no way anything is allowed to happen between any of them and that there was messes to begin with, which is why people were trying to move on, well, that's completely unrealistic as an expectation. People are going to move on. People are going to do different things. I mentioned this one before. How many people are still friends with all the people they knew in like grade school, for example? People can also just grow apart. People could change over time too, as much as the internet would not want you to believe that kind of thing. People can change over time too. A lot of things can happen. A lot of people can be shaped by experiences like this too. Oh, I like this calibration being done right now.
It broke and they're forcing me to go into it. I don't know.
How many zots?
Yeah, I don't know how this works.
I'm not sure either. TB, but the clips that are being shared this week are about discussions that we had years ago. That's kind of the detail you're leaving out here. They said, I think there's some confusion too. A lot of this started with Rant Grumps and Dream Daddy. KF stuff is recent. Clips from this website being shared this week. Yeah, but the clip, once again, is in reference to a lot of things that we had also talked about years ago. It's a continuation of all the same things. That's why the Dream Daddy stuff too, it finds its way into it. That's why I don't know if they included that even in that upload. That was what came up to begin with anyways, was the Dream Daddy stuff. Did they chop that out of the video? Because they might have. Once again, it's a heavily chopped down video. You just saw the length of this stream here. We talk about a lot of things. Also, the nature of streaming is you're going to have new people coming in, and sometimes there's a demand to have to like get into discussions again anyways. So I can't promise a lack of loops on other certain subjects, I guess, but on this one specifically, like I said, you got my word on this one. We're not going to talk about this again in the future. If people get attacked on the stream or something, I guess there would be, you know, breaking points to have to. And I would assume that's the desperation now, is once again to try to catch us back in the loop again. But we are going to move forward from this point because, like I said, the Band-Aid has been ripped off now. We knew people were going to explode in fury for years. If they were able to kind of understand it better, why I said everybody involved, and why I even said ourselves, and why I was even willing to admit the mistakes I was making too. The whole situation was one everyone has always just wanted to be able to move ahead from, and no one has really known how to go about doing it. Some people want to extend it, some people want there to be problems, some people briefly were getting way too deep into it and realized doing that was going to get them hurt too. Everyone handled it in all sorts of different ways. But through it all, our approach was just about being honest, and as you guys have been seeing here tonight, and I guess this is unfortunately the warning that I'm going to have to give in the future for people too, being honest and upfront does not mean things are going to go well for you. You are going to get hurt. Guaranteed. I know people appreciate honesty, but that's when they feel like it's going to fall into their favor.
I wish I knew what I'm supposed to do here.
Oh, this like calibration? I'm not too sure. It says wonked. Do you just have to get that to not say wonked anymore?
Oh, maybe. I didn't think of that because it won't let me do the thing to set it. It's grayed out. And it won't let me select it.
TB said, it's old stuff being put into a new context, which is what I mean. It's something of a continuation, but maybe some people might be confused by that. Oh, a lot of people are, because they weren't following us for a long time either. Some people probably never even knew about the stuff that happened years back anyways, when we already discussed this the first time. And that's why this is a whole awkward thing, because yeah, it is just an extension of that. But if you're also feeling like the stream that just happened, like the other day, was the first time it's come up, it's not. Even what may feel like new context to people, actually, no. As of like months ago, no, this stuff was coming up already then too. Because we did have a lot of people who were still confused about why we were moving ahead from things, and that we just let them know, and people seemed to be fine with that, and we were getting some space to move on. The wrong people finally showed up because people were starting to reignite a lot of this stuff again, and that was the thing that we mentioned about Julian's old comic getting posted. There is a desperation to catch us in the loop that they're caught in. And that's why if you're also going to say something like that, and you don't just back down and let people walk all over you, they're going to say you're the problem every step of the way because they don't want to back down either. It's messy, shitty situation, obviously. And even with it, that's why I said the narrative kind of got lost today, didn't it? It wasn't about what got said anymore. It was just about really striking hard here, and even then, you're now even seeing people trying to pretend that Julian didn't say anything, and that Julian doesn't feel any of these things either.
That looks like I should have fixed it. Why isn't it letting me go?
Here, do you want me to try it?
Give it a shot.
Oh. But I will say this, I'm officially granting, like I said even earlier today, Julian has free permission to talk about these things however he wants to. Even if it's not like things that I may see eye to eye on. Because believe me, I think he's a lot more intense about these things than you guys may feel like I am being, but maybe not. People seem to think that I'm being really hardcore and cruel tonight. Okay, I think that did it.
Really?
Yeah, there was little check marks you had to look for.
Oh.
See? And now it's okay.
Thank you.
Here you go.
May we make a suggestion? Snacks Come Alive brings you a comforting taste of home.
Think about the most vital issues facing our planet today.
Continents.
If you're still seeing a scrambled signal...
Apple Green, even though it didn't reach very far, and there was even a lot of effort to try to make that seem like a bad thing with Dominoid, I was really happy that at least a handful of people in the right areas happened to find it. I remember specifically reading a post from somebody that they completely understood it, man. They got it. That they were mentioning Tetris Grandmaster and everything. They were getting into how just like the controls, that there's actual movement tech and how you can rotate the pieces up stuff and everything. That it very much is just paying attention to puzzle games and trying to get a little bit of everything in there. It is something very basic. It is simple. That's why it doesn't cost money. But, it's why, once again, the fact that we got impacted by a lot, there's an insistence to still make issues for us, and it really goes to show how much people don't care about a lot of this either. That it's just being treated the way that it is here tonight.
They got one of those.
Yeah, they do. They do. No, Blippo's really cool looking. I think they did a really good job with it. I'm glad through people getting like pissy with us tonight. At least they have room to see a game they might not be familiar with Blippo.
Is a publicly operated network serving educational
But
and cultural
with a lot of this stuff too, I'll contextualize it again.
channels. Zingo.
Part of the reason that I'm talking about a lot of these things is also because this is not a one-way street and I'm the only one feeling and thinking these things. Julian has wanted to speak about all this stuff from the beginning, and if anything, Julian, I'm going to apologize to you.
Megazerts with an effective visual radiator.
Yeah, I do.
201 zots and an effective
Because I know that there was always the risk of it going too far.
332.
But simultaneously, I mean, now you're getting people even trying to speak for you too.
Portions
You had a lot of people
recorded on video.
kind of just try to like make assumptions about you and put you in all these spots and everything when your own feelings didn't get to fully be expressed anyways. Because sure, I was worried about us getting hurt, but you're seeing I also, speaking about it, am going to get us hurt. We were going to get hurt no matter what by talking about anything that really went on or what had happened to our end. If we're gonna get hurt, we are gonna get hurt. And I know ultimately you've wanted to like be able to just say this stuff since the start. We're at a point now that there's no reason why we just shouldn't just be forward on it all and just try to move ahead. That's why, like I said, you're free to say whatever you want about these things in the future. Obviously, I'd want you to be careful about it, but at the same time, too, you also just saw how much people tried to make happen here. I'll say this too, I'm pretty sure Werma is asleep, so if anybody from Kiwi Farms actually does want to, like, use the website right now and try to talk in the chat, rather than sea lioning and floundering around and whatever other sea life we can refer to in a situation like this,
I want to be a sea urchin.
if you guys actually directly just want to even talk, like, about this kind of thing, like, I'm willing to. It's why I was willing to talk about any of these things anyhow.
Poor werewolf.
I do just want to be able to move on, and if you guys actually want to look believable right now about not wanting the loop, hey, let's figure that out then, because yeah, we've been wanting to move on this entire time. You guys understand the fact that a lot of people moved apart, and they already were open about just letting that kind of be known that everyone moved apart, and even, like I said too, the fact that people were willing to also get into the idea of we should be able to openly communicate about these things anyhow. I forgot about this one. I think this is one of the better ones. Yeah, Julian said he wanted to be a sea urchin. I could add an ignore feature, but man, we are so, like... We got a lot of stuff that we're juggling right now anyways. I have been needing to do some more updates to the website. I'm going to have to find some time for that too. Oh, I forgot about him. He's going to sleep. Yeah, he loves to sleep.
It's party music non-stop. Pump it up for Zootbox Rock by Panoramic Banana.
No, I know, cheer up, Quickie. The more so the reason I'm saying it is, I wasn't the one doing the bans here tonight anyways. People were already just slipping their way into the chat, and once again, it's obvious. If anyone is 0 days old, obviously you're a new account coming from all of this. Some people on Blue Sky even got to out themselves pretty well towards the fact that they follow this kind of shit. And once again, it's why there's so much hostility even coming from it too. And even though the stream was recent, like I said, it's in relation to older things too, things that were already discussed. The fact that the context only changed a little bit and that was enough for people to discredit the whole thing. That's why I said, it's a thing people should look back on and kind of realize a bit of the weirdness around that too. Technically, this shouldn't have really changed anything. Especially trying to say it's a huge betrayal and that this is like some heinous thing when ultimately here, once again, it's about being able to indicate just kind of what's been going on over the years anyhow. Because a lot of other people had made indications too of things that they were uncomfortable about or upset by. We were in a similar position, and like I said too, we also were told that we were allowed to be open about things too.
Too many fun thoughts.
We do want to move on. Obviously.
I don't want to look at it anymore. It's too much. Everything is
I forgot about their max headroom here.
Everything is a rerun. Want to be sick. I don't like it here.
We'll see what happens in the next few days. We'll see if we'll be safe here and everything too. We'll see if we get a repeat incident of someone who is unhinged enough driving out to our place all over again. It wouldn't be the first time, the second time, or even the third time. But yeah, it's today was a pretty good wake-up call for, I think, a lot of people. People who probably didn't want to be watching us anyways, which is good. If anything, you probably, yeah, should have just picked up on that sooner.
11 signs.
Not every creator you're watching is, you know, stitched together. Not everyone is the same person, and it shouldn't be that way. You're making a mistake if you're kind of getting into that. That's why we've always had the willingness to tell people, yeah, you just don't have to come by. You don't have to care about us. It's why we were already trying to stay off to the side anyways. You don't have to care about us. But if it's supposed to also be you're not allowed to be honest about anything either, no. I'm going to be. If it's supposed to be... No. You can't, like, give context to anything either. Well, oh, look, it's Zolo. No. There doesn't...
Right, it is.
There shouldn't have to be rules like that coming with it, too. If people want to actually pretend, once again, that they were really upset about the fact that we got hurt by Aaron Hansen exclusively, and the change to the story being a change that wasn't even a change. Just people picking up on context better here. That you got to find out it was actually a bigger thing, the thing we said all along. If that's the thing that makes a lot of people bothered and now it doesn't count anymore, I think you're making, like I said, your biases a little bit clear. Why this doesn't count if it goes too, like, far. It only counted when it was the person you didn't like doing it, not if also other situations were kind of wrapped up in it too. You like them all pointing at it? Oh my god, you're right. You make rings in Dominoid, which are loops. I didn't even think about that. You're right. Oh my god, there's loops everywhere. But you know what I can do now? Let's check. Are we getting hurt additionally at the moment? In the ways that matter, not people, you know, making stupid posts. Because that doesn't matter. A little bit. But not much. Only a little bit. We probably will be able to still get by, even through all of this.
The world's longest.
Like I said, it's going to be definitely dangerous for a while.
Share your soul.
We're not going to be in a very safe spot. And people don't want to see us in a safe spot. If you guys, you know, got to observe that one tonight. People don't want us to be in a safe spot.
Hello?
People never wanted us really to be in a safe spot. A lot of people did not want us to be in a safe spot.
Okay. Starts with a Q. The word is quixotic.
And you can't really manufacture, once again, that you can, but logically, which is the thing that we're not paying attention to, kind of difficult to try to manufacture a lot of outrage all over this too. If you also were able to feign at one point that you actually like cared about this being a thing that impacted us. It can't be both ways. It can't be that you cared about it, but you also don't care about it. The truth was, you didn't care about it, and we knew that already. Yeah. That's why people were trying to aim it at a specific target and recontextualize it. Sorry, let me try that again. Recontextualization was, that was the goal. That was the whole point. And once again, that's why you're not supposed to say anything either. You're supposed to shut your fucker mouth and not say anything. But shutting, you know, fucker mouth up was part of the reason we had all the confusion to begin with anyways. That's why a lot of people couldn't accept the idea of everyone going their own paths and, you know, going their own way. I don't want to be in the kind of position where, like I said, I'm not supposed to just be allowed to really talk about anything or do anything or be honest about anything. Oh, come on. Not another wonk. Quit wonking me. They're wonking me again. They're wonking me again. Quit wonking. Huh. Oh, there we are. I'm also just worried about the fact that people could even see something like this being formulated like it's some intense, hateful thing right now.
Consciousness. This is bathing.
Julian has been saying it all night that if anything, I'm probably being way too gentle about it.
Hours later on, but we need the.
But I always assumed that was a component of it too. I probably am just being too gentle about it. Even when I talked about it the other day, I thought I was being too gentle, and it's being treated like it's the most sinister thing.
Take a moment. Let it in. Luxuriate. While Yube is pulsing, don't forget to look away. It's easy to get caught up in its mesmerizing.
That's a funny mechanic. Yeah, no, it makes enough sense as a mechanic, having to fine-tune the TV and calibrate the display.
In a cloudy mind. As always, stay attuned.
Well, I'll believe you. You're a new account. They said, I am from Kiwi Farms, and we want to make peace. Okay, Kiwi Farms. Okay, ambassador of Kiwi Farms. Let us have our discussion. Let me set up the political desk in front of us right here. Let me get this all set up. Let us have our discussion. Let's make peace. How would you like to go about doing this?
That is an understatement. This is a zoomorphic mirror. These were ritual objects.
Like I said, if you guys are sick of hearing about this shit, just don't bring it up anymore then. Everybody's sick of hearing about this shit. You guys are, we guys. I said we guys. We are. And so is everyone around us too.
TV. Oh, wow.
I mentioned it before. It was why we had a lot of the problems that we had in the past anyways.
Ancient dream.
No one knew how to really navigate this kind of thing because when they also have a crowd like this around them, the truth of the matter is, I mentioned it earlier even during the stream, if you wanted to really see all these artists and creators kind of get back together and kind of feel comfortable again and everything, this sort of pressure specifically was the thing tearing a lot of it apart. For example, if there wasn't a Rant Grumps, Game Grumps probably would have operated completely different, and even if you were in a position to be like, man, they stopped being funny, they might have actually kept playing into that a bit more if there wasn't something like that too. You would have actually seen a very different timeline if the audience pressure didn't have to build up the way it kind of did. It's why, like I was saying before, YouTube creators are all perpetually terrified. It's why they're all very cutthroat too, and all very afraid of each other while simultaneously kind of knowing they need each other to a degree.
Welcome back to the
But, once again, I know that you also saying that comment in the chat doesn't mean anything. It's why I just took a goofy tone. No, I know you guys are going to still do all this shit anyways. I know me saying all this doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying all of it anyways because I'm going to say it because it is just the reality of the situation.
Don't worry.
Whether or not it's going to be accepted, which it won't. Spoilers, it won't.
Oh,
But that's why I'm saying it.
Q. The word is
No, that is the reality of the situation.
All right.
And even a lot of the conflicts that we had, some of the moments where we were too stubborn, some of the moments where Chris was too stubborn, some of the moments where Aaron was too stubborn, some of the moments where everybody just didn't know what they were really doing.
Like yesterday.
It would be a lot easier for everyone to have navigated if it didn't have to come with these kinds of pressures too.
Quixotic. Banana.
It causes a lot of really erratic decision making. And I think it's a component a lot of people don't really consider about going into all this YouTuber stuff. It's why some people play into it completely. It's why some people even succumb to it. I think you guys have been seeing in recent years that some content creators, their content is very heavily changing just to kind of awkwardly adapt to a lot of this too. The fact that things are getting louder, the fact that things are getting angrier, more intense. And that even goes for a lot of you guys watching right now, just audiences in general. If you ever wanted to know how to see a lot of these creators getting along again and being able to move forward, and honestly, on our own end, we would have been more comfortable too. Everybody would have been. If you didn't want to see a lot of conflict come about through all this, these kinds of pressures being removed would have been the secret to it. These pressures being here are the things that kind of pushed everyone against each other. It's even why some of the things coming up about trying to force competition between each other and who's winning and who's losing, yeah, it really does wear on people. Because of course it does. These aren't things that people are really used to having to deal with anyways, that on a daily basis, you have to kind of worry about the idea of someone might show up at your doorstep, for example. And we are very much living in a time period right now where that can be the case. It's why we did have people show up at our doorstep all the way back in LA. We had it happen where like multiple spots that we've been living in now. And yes, it'll probably happen again now thanks to all of this. But if you guys want to see more entertainment and you want to see more artists getting along and you want to actually genuinely see more things getting made, that was always the path forward to doing it. That always was one of the big secrets here. If people didn't have to normalize a lot of this as a behavior type too, it would be a lot easier. It'd be a lot easier to navigate ahead and be able to move through it all.
Stay attuned.
No, this game is actually pretty perfect for having conversations over.
One this well preserved. Do you know what this is?
Well, not really. I actually found it while I was on a hike out in Starlight Springs.
That makes sense because these are commonly discovered in ravines and caves in that area. They tend to be relatively in good shape because the salt content of the soil.
The truth of the matter is, yeah, we got hurt. We got hurt a lot.
This is pretty old.
That is an understatement.
The truth of the matter is also, some of that harm didn't just come from people we knew.
In that ancient
A lot of this was happening due to this internet thing, and like I said too, even the initial argument with Aaron probably wouldn't have happened if that Rant Grumps post wasn't a thing. It probably would have just moved on fine. Even this today here probably could just move on fine anyways, but that's why there's an insistence to make it into a bigger deal.
Hope it's not
Chris is already aware of a lot of this stuff, and we've already been, like, he already was open to us talking about some of it too. There's a lot of it that I know would still bother him anyways, because he doesn't want to be caught in this shit, and I think that's what people are hoping for at the moment. But if you're a fan of him, consider that too. Why are you intentionally trying to annoy him? If you're actually a fan of him, I don't feel like you'd be doing that kind of thing either. On his own, and he's been wanting to move on for a really long time. Everybody's been wanting to move on. And no one's really sure how to. No one is really too sure how to go about moving on. Some people got swept into this. Some people read into it too heavily, and that's why they're constantly now at conflict with, like, everybody. Some people didn't. Some people are kind of in the middle. Everybody's kind of all over the place, and because they haven't been in communication with a lot of the people we used to know in LA, we're still on good terms with a decent amount of them. We just don't hear from them anymore. A lot of them we don't hear from because, no, we're not on good terms.
Welcome back to the
And I guess when I say good terms, I mean kind of just like neutral. Didn't really know them too well in a lot of cases, but it's not like there was a fight.
No stanzas to
We were workers who worked with people briefly. And just a lot of the conflict around the people that we were near got redirected onto us, and because there was a willingness to be able to talk about any of it, that's where our conflict came from.
Okay.
We're supposed to abide by a bunch of rules that we were never told, and a lot of our own confusion made this all worse because we kept getting yanked around to talk about things too.
amusing. How can we weave this
We're ready to move on. If you guys are too.
Peace, like yesterday.
So I know you're not being serious, guy from Kiwi Farms, but if you guys actually wanted to move on, yeah, you'd be doing everybody a favor. Seriously, if you want to see like material improve through like Chris and everything, if you want to see material improve through us, if you want to see material improve for Aaron, if you want to see material improve for every last person here, that would be a big part of being able to do it. This is the stuff that was making everybody paranoid, and that's why everybody was having a hard time figuring out how on earth do you even navigate any of this. There's been an intense demand to try to make everybody fail or get hurt to some degree, and there is an insistence to try to keep everybody kind of desperately like scrambling around here, not feeling safe. I would love to see a lot more artists work together. It was why we were willing to talk about these things even all the way back at the time, too. It's why also we had a lot of people wanting us to talk about it at the time, because some of them were kind of hoping too that maybe this could allow for more discussion to come forward and things to be able to make progress and move ahead. Some people weren't. Some people got really heavily locked into this stuff, and there was a nastiness. Some people improved. Some people didn't. But everyone is allowed to go carve their own path here, and I think the room should be given to do that. It's just at this point, once again, if you guys are willing to let that happen. If you're willing to just let these things finally go by here, or if you're still going to get stuck on this, and you're still going to be complaining about a lot of things that happened in some cases anywhere between 10 to 20 years ago, while trying to simultaneously blame other people for it, when you're a community dedicated to this. That's the thing you do. You guys obsess. That's your thing. It's not going to be very believable when you try to sling that off on somebody else. And if you're going to obsess, you're going to obsess. Obviously, like I said, I'm not speaking to anything here. You guys are going to keep doing this stuff. I'm just willing to speak directly because I'm already fine to speak directly. I've always been fine to do so. You're right, Wonky is hilarious. It's too bad the signal keeps getting wonky. I wish it would stop. do I adjust that? I fixed my signal. It's happening a lot, this wonkiness. It wasn't happening before in this kind of way. What's that wonkiness? How do I fix that wonkiness? Yeah, I don't remember how you adjust this. How do you pop that open to adjust it? Shoot. I don't remember how you do it. Tuner calibration. Also, guys, like Kiwi Firms, you should play Blippo. It's good background noise. You can put it on your Playdate. This was a Playdate game originally. Isn't that interesting? Playdate's in black and white, by the way. This was on a little handheld that you could play it. Ow. I just broke my finger. No, I didn't. I'm fine. But like I said, we'll see where this continues to go. If you guys are willing to let things move forward, like I said, everybody's willing to. And if you guys really need this right now, that needs to be the thing to do, is drop everything off on us. I mean, that's what everybody's already been doing for about a decade here. It's not new. You're gonna do it. Yes, we'll probably get hurt again. We're not gonna lie about it if we get hurt, though. We'll acknowledge it, even if that bothers people. But that's why I was saying, if you want less acknowledgement of that kind of thing, just do less then. Not this thing of, no, you get punched into submission to eventually just let it continue happening. No, we know what this is, and we already know what this has been for a long time. And like I said, tonight was a great showcase of a lot of it, too. If you want things to genuinely move ahead, we'd love to. And like I said, it's irritating to everybody here. Chris didn't want to deal with a lot of this shit either. Chris never did. Yeah, his temper definitely got a hold of him at certain points and everything too, when we had a lot of, butting of heads in the past. No, there's a lot of things that we don't agree on, and that's why we grew apart over time too. But part of why we did grow so far apart, like I was already mentioning, is because there wasn't room to let things proceed. No one really knew what they were doing. No one knew how to proceed. No one knew how to really move ahead. And everyone was really deeply concerned about, like I said, the external end of this, how everything looked. I am sure it got cut out of that video. But I did mention that, no, the internal and external are very different things. Kayfabe is a thing. There's big differences between all of this stuff.
Nearly complete.
People take in a lot externally and want that to kind of be the narrative when there's a totally different thing happening internally. And then internally, you have to start recognizing the external factor and trying to change yourself around it and kind of like convince yourself that that's reality when you know it's not. It's a really weird balancing act, and that's why it probably fucks with the heads of a lot of people who've also been doing this kind of thing for way too long.
And set our temporal nexus forward 100 quitlus. Then
What is Playdate? It's a little handheld and it has a crank, which is interesting. You use a crank to play games with it.
Coordinates to KO.
Already on it, sir. Bottoms up.
Yes, this is how it would have looked on the Playdate, what you're seeing right now.
We have an update on the anomaly in space that has connected Planet Blip with a sister planet across the galaxy. I'm joined by Professor Ned Telson, who has been working closely with Dr. Zeph Boing of the GCC